The Seer, written by Jared Garrett, narrated also by Jared Garrett. The Seer, a story of the 36, by Jared Nathan Garrett, narrated by me, Jared Nathan Garrett, for my father Bruce and mother Magdalene. Chapter 1. The morning rain fell so hard that Nathan Eckhoff almost wondered if he'd gone back in time, and the Nile was going to flood. Ridiculous. He pictured the bunker-like Aswan Dam with its sloping sides and massive columns. Yeah, no more flooding. He glanced at the sky. Where was this rain coming from anyway? Egypt was a desert for a reason. Rain like this almost never happened. It felt biblical. Shaking his head at the weird weather, he dashed down the Cairo street. The smell of the rain combined with wet stone and an odor like old boiling basil. Nathan tugged his rain parka hood over his head, wishing the pickup location were closer to his flat, like it was for the professor's. Movement caught his eye from across the road. Tingles spread down his neck and back, the hair on his arms standing. A figure, difficult to make out through the rain and murk of the early morning, seemed to be watching him. Is that a trench coat or a suit? Nathan felt like he was trying to peer between raindrops as he stepped toward the watcher. Whatever the man wore, it was kind of gray. It was a man, a white beard and white hair. Nathan shivered and looked away. Was that guy watching him? He spun and broke into a fast walk. Approaching the next intersection, he tossed a glance back toward the man. The street was empty. What the hairy heck? Nathan stared at the spot where the man had been standing. I didn't imagine him, did I? Confused, Nathan broke back into a slow jog. He pushed his thoughts to images of Kelsey's face last night, softly lit by the sconce lights in the restaurant. He swallowed the catch in his breath. In that light, her smiling, crinkling eyes had sparkled. He and Kelsey had spent the night talking, ignoring the other interns. Almost like a date. He should ask her. Just dinner, why would she say no? Without realizing it, he'd slowed to a walk, having to squint to see through the rain. A pile of something to his right shifted. Tingles slid down his neck and spine, fading as he noticed it was a woman with what looked like 3 kids, huddled under a ragged tarp. She stared at him, and he realized he was just standing there. Must be hungry, and the breadline's probably a few hours away. How would it be to live like that, living on the streets with your kids? No way to earn money? He reached into his parka, extracting the paper bag of fresh rolls he'd picked up earlier. Shoving a couple of Egyptian pounds into the bag, Nathan stepped closer to the huddled family. It's okay, he said in Egyptian Arabic. Her eyes narrowed. Here, I have bread and no long line. Her stare never left him, but in the space of a second, the bag left his hand and disappeared under the tarp. He took off, jogging across the next intersection. As he crossed the street, he peered through the rain at the area around him. Something felt heavy, as if somebody were standing right behind him. He glanced left and right. Unnerved, he took a deep breath, imagining things. This is what happens when you're up so late, dummy. You start freaking out over nothing. He turned a corner and the minibus came into view, its exhaust plume mixing with the mist being driven off the pavement by the pounding rain. Nathan darted across the road into the shelter of the kawa shop the team met at every morning. Thick tendrils of rich aroma tugged at him. His mouth tightened in anticipation of his first cup. He smiled, raising his chin in greeting at the mini bus driver, Falah, who sat at a small round table in the shop. Despite being late, Nathan was the first to arrive. He nodded at the shop's proprietor. Hello, Nathan said, reaching to take the saucer with the small cup and copper pot on it. The proprietor let loose with a lengthy complaint about the unusual rain and what it meant. Nathan agreed and made his way to a table as a group of 3 more interns from his dig crew spilled through the doorway. Glenda, her tiny friend Annie, and Donald all looked like slightly heated death, as usual. All of them must have stayed for a while after Kelsey and I left. I could kill for some coffee right now, Glenda said, tossing her long dark hair as she dropped the hood of her parka, spatters of rain flying everywhere. Annie barked a laugh that seemed too big for her petite frame. Yeah, but the question is, where would you hide the body? It's not like there are any tombs around here. Nathan smiled at that. Nice, says the lady who spends all day digging in a 1,000-year-old tomb. Glenda joined her friend in laughter. Don's low chuckles came in a little late. Nathan had no trouble seeing how forced Don's laughter was. Poor guy. He just wants to fit in. Not for the first time, Nathan wished he knew how to make small talk. Don could use a friend, or at least someone who paid attention to him. Setting his coffee on a table, Nathan yanked off his parka and shook it as he draped it on the back of a chair, dangling his satchel over the top. Dark water spots appeared on the concrete floor, spreading and softening at the edges as the stone absorbed the rainwater. The interns' voices echoed loudly in the small cafe as they fumbled through ordering kawa in English. Easing himself into a chair, Nathan glanced at the group of new PhDs, a smile stretching his cheeks. Should I help them get their coffee? As Glenda's voice got louder, he mentally shrugged. Nah, they'll figure it out. A tight squeeze in his stomach reminded him he'd given away his breakfast. He forced the regret away. He could find a snack soon. Glenda, her kawa in hand, walked toward Nathan's table. First as always, almost doctor? Nathan pushed a smile onto his face. Yep. Adorable. Almost doctor had been her nickname for him since day one. A harmless, dumb joke from, well, pretty much a harmless person. She folded her tall body into the chair across from him. You and Kelsey have a good time? He resisted rolling his eyes at her suggestive smile. Yeah, nice walk. Before all this started, of course. He indicated the rain. Glenda sipped, raising her eyebrows and practically leering at him with heavily made-up eyes. As Annie and Don joined them, Nathan wished he'd sat at one of the smaller tables. Sure, they were good people, but sometimes a guy just wanted to be alone. Staying dry? Annie asked. Despite her sometimes too loud laugh, Nathan liked Annie more than Glenda. Yeah, he said, trying to make it obvious he didn't really want to talk. When was Kelsey going to show up? And Dr. James? Why was that guy always late? Nathan watched Don get left out in the cold, as usual, while Annie and Glenda launched into a conversation about an urn they'd worked on yesterday at the dig. Poor guy. Nathan almost laughed at himself. He'd been thinking the same thing about Don for the last 3 weeks. He briefly wondered if Don realized that everybody knew how infatuated he was with Glenda. The way Don looked at her, yeah, puppy dog. We should go to a movie tonight, Annie said, looking around the table. If the dig gets called off today on account of rain, we could even go early. She set her cup on its saucer, waiting for a response. Nathan smiled. A movie in Cairo? What a waste. Yeah, maybe Curse of the Nile? He waited for laughter, but was only met by dry expressions of bemusement. He stood and crossed to the counter, indicating he wanted a fresh pot of kawa. What's playing? Don asked, his voice just loud enough to be heard from behind Nathan. I don't know, but there's that theater like 2 blocks from the hostel, Annie said. And the club is right next to it, Glenda said. Nathan smiled at the shop owner and took the saucer with the small steaming mug. Would it be rude to sit at a different table? Yeah. As he rejoined the group, he glanced at the door, a prickling feeling running down his spine. Was somebody out there? A sensation almost like light pressure on his shoulders ran through him. Was somebody watching him? He scanned what little he could see of the rain-drenched street. The sensation stayed, almost as if he could see something out of the corner of his eye if he turned fast enough. He stood, listening and watching for anything. Long moments passed, and the feeling faded. Nathan turned to the table with the other interns. So how about it, almost doctor? Glenda shot Nathan a smirk. You think you and Kelsey want to see a flick? Nathan favored her with raised eyebrows. Glenda knew his program had been delayed, but she had no way of knowing why. He swallowed past the sudden pain in his throat. She just didn't know. It wasn't her fault. I don't know. You can ask Kelsey when she gets here. He brought the mug to his lips, savoring the sharp heat. trying to exorcise the memories and pain. Annie's laugh exploded across him. Dude! Why pretend nothing's going on? Everyone knows you two are together. Nathan forced a single-syllable chuckle, seeing a pained expression cross Don's face. You mean everyone assumes? Yeah, okay, Glenda said. You're just friends. Nathan shrugged, hoping to let the subject fade from the conversation. Should I mention her and Chris? He glanced at Don, wondering if he had figured it out yet. The poor guy had no chance, because Glenda and Chris had been an item from day one of the dig. Had Don noticed, or was he so infatuated that he couldn't see reality? How could Don not know? It seemed so obvious to Nathan. It's just observation. His first lesson from more than 10 years ago with Dad came back to him. Watching people go in and out of public places, drawing conclusions based on body language and other indicators. Nathan's vision blurred, his throat tightening. Dad. Guilt, familiar now after so many months, filled him like a thick fog. All of those telephone conversations which grew more and more rare. Dad's voice coming down the line to Cairo from the old house in Palo Alto. How did I miss it? He inhaled the rich aroma of the coffee, fighting the tightness in his throat. He should have known what was coming. What with Mom being gone for so long and Dad's MS getting worse by the week. But Dad was always so upbeat, so proud of him, so excited about, in Dad's words, the challenging path Nathan was following. A flash of anger passed through him. He forced it away instantly. Dad had been suffering for so long, and the loneliness hadn't helped. Obviously, suicide had ended up being Dad's way of ending all of that. And I can't blame him, all of that pain. Dad had felt so alone. He needed a time machine. Needed to go back and fix it, spend time with Dad. He should have said something. Asked his dad about how he was. Talked about something that might take Dad's mind off his illness. Or maybe just left Egypt. Why was I so stupid? He lifted his mug to his lips again. I'll never ignore the urge to help. Or at least say something. Never again. Loneliness welled up like blood from a cut. He would finally be finishing his PhD soon. Dad would have shouted long and loud during the graduation ceremony. Nathan stared at the shiny copper of the small kettle on his saucer. But no, he was an adult orphan. Now that both Mom and Dad were gone, he wondered when he would get used to not being able to call Dad about something he'd learned or a place he'd visited. It's all right. Dad's got to be happier wherever he is now. Nathan wrenched his thoughts back to the present, to his quickly cooling kawa. This had to stop. 6 months at home, going through countless papers, opening and discarding innumerable condolences, sleeping surrounded by a lifetime of memories, but still feeling totally alone. That should be enough. It had to be enough. He had to stay focused. This dig, this job in Cairo, this was part of his dissertation. As the cafe door opened, he nodded at Chris, then smiled at Kelsey as she appeared right behind Chris, water dripping from her parka. Kelsey returned his smile, sometimes not so alone. As she went to the counter, Nathan stared at his table, studying the grain. He had to work. Dad would expect it of him. Even in the worst of his MS, Dad would have his text-to-speech computer system read him the latest articles on neuroscience. I just wished you hadn't given up. He breathed slowly past the lump in his throat, forcing his thoughts back to the cafe, the searing bitter kawa, the dig. Dr. James, the leader of the team, along with Dr. Hinsey and Dr. Thomas, fumbled into the cafe, arguing about something. As usual, Hinsey and Thomas seemed to be taking great joy in teaming up against Dr. James. Nathan took a long sip and scanned the room to make sure everyone was here. Startled, with chilly tendrils sliding down his back, Nathan forced his eyes to slide over the white-haired man in a pristine gray suit who sat at a table in the back of the cafe. How long had that guy been there? Nathan felt certain the man hadn't been there when he'd come in 10 minutes ago. And Nathan felt sure he would have seen the guy come in. Unless there was a back door. He let his gaze wander back to the suited man. A strange shock flowed over him, his neck tingling. The guy was staring right at him. Wait, dark gray suit, white hair and beard, was that the guy who'd been out in the rain watching him? Nathan glanced at him again. The man was completely dry. A shiver passed through Nathan. It was the same guy. For sure. And he was definitely following him. Seriously, what were the chances that the same guy he'd seen something like 6 blocks away would end up in the same cafe? Nathan gulped his coffee and stood, reaching for his parka. And why was the guy staring at him? Maybe he was from the Cairo government? An observer or something? Nathan quickly swept his gaze across the white-haired man again. Nope, definitely not from the government. Enough dallying. Dr. James's voice carried easily through the cafe. The man had been lecturing in huge halls for over 30 years. He knew how to project. We must be off. Nathan set his saucer on the low counter with a soft clatter and grabbed his parka, glancing to the back of the cafe again. The white-haired man was gone. What on earth? He snagged his parka, shook any remaining droplets off, and pulled it around his shoulders. He searched the shadows of the coffee shop as he brought up the end of the line moving toward the minibus outside. Nothing. Where had the guy gone? There had to be a back door. Buttoning his parka and slinging his bag diagonally across his chest, he took a few steps toward the back of the cafe. Mr. Eckhoff, we are leaving. Dr. James sipped his kawa noisily. Nathan glanced at the archaeologist and nodded. Be right there. Taking long strides, he navigated among the tables and got a good look at the back wall of the cafe. A dark blue door. It was closed tightly. Nathan let out a breath. See? Nothing to worry about. He turned and followed the others out to the minibus. But who was that guy? And why was he so sure that the white-haired man in the cafe had been the same person who he'd seen in the rain? Nathan felt the sensation come again, as if somebody were watching him. He laughed silently. I'm being ridiculous. Keeping his head ducked as he moved toward the back of the minibus to sit near Kelsey, he willed the concern away. It's the stress, Dad in this dig, and everything. Is paranoia the first sign of a nervous breakdown? The concern didn't leave. It had to be the stress. Nathan watched through the windows as the minibus pulled away. Was the white-haired guy going to suddenly appear on the seat next to him? Long minutes passed as he clenched his jaw, tension making his back ache as he stared out the windows at the gray, rainy streets. Chapter 2. People just had no clue. Selfish, loud, demanding, and totally annoying. And that was just the beginning. Jake shoved a lock of lank black hair off his forehead, scanning the dusty, sagging shelves for the name written on the small piece of scratch paper he held. Take this lady, for instance. She comes in, doesn't spend any time trying to find what she's looking for on her own, and bugs him about it. Then she spells the author's name, telling him at least 5 times that there's no N between the I and the S, and stands there as if she were the queen of the world. Yeah, well, this store isn't your kingdom, lady. He found the W section and scanned through it quickly. Although that hair of yours could use a crown to hide it. He saw the book the lady had asked about. At the same moment, an image of her entitled, demanding face flashed through his brain. Screw that. He straightened and pushed the hair from his forehead again, the action automatic. Emerging from the aisle, he caught the lady's eye. Sorry, ma'am, we don't have it. Grim satisfaction filled him as disappointment scrunched her face. She nodded, mouthed her thanks, and made the store a lot better by leaving. The bell above the glass door jingled too loudly. It felt like the sound formed into slivers that stabbed his ears. Why don't we just get one of those beeping lasers or light things? But a used bookstore and sundries shop never had the money for that kind of thing. Which also meant that his crappy job never paid him enough to do anything but pay rent and eat pizza, with the odd movie or book thrown in. And of course, Dad didn't have any money to help. He kicked a table leg as he watched the lady go. Mom long dead and Dad doing 30 years for armed robbery in San Quentin. What a recipe for success. He trudged toward the counter and, snagging his book from next to the register, dropped onto the stool. He pulled out his bookmark and carefully placed it on the counter, letting a tight smile stretch his lips at the sight of the label he'd put on the bookmark. Jake's bookmark. Only touch if your IQ is above 140. The others hadn't appreciated that, but who cared? They'd been stealing his carefully collected comic-themed bookmarks for a while. Served them right if they felt insulted. Jake turned back to his book. Hopefully no more jerks would come in, at least for a few minutes. Why did people come into this dump anyway? Movement caught his eye. He glanced up to see a figure, judging by the burly shoulders it had to be a man, step out into the afternoon sunlight, the bell above the door again jabbing at his eardrums as the man disappeared down the sidewalk. How did I not see that guy, or at least hear him come in? The guy had to be some kind of ninja to be able to cross in front of the counter, going in, and on his way out, without Jake seeing him. Jake cracked his book open again, but couldn't concentrate. Curiosity about the dark figure wouldn't let go. How had he not known that the guy was in here? And he had seemed to come from the back of the store where all of that old junk was. They never sold any of that stuff. Wait. Maybe the guy had stolen something. He glanced toward the back of the store. Did it even matter? Who even kept track of that stuff? He hunched over his book again, but the thought stuck with him. Had something been stolen? Not sure of what he was doing or why he was doing it, Jake stood. Something tugged at him, drawing his attention to the back room where the antiques were. Not a noise, but he felt as if he could take a few steps and he would be able to hear something, or maybe see it. He set his book down. In seconds he had entered the sundries room, which was lit by a single bare fluorescent tube. The room was filled with creaky rocking chairs, mirrors in ornate frames, and prints of all ages and sizes. He approached the locked glass case that held weird old stuff. The tall urn with paintings of people standing as if they were at a party still centered the shelf. Ugly gold paint curled up and down the sides of the thing. It looked like some crummy painter had just decided to paint fancy cocktail party scenes on it. Ugly piece of junk. Several ragged dolls with ceramic heads, their rose-colored cheeks scuffed and faded, filled part of the space. Most of the rest of the shelf held a few cassette tapes, rusted keychains, pewter dishes, china dishes, and one strange-looking knife. No blank spots surrounded by a thin layer of dust to indicate anything had been stolen. Wait, a knife? He didn't remember there being a knife in the display case. He leaned closer. More of a dagger, but with a surprisingly short blade. He bent, putting his weight on the glass counter. Strange-looking symbols, maybe old writing, crawled along the dark handle and double-edged blade. The dagger seemed to shout its age. Despite being squat and having obvious wear and staining on the handle, something about the dagger called to Jake. It's beautiful. Kind of. In a weird way. He rounded the glass case and checked the sliding door. Locked. Scanning the back room, he thought of that guy who had been moving so fast out the door. Had he left this here? Why would somebody leave something instead of stealing? And how would he have unlocked the case and then locked it again? Jake pulled his set of employees' keys out. A vague sense of expectation settled over him. He tried to shake it off. He unlocked the door and slid it open, reaching for the dagger with his right hand. The unheard noise from before somehow got louder, but not in his ears. It was more like a vibration that he felt in his bones. His fingers brushed the dagger's handle. A small electric shock coursed through his fingers and hand. He jerked back, and the fuzzy shock began to fade somewhere past his elbow. What the hell? He rubbed the fingers of his right hand together. As the numbness passed, he felt like he dipped his fingers in dirty motor oil, but the unpleasant slipperiness felt like it was under his skin. making his fingertips almost loose. He shook his hand, trying to get rid of the sensation. After a few moments, it left. His fingers finally felt normal again. He went to slide the glass cabinet door closed, but felt his gaze pulled back to the dagger. Where had it come from? What did those symbols mean? He pushed the door back open. What would it hurt to just pick it up? What if it shocks me again? That was stupid. Had to be a build-up from his shoes and the carpet. But that oily feeling, the thought of feeling that, set his teeth on edge, but he also wanted to feel it again. Like touching a sore spot, the sensation seemed satisfying in some way. It was probably my imagination anyway. His eyes were drawn to the dagger again, like it was a powerful magnet, and his eyes were metal marbles. Jake brushed the dagger's handle with his fingertips. No shock. He paused, considering. He looked around again. His coworker, Vanessa, was still on her lunch break. Nobody would know. He slid his fingers around the handle and pulled the knife out of the case. A vibration ran through his hand, then was gone. That oily sensation returned. Jake nearly dropped the knife back on the shelf, but the sensation actually felt satisfying now. Kind of how it felt to finally get a piece of popcorn out of your teeth with a toothpick. He caressed the knife with his eyes. This thing was awesome. It would fit in any pocket. Nobody would screw with him if he had this knife with him. The initially cool handle had already warmed in his hand. He wrapped his fingers tightly around it. The hilt seemed to fit perfectly in Jake's grip. The symbols on the blade drew his attention. They had to be writing of some kind. A sudden need to know what the symbols meant struck him. He held the dagger in front of him, the tip jabbing upward. That demanding, pompous woman would have treated him differently if he'd had this thing. She'd have shown just how empty her life really was, and he could have helped her figure it out. That thought drew him up. How would I do that? He thumbed across one edge of the dagger. It was razor sharp. This thing. I could use this thing to open her. Show her how special she really isn't. This blade would do it. He blinked, lowering the dagger. He'd been holding it with the point only inches from his eyes. Something weird about this knife. He leaned to put it back in the case, but at the last moment, before he set it on the shelf, the arrogant woman's face returned to him. Then Dad's face, screwed up with self-pity, partially obscured by cell bars. No. He could fix things with this knife. People like her were a poison, making the world dank and miserable. He blinked again. The tarnished blade had shone differently for a moment there, glinting on both edges at the same time. The dagger felt heavy and solid with age. How much injustice had it stopped? How much ugliness had it taken from the world? His next blink seemed to last almost forever. His eyelids felt so heavy, he had to force them to open. Betrayal. That's what filled the world. His mom dying when he was 4, even though she'd promised she would be with him forever. His dad a criminal, selfishly knocking off jewelry stores to support his drug habit. That woman, betraying the entire human race by treating people as if they were inferior to her. Betrayal. This dagger could help him stop it. All of it.
Chapter 3. The problem is that they suck. Kelsey tilted her head slightly back, fixing a dry look on Nathan. No, Nathan said. They don't. The Beatles are practically the apotheosis of an entire musical, social, and cultural movement. He glanced at his reflection in the window of the minibus. The sun had come up, but struggled to break through the heavy clouds which still flung rain to the earth. You can't suck and do that kind of thing. You can if the entirety of culture at the time is stupid. She flipped a strand of long brown hair away from her face. And they're not gods. Oh, and good word. maybe someone passing judgment on millions of people who lived decades ago might be the stupid one? Nathan offered a wide, lopsided grin, raising his eyebrows and cocking his head to the side. And apotheosis? Yes, thank you. Kelsey snorted, taking no offense. Nope, it's them. They're stupid. And so are the Beatles. She leaned back, feigning disinterest. And you're welcome. It was a good word. The minibus shuddered to a stop, brakes squealing. Nathan braced himself on the seat in front of him. And that's coming from someone who adores K-pop. Nathan stood and threw his satchel over his head, letting it drop so the strap crossed his chest. Kelsey's dark green eyes narrowed. Don't talk smack about my K-pop now, Nate. That's sacred stuff. Nathan threw his hands in the air, waiting for the rest of the team. You mean their finely toned abs and perfect hair are sacred? He and Kelsey had sat toward the back of the minibus, as usual. She didn't really get along with Glenda and Annie, and seemed to have no interest in Don and Chris, the other male interns on the team. Maybe it's because I'm older. Kelsey had struck him as more mature than the others from day one. Everyone took a few moments to gather their things, securing parkas tightly before venturing into the rain. 2 early-rising vendors, miserable and bedraggled looking, pushed by between the group and the minibus. Nathan watched them go, for a moment almost feeling the strain of pushing their carts through the rain. What a life. Like I said, Kelsey leered at Nathan, toned abs. Sacred stuff. For a self-declared tomboy, you sure seem a little preoccupied with men's torsos. Nathan wiggled his eyebrows. Being a tomboy doesn't mean I'm blind, as all 3 of my older brothers learned when we played paintball, Kelsey said. Dead-Eye Kelsey, they called you. No, they just complained that I always aimed below the belt. They both burst into laughter. Oh, yeah, and I always hit what I aimed for. She fixed him with an appraising look and pointed a finger at Nathan's face. Nathan smiled at her and laughed again. Kids today. He gestured to let her go ahead of him. Kids! Ha! Her voice floated over her shoulder as she led the way into the rain. You're like 2 years older, just because you speak, 90 languages? And have been to every freaking continent. Not Antarctica, Nathan said. Whatever. That doesn't mean you're an adult. You're just more... She stopped, throwing him a teasing look. Seasoned? Like a mummy. Stiff and dry. Shut up. Nathan peered through the rain at his phone, keeping it inside the flap of his parka. Just past 7:30 a.m. When was this rain going to stop? Besides, it's 5 languages, not 90. Yeah, 5 of the hardest languages on the planet. Kelsey ducked through an archway that was barely visible through the downpour. She led the way among dark, blocky shapes, mounds, and gaping holes, rain bucketing down on all sides, seeming to muffle the world. Spanish isn't hard, Nathan said. Farsi, now that's a hard one. What are you doing slumming with a bunch of archaeologists anyway? Kelsey's voice was harder to make out through the pounding of the torrent from the skies. The rain filled every sense, soaking him completely, clogging his ears, filling his nostrils with a musky, deep scent, making it nearly impossible to see anything beyond fuzzy shapes. Kelsey had to shout to be heard, Shouldn't you be like the president or something? Ha! You first! Kelsey's laughter squeezed through the raindrops. After a few more minutes of sodden misery, Nathan saw the shape that was Kelsey swallowed into a darker, much wider shape. He slowed and felt forward with his right foot, finding the step that led to the project site. He eased down the sloppy, muddy steps into the dark entrance and saw the shapes of the team not too far ahead, flashlights jittering across walls of sandstone and the floor that sloped downward. By the time Nathan arrived at the site, he was certain he would find the rest of the team slogging through at least a foot of water. But, maybe by some invisible and ingenious design, any rain that came in through the entrance was channeled away from the tomb where the team was working. The site steward, a local man by the name of Fadil, shuffled past Nathan, no doubt heading home after his long night guarding the team's work. Not for the first time, Nathan wished he would remember to buy a flashlight. Thankfully, the need for illumination ended, as Chris and Glenda turned on the site lamps, mid-sized halogen lamps that cast bluish light throughout the surprisingly spacious chamber. The team proceeded to remove parkas, piling them on top of some canvas cloth and such draped over a box. "See here, Dr. Hinsey." Dr. James's voice cut through the conversations of the interns and the noise of equipment being sorted. Nathan set his parka on top of the sodden pile and gazed around the ancient tomb, picturing for a moment what it might have looked like when it was first built. Probably very similar, given the almost perfectly preserved intricate murals, painted and carved, into the stone walls. "Now, Dr. Hinsey and Dr. Thomas, where were we?" "Somewhere around here." James gestured at the wall nearest him, holding a third lamp. "The rest of you, please listen. We've come to a confident determination as to whose tomb this is." James tilted his head back to peer through the bottom of his glasses. It looked as if he were using his nose to aim his line of sight. "As we saw yesterday, this story is much more than a narrative." James lifted the lamp higher. Intrigued, Nathan stepped closer, happy to let the chest in the northwest corner wait for a moment or two. The other interns also turned from their workstations, pale blue light from the halogen lamps spreading odd shadows on their faces. "Correct," Dr. Hinsey said. The small Japanese woman with the German name turned her hat around, the brim toward the back, and tucked her bob behind her ears. She pulled what looked like a stick from her pocket and stuck it in her mouth. Nathan shuddered inwardly. There was no excuse to chew on sarsaparilla root, not even if you were quitting smoking. Dr. Hinsey stepped closer to the wall and turned, addressing the gathered group. "Some believe that the tomb of Joseph was found years ago near Nablus." She chewed for a moment. "However, nothing definitive came of that discovery." A smile stretched across her face, looking strange when her voice remained totally monotone, "which is why this is very exciting." Do professors have to sound bored all the time? Nathan kept his ears tuned to the conversation and stepped toward his assignment for the day. "All they had was apocryphal writings and some vague inscriptions at Nablus," James pointed out. "No real evidence," George Thomas said. He leaned in closer. Nathan couldn't tell if the big black man was sweating already, or if he was still wet from the rain. Dr. Thomas removed his glasses and rubbed his thumb over the lenses. "This," he seemed to catch his breath, "now this is evidence." Evidence of what? Still listening with one ear, Nathan crouched in front of the box and examined the top, trying to make out the seam so he could open it the way Dr. Hinsey had taught him. Hieroglyphs, some indicating sounds and others indicating meaning, in patterned clusters, adorned the outside of the stone cube. He could sound out some of the words, but he would need to study for at least a year before being able to read this stuff with any real success. Moments like this reminded him that international relations had nothing to do with archaeology. But he had needed the internship. Dr. James spoke again, his big voice carrying easily throughout the enclosed space. "Yes, my friend." He took a noisy breath. "This is evidence. This entire tomb, its near perfect preservation, the minutiae on the sarcophagus, the artifacts, all are connected by a common theme of 7, drought, and harvest." Another noisy breath followed by a pause. "My friends, that is the story of Joseph, son of Jacob." Joseph? The Technicolor coat guy? Nathan spun to face the trio of professors. Like the Broadway show? He thought back on the stories he'd read as a young child with his mother, before she had succumbed to leukemia. He wished he'd listened better then. Seeing the excitement on the face of the professors and hearing the gasps of the others, he felt almost swept up in something big, like a fast carnival ride was about to take off. He listened closely, easily picking out images on the walls that looked like leaves in some kind of livestock. Dr. Hinsey faced the group now. "This is an extraordinary find, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." She approached the unusually small stone sarcophagus, and not many archaeologists can say they have opened a sarcophagus. "We will do that next week." James fussed over to Dr. Hinsey, his hands hovering an inch above the stone box, "remembering, of course, that it is likely empty, since Joseph's bones were taken by the people of Israel when they departed Egypt." "So are we going to find that fancy colored coat?" As he spoke, Nathan realized he had crossed the sandy floor and now stood only a few paces from the 3 professors. Dr. James stared at him. The other two exchanged a confused glance. "You know, the Technicolor one." Nathan noticed that the other interns were staring at him, grins creasing their faces. Kelsey bit her lower lip, clearly trying not to laugh. "My boy, the so-called fancy-colored coat was shredded before Joseph was sold to the Midianites, and thus before he came to Egypt." Now Nathan remembered. Joseph's brothers were going to kill him for some reason, but they couldn't bring themselves to, so they dipped a scrap of the coat in blood, and convinced Israel, their father, that Joseph had been killed. He nodded. "Oh, yeah, of course." He looked down. "So, archaeology and Bible stories aren't my thing." "It's okay almost, Doctor," Glenda said. "That's a good show, anyway." It took Nathan a moment to make the connection. He shook his head, forcing himself not to take it personally. It won't do any good. "Yeah, I've never seen it." "In any case," Dr. James adopted a lecturing tone, one hand hooking on his waistband. He glared at everybody until he had their attention. "Here we have a clear indication that our story, or rather the story of the occupant, begins with slavery. Soon after, there is trust and betrayal, and a vague mention of a cloak." James trailed off. A loud thud, more felt in the feet and seen in the sand that fell from the ceiling, reverberated through the tomb. "I'll kill those careless idiots!" Dr. Thomas shouted, half turning toward the entrance to the tomb. Nathan almost laughed. Dr. Thomas, burly as he was the most careful person he'd ever seen. The man could spend hours brushing individual bits of sand off a vase. Strange to think that he'd been a standout left tackle at Notre Dame 20 years ago. "This is precious history!" Dr. Thomas let Dr. Hinsey's gentle tug on his sleeve pull him back. "Don't those fools know better?" "George," Dr. Hinsey said, "we've told them to be careful, but those are big stones. They're moving next door." She looked around. "We'll be fine." "Yes, thank you, Tomoko, for your condescension." Dr. Thomas's voice dripped with dry offense. He mockingly pulled his arm free of her grip. "But I hope they drop one of those slabs on their toes." "You're a very bad man," Dr. Hinsey said, affection in her voice. She punched him lightly on his arm. "Perhaps we could return to the matter at hand?" Dr. James glared down his nose at the two long-time colleagues, "which, as you will recall, consisted of us making the discovery of the century." "Certainly," Dr. Hinsey said. A faint smile brushed her lips. Nathan liked the woman. She had a sense of humor about herself, and he could tell she found Dr. James to be a bit of a stereotype sometimes. "As I was saying, after the trust and betrayal, we have a mention of imprisonment or slavery again." Dr. James leaned forward. "Now, let's move on to this section that George indicated had something to do with a dream." Nathan let Dr. James's voice fade into a drone as he turned back to the box. Glenda and Annie's soft voices drifted across the tomb from where they worked together, Annie taking careful notes on Glenda's observations. Nathan glanced toward Kelsey, where she knelt in the same general section as Don and Chris, all of them with shoulders hunched as they peered at whatever they held. Nathan let his attention rest on Kelsey for a long moment. Her long brown hair looked black in the poor light of the tomb. It swung back and forth as she worked. "All right, come on." Carefully using a brush to clean the top of the box and brush sand from the sides, Nathan quickly found a wide seam. This box hadn't been sealed at all. The lid was simply a beautifully carved and decorated flat stone that sat on the stone box. The box itself appeared to have been carved from a single stone. What had once been colorful hieroglyphs had now faded into barely legible shapes and patterns. Using a thin trowel, Nathan levered the top slightly up. A dark gap, maybe a centimeter wide, opened. Dr. James's voice caught at him again. "And here is where you have the theme of 7 mentioned once more, with the goddess Hathor nearby. Note that this is essentially in verse form." Nathan, still kneeling, straightened and got a finger in the gap as Dr. James's voice faded. Another series of thuds from the nearby worksite shook the tomb again. With some careful maneuvering, Nathan finally got the fingers of both hands under opposite sides of the heavy stone lid. He gingerly lifted it off the box, accompanied by a scraping sound. Just as carefully, He laid the stone on the ground to the right of the box. 2 more thuds, more felt than heard, came from the adjacent worksite. Nathan carefully lifted the smooth cloth at the top of the box. His eye immediately caught by the 2 bulbous shapes in the shadows of the stone box's recess. Tingles slid down his back. What if these were bottles or gourds that held something valuable, or ancient embalming chemicals? He gently set the cloth down to his left and leaned toward the box. Another thud felt through his knees, shook the ground, this time followed by a scraping sound that sent the hair on the back of Nathan's neck to standing. What on earth? Why did he feel like his calves were falling asleep? He spun, all at once recognizing the other sound he'd been hearing. Water, dripping, faint drops splattering his legs. A few drops of water were falling steadily from the ceiling, maybe a yard from where he knelt on the tomb floor. He scanned the tomb. This was bad. Another thud. The walls and floor shook again, more sand falling from the ceiling. In the pale blue light of the lamps, Nathan easily saw that everyone else in the tomb had stopped talking and working and was looking around, eyes wide. "Is that getting louder?" Annie asked. "I could have sworn I just felt some rain," Chris said. "Unless Don's sweating again." "Shut up," Don said. "Dude, just don't sweat on me anymore. It's nasty." "I said shut up." "Both of you!" Dr. James's volume silenced the 2 men. "Enough!" A moment passed. "What am I hearing?" "I think we're hearing the rain," Dr. Hinsey said. "But why would we be hearing it now?" Nathan stood, sudden fear sending chills sliding down his neck. Another stream of drops began to fall right next to him. "Something's changed," Dr. Thomas said, worry evident in his voice. Sand fell from the ceiling again. No thud. "The slabs!" Nathan said. "I think we should get out of here. Something they did out there is—" He had no idea how to finish the thought. Was the tomb about to collapse? "This is not good," Dr. James said. His gaze darted up as a grinding noise, felt in the bones, sounded from somewhere above. Sand fell steadily now. "Let's prepare to evacuate, just in case this gets worse. Dr. Ramirez, you and the others please secure the artifacts you've catalogued." Glenda nodded to the other 4 interns, and they all got to work wrapping artifacts, while James and the other leaders continued talking. No, this was a mistake. They had to leave now. Nathan grabbed a lamp and stepped toward the center of the tomb. He lifted the lamp to the ceiling at the same moment that another, longer grinding sound shuddered through the tomb. That crack! Nathan peered closer. That crack hadn't been there before. A stream of water poured through the crack, splattering to the stone floor, carrying clumps of muddy sand with it. "Dr. James!" Nathan threw himself through the stream just as it divided in 2, bringing more sand and muck. "The ceiling!" He spun away, stumbling over a crate, his foot coming down on something that shattered. He fell, landing hard on his hands. "Oh my God!" Annie's voice cut off at the same moment the splattering stream of water increased in volume. Shouts and screams followed. "Get out! Forget the tools! Take artifact crates if you can!" Dr. James's voice cut through the chaos like lightning through storm clouds. Nathan scanned the room, shoving himself to his feet, still holding the lamp. Everyone was moving toward the entrance, Dawn helping Annie, who was dripping and spluttering, to her feet. Water splashing and sand hissing mixed with shouts and cries as everyone struggled to get out of the suddenly dangerous tomb. Breath coming quickly, Nathan forced himself to think, to focus. He had to go, run. The torrent of mud and rain was now between him and the door. He had to get out. No. He looked around. Kelsey. Chris. He didn't see them, but saw the shapes of people between him and the mouth of the tomb. He darted toward them to help them get moving faster, but another mud and waterfall opened up in front of him. He threw himself back. Now the torrents from the ceiling included rocks, cascading from the ceiling. Water and mud splattered the front of his pants. The noise sounded like artillery. The parkas. He grabbed the entire pile, plus some of the canvas under the raincoats, and held the bundle above his head, the lamp swinging still in his right hand. Nathan sucked in a breath and held it, then flung himself through the torrent, feeling more shifting and grinding all around him. A rock slammed the top of the pile, nearly driving Nathan to his knees. His vision darkened, and spots appeared. He forced the blackness away. I hope everyone got out. He made a dash for the entrance, feeling himself swaying with every step. I can't get hit by another rock, but I have to get out of here. Mud and rock erupted from the ceiling directly in front of the entrance. No way was he getting through that without something more. Padding or a shield. Or both. He grabbed 2 more parkas off the floor and another small pile of cloth. Centering his armful of padding on the lid of the stone box he'd just been working with, he lifted the entire mound, stone lid on top, above his head. A grating sound joined the already thunderous noise of multiple mud and rock falls. The ground seemed to squirm under Nathan's feet. He sucked in a breath and lunged through the torrent, feeling a rock bounce off the stone lid. Shooting up the stairs, he had time for a brief moment of triumph. It worked! When an enormous explosion threw him off his feet, kicking him in the lower back. Hacking and gasping, he rolled, blinking through the miasma. One of the ceiling blocks right above the tomb's entrance had slammed into the floor just at his heels. Nathan looked up, scrabbling to his feet, arms still clutching the pile of cloth, the stone lid lost somewhere on the steps. Move! Heart pounding, bracing himself for the sudden weight of thousands of pounds, Nathan ran up the stairs and into the rain just as another explosion shook the world right behind him. Mud splattered cold on his back. In a blink, he was winding among the stones and columns from earlier in the day, clearer now in the murky daylight as he ran to catch up with the others. Had everyone made it? As he dashed down the pathways lining multiple dig sites, he heard shouting. He rounded the last turn and found the team, nearly slamming into Chris. The big guy caught him before he could fall. Nathan bent to catch his breath, realized he still held the pile of parkas, and dropped it. It hurt to breathe. If he straightened, he knew he would faint. His vision swam. Holy crap, I'm in shock. He forced himself to concentrate only on breathing. After a moment, his eyes cleared, and he noticed that 2 police cars had already arrived. Hey, are you okay? Chris's square jaw appeared. Dude, we thought you were gone. Nathan! Kelsey's voice. Thank God. A warm hand on his shoulder. Give him some space. Chris's feet moved away. Nathan choked down a breath, letting it out slowly. Did everyone make it? He realized that a large crowd had gathered. Yes, everyone's okay. The spinning in his head slowed, so Nathan carefully straightened. I was so worried. Kelsey's hands cupped each side of his face. He looked into her eyes, seeing the worry there, even through the rain. Nathan pulled her into a hug. It's okay. I'm okay. It's the adrenaline, I think. I'm just glad you're all okay. Lots of okay here, Kelsey murmured into his chest, squeezing him tight. I can't believe that happened. Dr. James's voice broke the moment. It's those idiots next door with their machines and stupidity. Nathan gently pried himself loose. Kelsey looked up at him, blinking in the rain that he could have sworn was suddenly slowing. He bent and grabbed one of the parkas, wrapping it around her. Here, this'll keep you from getting any wetter. He grinned, feeling almost giddy now that the adrenaline was leaving his body. I can't believe that just happened. Thanks, I'd hate to drown. Kelsey smiled back. Mr. Eckhoff! Nathan turned to Dr. James. How do we file a complaint against those people? They've ruined our dig! Rain dripped from the small man's glasses and chin. Nathan felt Kelsey's hand on his shoulders as she put a coat on him. It didn't feel like his parka, but he didn't really care. A moment of absolute blankness fell over him. A sound, or was it a sensation, filled and covered him, setting his bones to humming. His vision darkened for a brief moment, but he blinked fast and refocused. The humming faded quickly. He saw Dr. James staring at him. Oh yeah, I'm the liaison too. I'm not sure about complaints, but I can find out. He looked around. Ahmedi Ibrahim, the official governmental representative assigned to their dig, should have been there already. Where was that guy? Dr. James opened his mouth, but didn't have a chance to say anything before loud voices and sirens exploded around them. A number of people appearing from all sides, shouting questions and concern. Within seconds, the group was surrounded by other archaeologists and locals, all drawn by the enormous noise of the tomb collapsing and the police. Nathan searched the crowd for Kelsey. He caught sight of her dark brown hair, plastered to the blue parka he'd put on her. He stepped toward her, a flash of white catching his eye. He turned. The white-haired man from the car wash shop stood right next to him. The man's eyes bored into Nathan. Something about the man felt totally, completely present. Why didn't the guy's stare let up? You might want to fasten that cloak. The storm is only going to get worse. Cloak? Who are you? Nathan reached for the man, but Dr. James's voice, loud and angry, called his name. Nathan glanced toward the professor, but immediately turned back to the white-haired man. The man was gone.
Chapter 4. Ernesto stepped closer to the stone exterior wall of the butcher shop, watching carefully through the driving rain. He shifted one foot and shrugged a shoulder, causing his black robe to settle somewhat more loosely on his thick frame. Across the street gathered a large crowd, with the flashing blue lights of 2 police cars reflecting off of many faces. He lifted a hand to his head covering, moving the end that draped to one side of his face so that it would obscure him better. It wouldn't do to have anyone remember his face. As he brought his hand down, he slid his thumb and forefinger across first one, then the other sparse eyebrow. The fingers stopped on the left eyebrow, detecting an eyebrow hair that protruded a little too much. The fingers pinched the hair and yanked the hair from its place. All of this was done in the space of a second, an automatic, practiced action, one he didn't notice anymore. The same hand went to the button on the earbud in his left ear. His other hand twisted a knob on the device in one of the pockets in his voluminous robe. He let his eyes move to the balcony of the building across the street, closer to the gathering of people near the huge dig site. For a moment, through the dense curtain of rain, he imagined he could see the pale brown listening device with its miniature parabolic antenna that he had fastened to the underside of that balcony, pointing directly to the tomb and dig team he had been watching. After a few more adjustments that somewhat eliminated the white noise of the falling rain, Ernesto finally made out some voices.
Is everybody okay?
I think so. Ernesto felt certain that the first voice was of George Thomas, the large black specialist in ancient Egyptian culture. The second voice had to be one of the female interns. Ernesto had grown concerned at the thunderous booms, but as he made out the conversation, the accident became clear. The site adjacent to Dr. James's worksite had been using heavy machinery and had caused what sounded like a collapse. Unfortunate, Ernesto thought. Did they find any items? A jumble of voices made it impossible to understand anything. Then another voice. Where's Nathan? That was definitely one of the female interns, likely Kelsey Stevens, asking about the liaison fellow. Then another explosion and a deep vibration underfoot. Loud voices, followed by movement of a person from deeper in the dig area. That had to be the Nathan in question. For a long moment of building frustration, Ernesto had difficulty making out the voices, despite the rain finally seeming to slow. Now he could see the individual figures a little better, and had to fight the urge to draw closer. Dr. James's high-pitched voice slashed through the murmur of voices. It's those idiots next door with their machines and stupidity! Certainly a collapse of some kind. What of the artifacts? Thought Ernesto. The stocky man again fought an almost tangible need to cross the span between him and the dig team he had been observing. He would only have to take one of the interns. The interrogation would be quick, pointed, clean. He slid his hand along the brick wall, using the cool, wet stone as an anchor. No, the priority was to remain undetected. Another exchange that the man couldn't make out. Then James, the leader, and Nathan had a conversation discussing what to do about the team at the adjacent dig site. Then a voice, clear and crisp, came to the man's ear. You might want to fasten that cloak. The storm is only going to get worse. Who is that? Excitement flared in Ernesto. What cloak? Ernesto studied the crowd intently, seeking the man who had just spoken. He saw nobody that matched the voice. The intern who functioned as liaison, Nathan, said, Who are you? Is he talking to that voice? I'd like to know myself, thought Ernesto. Who had the voice been talking to? Nathan Eckhoff? The cloak? That had been at the top of the list of potential items. Was it possible? Had it been found? At that moment, another of the man's deep pockets vibrated. He tapped his earbud, deactivating it,
and pulled the cell phone out, attaching a small box to the bottom of it. While he spoke, he watched the crowd. "Yes?" "Nesto." The voice on the other end of the line flowed smoothly like warm honey. "You haven't called me with an update yet today." "Mr. Hagen," the stocky man said, who had said something about a cloak. The man moved out a little and watched the crowd closely. "Sorry, sir. Something unexpected has happened." "Unexpected?" A fraction of a second of silence. "Nesto, I sent you there to, among other things, make sure nothing unexpected would happen." Another moment of silence. "Tell me." The honey was gone from the voice, replaced by a tone of command that reminded Ernesto of his time in military service. His abbreviated name, coming from Hagen, felt like claws scraping his back. Was one more syllable too much to ask? "They went to the tomb like normal, but it's been raining for hours here." He took a deep breath, filling his barrel chest. "And the other site, right next to the tomb's using heavy machinery to get started on their dig." "Barbarians," Hagen said. "Only fools use the wrong tools for the job." "Continue." "It looks like, between the rain and the heavy machinery shifting stuff around, the tomb collapsed, to a degree at least. I will confirm shortly. I had to get out of there fast before anyone saw me, but I saw one of the slabs shift." Ernesto Vladimirovich paced to the left, farther from the door to the butcher shop. He watched for passers-by. "Did anyone see you?" "No, sir," Ernesto said. "Of course not." "That's something. And did everything in the tomb get destroyed?" Ernesto had no trouble making out the worry and anger in Hagen's voice. "I don't know yet. I'll have to watch." "And what have James and the others said about Joseph lately?" "They had just announced that they were certain it's the tomb of Joseph. Their theory sounds legitimate." Ernesto kept his eyes moving, making sure nobody was getting too near. "And is there any mention of any of the artifacts on your list?" Now Hagen's voice oozed eagerness. Ernesto thought fast. Was it worth mentioning the voice he hadn't recognized? Who had the unidentified man been talking to? "Well, sir, maybe, but I have to get more information. I will report back to you in a few hours." "Maybe? What does that mean? Did they or did they not retrieve artifacts?" "I'm sorry, but I can't be sure. I might have heard something, but like I said, I have to get more information." A long, heavy silence. "Nesto, I want to hear back every hour on the hour." "Yes, sir." "This is of utmost importance. Events are moving quickly, and there can be no doubt about the control of the items in question." The sound of Hagen moving came through the phone. "Yes, sir." Ernesto ended the call and turned his attention back to the crowd, finding it easier now to see them. The rain was definitely slowing. As he activated his earbud and listening device, he saw the liaison, Nathan Eckhoff, break away from the crowd and run to the bus. Now what was going on? Ernesto briefly considered following Eckhoff, but decided that the action was still here. Suddenly, the other archaeologists headed across the street, making right for Ernesto. He settled his body instantly into a relaxed posture and added some purpose to his walk. As Dr. James crossed in front of him, obviously headed to the cafe next to the butcher shop, Ernesto smiled and nodded. Just another Egyptian businessman headed to his shop. Ernesto turned the near corner and stopped, glancing back at the group. One of the interns, Kelsey Stevens, was the last person to disappear to the cafe. What was happening? Walking fast, Ernesto ducked into a nearby clothing store and stepped into a dark corner. With economical movements, he tore the robe off, careful to keep the long knife centered on his back in its sheath. He flipped the robe so the blue inside was now the outside, completely removed his head covering, and pulled a small, brushed steel case out of his pocket. He opened it and selected a narrow goatee, sticking it just under his bottom lip with fast-drying pine gum. He pulled 2 cheek inserts out and slid them into place in his mouth. Finally, he wrapped the white cloth that had been his head covering around his neck, like a scarf. Moments later, Ernesto slouched into the cafe that now held the archaeologists. As he ordered a strong coffee, he checked his watch. 45 minutes until he had to report in.
He scanned the chatting archaeologists' faces, seeing shock and exhaustion outlined in many of those faces. He watched lips, easily making out most of the words spoken. He needed to find out who had mentioned a cloak. Chapter 5. While Nathan was still looking for the strange white-haired man, 2 cars with official insignia on their doors arrived, parting some of the crowd. A small man in a suit leapt out of the front of the first car, opening 2 umbrellas simultaneously, while the drivers of each car got out and opened one of the back passenger doors. 2 more men in suits appeared, the man with the umbrellas protecting each of them from the pouring rain. They turned at Dr. James's shout, and Nathan made sure he was standing next to Dr. James when the men arrived. Nathan glanced around, wondering where Kelsey had gotten off to. He turned his attention to the officials. The taller of the 2 men, both of whom held carefully stony expressions, spoke. "What has happened here?" Dr. James's voice sounded like metal ringing. "Our site has been destroyed is what has happened," Dr. Thomas broke in. "It was those idiots using front loaders in the next site. What were they thinking? Who allowed—" Dr. Hinsey silenced him with a hand on his arm. "George, that won't help." "But what has become of your dig?" the taller man asked after a moment of conferring with the shorter man. "It is destroyed?" Dr. James, his usually neat bow tie askew and what was left of his hair strewn crazily on his head, turned to Nathan, ice in his voice. "I think this man might not speak English as well as he believes. Would you care to tell him what happened?" Dr. Hinsey gasped, and Nathan cringed at the implied insult. Offending these guys was the last thing they wanted to do. He faced the men, meeting their eyes and offering a careful smile. He gave a formal greeting in Egyptian Arabic and introduced himself. "You are the official liaison for this project?" the taller man, who still hadn't introduced himself, asked in English. "I am." Nathan switched to English too. "And who do I have the pleasure of speaking to?" "I am Mr. Samra, assistant to Mr. Chaltoum here, who oversees all permissions for archaeological projects in Cairo." Samra produced a hard leather ID case from his suit coat's inner pocket, flashing a badge of some kind. "Do you have credentials? I apologize, but we cannot discuss this matter until all credentials are verified." "This is preposterous," Dr. James broke in. "We have worked at our site for several weeks now, and I and my colleagues have been dealing with the Egyptian government in these matters for 2 decades. "I am sorry, sir," Samra said, dipping his head in apology. "This is obviously a distressing event, but we cannot discuss any issues of safety or malpractice without credentials. All archaeological team members are instructed to carry their credentials at all times when they arrive in country." "There is nothing to discuss," Dr. Thomas boomed. "Our site has been destroyed, all of our work ruined." "Or, if not ruined," Dr. Hinsey said, "set back several days, if not weeks, as it'll take us quite some time to assess the damage and viability of our dig." "Which was never actually supposed to be a dig," Dr. Thomas said. Nathan stepped forward, trying to interpose himself between the irate professors and the officials. "I have credentials in my flat, but these people can verify my official," he made sure to stress that word, "status as mediator and liaison for this project." "Of course he is," Dr. James said. "Perhaps we can take this inside the minibus or somewhere else dry?" Nathan took a fast breath, not wanting to let the professors make things any worse. "I'm sure we can figure this out." "Mr. Eckhoff, I am sorry. I will need to verify your credentials before we proceed," Samra said. He spoke into Mr. Chaltoum's ear, and the 2 turned and slipped back into their cars. "What on earth?" Dr. Hinsey pushed past Nathan, stopped, and turned to peer at Nathan. "What are they doing?" Staying dry while I go find my credentials." Nathan tightened his coat. The cloth felt odd under his fingertips, but it was keeping the slowing rain from his shoulders. "Unreal." Dr. Thomas moved next to Dr. Hinsey. "Why won't they talk to us? Obviously we belong here." Dr. James grabbed Nathan's shoulder, spinning him, or at least trying to. The man was small. Nathan turned anyway and met the man's eyes. Frustration and fury combined in Nathan in a sudden explosion. He blinked and staggered, Dr. James's grip tightening on his upper arms. "Explain what's going on here," Dr. James said. Nathan forced his swimming vision to steady. "I must still be in shock or something," he thought. He noted that much of the crowd had dispersed, and that the 5 interns all stood hunkered under parkas, watching him and the professors. I assume they're hypersensitive to the old reputation of bribery and corruption running the show around here, and they want to keep things perfectly by the book," he shrugged. "Whatever the case may be, this is my job, and I can't do it unless I get back to my flat." Dr. James puffed out a breath. "Take the minibus. It'll be easier than finding a taxi. We will wait in that cafe." He pointed across the street. Nathan wiped rain from his brow, nodding at Dr. James. He had a brief thought that the man was happy to let things settle and have some time to get control of himself. "Okay, I'll be right back." He patted his pants pocket. Cell phone was still in his front right one. His satchel, he looked around. "Looking for this?" Kelsey approached, holding the beat-up leather bag. "Yes." Nathan clutched it under his coat. "Thanks." "No problem," she grinned at him. "Get back fast, okay?" Curiosity flitted across her face, and she looked up, extending her hands to either side. "I think it's slowing down." Nathan listened. The noise was definitely slackening. "You're right. Maybe it'll stop before we become albino prunes." "Speak for yourself, white boy," Kelsey laughed. "I'll be a quarter Inuit prune, thanks." He smiled and turned toward the minibus. "I'll be right back." "Be safe," Kelsey said. Falah, who had been sitting cozy and dry in the minibus driver's seat the entire time, saw him coming and had the engine running and the door opened by the time Nathan got there. "I need to get back to my flat quickly," Nathan said, speaking fast in Egyptian Arabic. "What's going on?" Falah asked, his thick beard muffling his heavy dialect. He didn't wait, putting the minibus in gear immediately. Nathan explained as briefly as he could, sitting in the nearest seat to Falah. He dropped his satchel strap across his chest. Within minutes, Falah turned off the windshield wipers, the rain having completely stopped. A few minutes later, they were in Cairo proper, Falah enthusiastically honking and shouting at the multitudes now clogging the streets of the city. "Did you try some coins or bills?" Falah asked. Nathan snorted at the suggestion. Mr. Samra, obviously very uptight about rules, would probably have given birth to a camel if anyone on the team had offered a bribe of some kind. Not a good idea with this guy, Falah. He's got a tent pole stretching from his neck to his... Well... Nathan left it unspoken. A moment later, Falah roared his laughter, pounding the steering wheel. Several turns and long minutes of traffic later, Nathan set his hand on Falah's shoulder, imagining Dr. James flipping out over how long it was taking for Nathan to get back. "We're only 2 blocks from my flat. I'll jog the rest of the way, and you can meet me out front." Falah nodded agreement and opened the door. Nathan leapt from the vehicle and dodged between a Fiat and a taxi, landing on the sidewalk and turning a sharp left. He gritted his teeth. People and goods crowded the sidewalk almost as badly as cars congested the road. He gripped his satchel tightly to his side and flung himself through the noisy crowd. At the end of the first block, he glanced left and right. He ventured across the road, but as he reached the halfway point, he felt like something was tugging his left ear, or more like his vision, to the left. On the opposite side of the intersection, on a corner, stood a woman, dressed in flowing dark robes, a burqa covering her entire body except for her eyes. Nathan felt as if he could see the color of her eyes, as if his own eyes had suddenly become binoculars. A powerful sensation, a need to talk to her, warn her, came over him. Honking horns broke him out of the bizarre trance. He spun back and crossed the street, watching the woman hurry across the other side of the street, her robes not entirely hiding a strange, jerky gait. Nathan turned back toward his flat and, finding the crowd to be somewhat smaller, broke into a jog. Wait. The sensation that he needed to talk to that woman didn't fade. There was something about her that had hooked his attention. He turned again, searching the crowd to find her dark blue robes. There. Before he knew it, he had taken a step in her direction, away from his flat. "What the heck am I doing?" Nathan shook his head, feeling for a moment as if he'd been a remote-control car or person. "I don't have time for this." He turned again toward his flat. "Besides, what on earth would I say to her?" He realized he'd been talking to himself out loud and looked down, hiding his face. Would the people on the sidewalk wonder what was wrong with the American? As he got back on track, he felt a headache begin to build behind his eyes. Spots appeared almost immediately in his vision. He leaned on a rough, yellow building wall and took a long, deep breath. "Gotta hurry." Maybe 5 strides later, Nathan stopped again. The need to talk to the woman wouldn't go away. He felt a tendril of fear, almost panic, wind its way into his gut. It reminded him of the feeling he'd had while talking to his dad the day before Mrs. Winslow had found him. He'd made a promise. He would never ignore that feeling again. Not for any reason. But this is beyond idiotic, he thought. He sprinted back the way the woman had been walking, casting his focus far ahead, hoping to catch sight of the blue robes and burqa. Dr. James is going to flip out. The crowds had thinned a little more, and Nathan broke into a jog. Loud honking jolted him out of his intense focus. He glanced at the street, seeing the minibus and a questioning look on Falah's face. Nathan extended his hand and index finger. "Just a minute, I'll be right back." Falah had no hope of understanding him, but Nathan wagged his finger a couple of times and turned back to the sidewalk, only just dodging a large man on a cell phone striding angrily right at him, completely oblivious to the path ahead. He caught the man's thunderous gaze and was suddenly infused with fury. Nathan stumbled, the headache growing stronger and the spots appearing again in his vision. Must be in shock still. He forced himself to shake off the sensation and turned back toward his flat. "No, the blue burqa. This is beyond nuts," he thought. Nathan broke into a run. The earlier tendril of panic having wrapped his stomach into a knot, his heart beating far too quickly. What am I going to say to her? Does she even speak Egyptian Arabic or Farsi? What if she... As he crossed an intersection, he caught movement out of the corner of his right eye. He stopped and focused down the road to his right. Blue robes and a burqa, maybe 50 yards away, crossing the same street. That had to be her. He broke into a run, pushing off a microbus that jerked forward in the traffic. Honking and shouting, the aromas of exhaust and people and kawa mixing into an almost pasty flavor on his tongue, all made him feel as if he were watching himself, immersed in an experience outside of himself. He ran on, confused by what he was doing as well as by the clear sense of purpose he couldn't deny. Nathan closed quickly on the woman, but couldn't catch her before she turned a corner perhaps 20 yards away. He stretched into a full-speed run, struggling to catch his breath, his still damp clothes sticking to his body in the rapidly warming day. The golden glow of the sun as it burnt away the storm clouds made the roads and pale buildings shine with an almost incendiary light. He leaned into the turn onto the next street, which was significantly smaller and lined with homes. The woman, still with the somewhat jerky gait, disappeared into a bottom-floor apartment in a 4-story building. Nathan skidded to a stop 10 yards from the doorway. He couldn't just go pound on the door and confront the woman, saying he was scared about something related to her. The absurdity of what he was doing struck him again. He flung his head back, letting out an exasperated laugh. He needed to get back. But it wouldn't hurt to just walk by the place. Maybe see if there was a window, make sure everything was okay. Composing himself and forcing his breath to come slower, Nathan pulled his coat closer around him and adopted a casual posture. He laughed internally at himself, imagining how awkward he must look. He walked toward the apartment, stepping slowly, pretending to be lost in thought, his attention somewhat unfocused. As he crossed in front of the apartment, movement on the other side of the window in the front facade caught his eye. He stopped, forcing the worry about how much trouble he might be just about to get into away, and peered through the window as best he could. One of the curtains was only partially drawn, and as Nathan stepped closer, he saw a shape in flowing robes appear from a room deeper in the apartment. But now something at about waist level on the shape, which had to be the woman, glimmered briefly. Tingles of instant understanding chilled down Nathan's neck and back. He couldn't grasp in the moment how he knew, but he felt certain. That was a knife. The woman in the burqa now held a knife and was approaching another shape that lay on a soft-looking chair in a corner of what had to be a parlor or sitting room of some kind. Nathan thought fast. How bad would it get for him if he burst into the apartment? Would she stop if he just pounded on the door? What had happened in this home that had brought the woman to this? Doubt niggled at him for a moment. Was he leaping to conclusions? No. Certainty of what the woman was doing, and suddenly of what had led her to it, felt crisp and clear, like a summer day after a late afternoon rain. Vague images combined with specific emotions in his head, as if he were remembering experiences that had happened to him, but he was seeing them through another's eyes. What on earth was going on? He pushed the question away. The woman hadn't stopped moving and now stood over the other dark shape, which, Nathan looked closer, was a sleeping man. Nathan burst into motion, leaping toward the apartment's front door and pounding on it. "Madam! Please, don't! Please open the door!" Nathan slammed his fist on the door again. The door bumped open slightly. "Don't do it! Please let me come in and we'll talk." He prayed that she understood Egyptian Arabic, which he was far better in than Farsi, but all the same, he repeated himself in Farsi. "Who's there?" A woman's voice, tinged with fear. Arabic. Great. "I want to help," Nathan said. He heard swishing motions, light footsteps. Following a sudden hunch, he slid a booted foot between the ajar door and the door jamb just in time, as the door was shoved hard. "You have no business here, whoever you are." The woman's voice again. "I know, I'm sorry." Nathan searched for something to say. I felt like you needed help. I want to help." "Go away." A pause. "I will call the authorities." Oh, jeez. The authorities. Wait a minute. He thought fast. Good, please do, but don't use that knife. There's a better way, no matter what he's done to you." Silence stretched. Nathan imagined he could hear a phone being lifted, buttons pressed. The door opened. Almond shape and colored eyes stared at him. A knife in her right hand. "Who sent you?" Nathan shrugged, panic mixing with relief. What next? "I don't know." Chapter 6. Her head cocked to the side just a little, her eyes widening. What little Nathan could make out of her body language made him think she was surprised. Had his answer done that? "Why are you here?" Her burqa fluttered gently with each word she spoke. The only illumination was from the windows and now open door. No lamps burned in the apartment, as far as Nathan could see, and the shadows behind her made him nervous. Nathan stopped, still totally confused at his actions of the last few minutes. Why had he felt so compelled to follow her? How had he known to look in the window? How had he guessed what she was doing and why she was doing it? "I don't know, but when I saw you..." He squeezed his eyes closed for a moment. This was nuts. "But I'm here. What else am I going to say?" he thought. "I had a feeling something was wrong, and had to follow you and see if I could help. I want to help." "Help?" Her eyes seemed perpetually widened in shock. "You wish to help me?" Nathan forced a smile, nodding. She stepped forward, her gaze finally breaking away from his and looking him over. She seemed to notice something about his coat, but in that moment, a loud voice broke through the apartment. "Masika, who is there?" The woman jerked, turning to the living room. "It is a salesman's husband. I am sending him away." "What does she sell?" The man's thick Arabic rumbled through the apartment. Her name must be Masika, Nathan thought. He put his hands up, waving them, trying to indicate that he would leave. Masika met his gaze again, then seemed to realize she still gripped the knife. She glanced around, eyes darting wildly. "Rugs! Ugly ones!" Her voice trembled. Nathan winced at the obvious lie. Knowing he would regret it, Nathan extended his hand, nodding and waving the knife forward. Masika understood,
quickly handing him the handle of the long kitchen knife. "Rugs?" The voice grew louder. Masika's breath came quickly, her burqa trembling. "We need a new—" The man appeared. He stood shorter than Masika, but his shoulders were broad, and his hands, one on the edge of the door, looked strong enough to squeeze the door into 2 pieces. "What is this?" The man glared at Masika, then stepped forward, shouldering her out of the way. "A Westerner? You have no business here."
"He was leaving, Jabari. He said he had rugs, but I told him no."
Masika put her hands on Jabari's shoulders.
"I am sorry for waking you."
A moment before it happened, Nathan saw it, felt the situation get worse. Jabari glanced down, and Nathan realized he still held the knife.
"Should have put it in the satchel right away."
"A knife? What is this? What is going on here?"
Jabari shoved Masika's hands off his shoulders, gripping her forearms and yanking her close so he could stare at her eyes.
"Why do I awake to find you chatting with a Westerner, a man who is holding a knife?"
Masika cried out in pain as Jabari squeezed her arms harder. Nathan dropped the knife and raised his hands. "Sir, I mean no disrespect. I only came to help."
"Help? Help what? My stupid wife here needs no help, and neither do I."
"Jabari, you're hurting me."
"Keep quiet."
Jabari let go of one of her arms and yanked her hard, swinging her deeper into the apartment.
"Tell me the truth, boy. What are your intentions here?"
Nathan studied Jabari's face, praying he could find a clue to what might diffuse his fury. Thick brows, a solid square nose, and a mouth that was only visible through the man's thick dark beard when he spoke. He's a bully. The knowledge came whole and certain. But he's in charge here. This is his home and wife. Nathan looked down and tried to project apology in his bearing. "I'm sorry, sir. You're right. This is none of my business, but that is a knife from your kitchen, and I have not been in your house." He met the man's angry stare. "It is not my knife, and I have never met your wife before a moment ago." Jabari glanced down at the knife, bent to pick it up, and rolled it in his hand. Suspicion still heavy in his face, he glared at Nathan.
"What are you saying? That my wife gave you this knife, or that she—" He stopped and spun. "Masika! Is this true?"
Nathan clenched his teeth. Nothing good was going to come of this. He'd been a complete imbecile, clumsy and stupid. International relations major, eh? Boy, that was the wrong major for him.
"I don't know what you're asking,"
Masika said, her now deep in shadow shape seeming to shrink.
"This boy wants me to believe that you had this knife before he did. He is implying you had some kind of intention with it. Is this true?"
Jabari stepped closer to his wife, tightening his grip on the handle of the knife.
"Of course not."
"But he makes a good point about it being from our kitchen."
Jabari glanced down at the blade. "This is even the first time I've touched it. It is your knife." Nathan stepped into the house, heart pounding, sweat dripping down his back from the back of his neck. No, he'd made it worse. No.
"Jabari, you are my husband." Masika went to her knees. "Why would I do such a thing?"
"Because you have always questioned your place."
Jabari took a large step forward, the knife going up. Nathan leapt at the man, reaching for his wrist and bowling him over. Jabari was shorter, but the strength Nathan felt in the man's muscles far outstripped his own. The man simply planted his hands, the knife falling free, and pushed off the floor, kicking Nathan back. Nathan stumbled, flinging his hands out to stop himself from falling. He fell against a table, a lamp crashing to the floor. He turned and straightened, his hands extended to ward off Jabari. Jabari stood as well, glaring at Nathan.
"Who do you think you are to come into my home and attack me?"
I just don't want anyone to get hurt,"
Nathan said. Jabari snorted. Nathan glanced around the room, spotting Masika, who at that moment was approaching Jabari from the shadows behind him. She held the knife in her upraised hand.
"Masika, no!"
Nathan jumped toward her and right at Jabari. Too slow. The knife plunged down at the same moment that Jabari spun and dodged, his hand darting up to grab Masika's wrist. The knife point dug into the flesh of Jabari's chest, but not far. Jabari shouted and growled, wrenching her arm out and his other hand slapping her. She cried out, the knife dropping to the floor. Nathan saw this all happen in the time it took him to cross the room. "Stop! You have to stop!"
Masika shouted, this time louder. Get your hands off me! She tore herself free of Jabari's grip. She staggered backward, breathing loudly. You do not touch me again!
I am your husband. You do not talk to me this way.
Jabari stalked forward, a tiny rivulet of blood running down his chest, both hands clenched. Please, just calm down, Nathan said, looking quickly at Masika. He felt something about her had changed. Something deep, almost fundamental. He didn't know if he should put himself between her and Jabari, call the authorities, or just leave. No, he couldn't just leave. Nobody has to...
Be silent!
Jabari didn't even spare Nathan the tiniest of glances.
This has nothing to do with you.
No, you be silent! Masika's voice rang like a bell, cutting through Nathan's ears. Enough! You cannot treat me or anyone else like this anymore. Jabari halted, shock obvious in every muscle of his body. His mouth opened, a dark cavern surrounded by the heavy growth of his beard. He said nothing. His wound continued to ooze. Do you even think to wonder why I would come to this? Why I would take a knife to my husband? Masika gestured at Nathan. I don't know what business he has here, but it seems that God wants you alive. If he hadn't come, you would now be dead. A moment stretched into seconds. Nathan forced himself to be silent, imagined himself dissipating into the air. Jabari stepped closer to Masika, his hands relaxing, the lines of his face softening. She moved away from him, but kept her eyes on his. Jabari moved so suddenly that Nathan jerked in surprise. The man swept forward, catching Masika in a tight embrace and hauling her toward the kitchen.
I see that I have mistreated you, leading you to this sin. You, I will forgive.
Jabari glared fire at Nathan.
This man will go to prison for trespassing in our home.
Jabari secured Masika with one strong arm around her collarbone and reached for a phone. Nathan felt as if he were coming out of a trance. He shook himself, realizing what was about to happen. Please, I just wanted to help.
And you have. I would be dead at the hands of my disrespectful and ungrateful wife. You are both sinners, and God has used both of you to save me. And now you will pay for your sins.
Jabari dialed, the soft beeping tones loud in the apartment. His arm tightened around Masika's neck. No, Masika said, yanking on her husband's arm. Her voice sounded strained. He did a good thing.
He broke the law and will be punished.
Jabari tightened his grip on Masika. I have sinned too, my wife, as have you. I will have my justice with you and will seek forgiveness later this day. But this one, he gestured at Nathan, this one must pay for the law he has broken. Jabari's forearm muscles rippled as he flexed. Masika's eyes went wide and she made dry, tight noises. Please, let her go! Nathan lunged forward, reaching for Jabari's arm. The man kicked out, connecting above Nathan's left knee. Nathan's thigh erupted in pain and he fell back, catching himself on a small sofa. Speaking in Arabic, Jabari shouted into the phone.
I have a Western intruder in my home. He has assaulted both my wife and me.
Panic cut through the pain in Nathan's leg as Jabari gave his address to the person on the line. I have to get out of here, he thought, but he couldn't leave now. Terror filled Masika's eyes and her hands frantically scratched at Jabari's arm. She kicked at him. Jabari was killing her. Hearing Jabari describing him, Nathan leapt past Jabari and Masika and stood, gripping the kitchen knife. Let her go! Jabari shouted into the phone and dropped it. Glaring at Nathan, Jabari snarled.
You will pay for this invasion.
He squeezed his wife's neck harder. Nathan slashed the knife forward, drawing a line of blood across the arm that Jabari held around Masika's neck. The man cried out and Masika fell away. Jabari swung a fist, connecting with Nathan's ribs. The knife fell, bumping against his leg as Nathan spun back, away from Jabari. Masika wasted no time, crawling and then running toward the door of the apartment. Nathan passed her and burst into the now bright day.
You will rot in prison for the rest of your days!
Jabari's voice followed Nathan out into the street. Masika's voice answered, much closer to Nathan. Her tone slammed Nathan to a halt. Her voice wasn't loud, but carried so much furious heat in each word that it seemed like she would burst into flame. That is enough! A beat. Your abuse is not your only sin, husband. He stood for a moment, listening. From Jabari's reaction, Masika knew something he hadn't expected. That's enough. Nathan didn't wait to hear any more. Astonished at how badly he had screwed up, he held his satchel tight against his body and fled. He had to blink and let the sudden tears that had sprung up in his eyes at the painful brightness of the day clear before he could see. He pounded down the road, mind blank, confusion at the last 30 minutes clouding everything. No, that was more than confusion. Either clouds had suddenly obscured the sun completely, or he was about to faint. Nathan leaned on the rough stone of a nearby building, trying to catch his breath and blinking fast to clear his vision. It didn't work. It was as if a thin blindfold had been wrapped around his eyes, making everything fuzzy and difficult to see. And then it was gone, and he was making ridiculous faces at the stone facade of a clothing store. Nathan straightened and looked around. All was as it should be. Small cars, motorcycles, and people streamed by on the dark road. What was that? Nathan continued walking. He came to the corner and turned toward his flat. And what do I do now? The police would have his description within the next hour or two. There were plenty of Westerners in Cairo, but they would eventually find him, and they would love to put him in jail. Masika had almost been killed, and Jabari had knife wounds. They would want to make an example of him. He'd heard stories about Egyptian jails. The justice system itself here was completely different. I could rot for years. That would ruin everything for Dr. James and his dig. It could even cause a serious international incident. But nobody was really hurt. And as he thought about it, Nathan realized that even though he'd screwed up badly, he'd actually stopped a murder. Masika seemed like she'd changed too. Her voice had sounded in control. Nathan ran through events, wondering what on earth he'd been thinking. Where had that compulsion come from? It didn't matter now. Okay, yeah, I broke a law or two, but nobody's badly hurt. Being arrested would be catastrophic, though. For more people than just him. Besides, he had no desire to find out what Egyptian jails and prisons were like. I have to get out of here. Out of Egypt. He broke into a run again. He dodged vendors and other people like a running back breaking through a field of defenders. I have to get home. Chapter 7. Nathan came to his street and had to throw himself backward in order to stop fast enough. Falah sat in the minibus, parked directly in front of Nathan's building. Not good. He gasped, trying to gain control of his desperately beating heart, and looked around. He weighed his options as the warming sun baked his shoulders and head. Falah could take him to the airport, but that might end badly for the driver. Nathan couldn't do that to him. I have to get in there and out without Falah noticing. There was a back door. Nathan hunched, hiding his face. He hurried down the sidewalk and crossed the street behind the minibus at a jog. Getting to the other sidewalk, he kicked himself mentally. If Falah was watching the mirror, he would easily have noticed some idiot hiding his face and moving faster than all these other people. Nathan jogged around the block, coming to the alley that ran behind the Western-style apartment building. He straightened and ran, digging in his pants pockets for keys. By the time he had crossed the small parking lot behind the building and come to the back door, he had his key out. Minutes later, he stood in his apartment, nearly paralyzed with indecision. Should he take everything? Just the vital things? What on earth had he just done? How had he known about what Masika was going to do? Passport. He had to have his passport. And money. Forcing himself to move and stop running over what had just happened, he grabbed his travel belt from the top of a set of low shelves. He tucked the bottom of his shirt under his chin and fastened the Velcro strap around his waist. He let his shirt fall. This act seemed to activate his brain again. How did I get into this? I might become a wanted fugitive in Egypt because I acted on some strange impression. Maybe he should stick around. Go talk to the police? He could explain, say how Masika had been intending to stab, maybe even murder Jabari, and how he had stopped it. The questions about how Nathan had even gotten involved would be totally unanswerable. I had a feeling. Yeah, that would go over well.
and the blowback could do terrible things for Dr. James's project. Better to just get away. Maybe Jabari wouldn't make a report. Nathan felt certain Masika had asserted herself in that final moment. Would that help? He grabbed his carry-on bag. Better to not check anything. He might be able to get through the airport faster that way. He rolled his best clothes around books and other important items, packing them tightly into the bag. At the same time, he dialed Royal Jordan Air. He surprised himself by how much he was able to shove into the black canvas carry-on suitcase. By the time he felt like he'd gotten everything, he had arranged to be on the next flight from Cairo to Switzerland, and from there to LaGuardia in New York. Ending the call, Nathan shoved the phone back into his pocket and removed his coat and gave it a shake, folding it while scanning the room. What else did he need? He focused on the small desk while he laid the coat on the top of the pile in the carry-on and shut the suitcase, kneeling on it to get it zipped. A laptop! The small case zipped, his laptop in its soft case and in his satchel. Nathan gave the room one more look. Clothes, laptop, passport, money, wallet, phone. Charger! He got on his knees and reached under the small desk and chair, tugging his phone charger out of the wall and shoving it into his satchel. That had to be enough. His flight left in 2 hours, but he wanted to be out of the immediate area and in the airport as soon as possible. Running back to the street, Nathan cast his mind back to the encounter in Jabari and Masika's home. Had he ever told them his name? Would Jabari have any way of identifying him beyond the description? Oh, would the Cairo police take it seriously and predict what Nathan would do next? Were his fingerprints on the knife? His thoughts turned to Masika. Something in the way her voice had sounded. She had changed her situation. He knew it. Time to go. Back on the street in the sunlight, Nathan couldn't imagine any way that he could stay in the country. He had cut Jabari's arm, assaulted him with a knife. That was big trouble if the police caught him. How would I explain all of this to anyone? And if the authorities... Nope, this was the only way. Kelsey. Dr. James, they would be wondering what had happened to him, where he'd gone. Falam might even already be wondering what was taking so long, and where Nathan had been going after being dropped off. Whatever happened, he had to move fast now. Nathan turned out of the alley, walking quickly, the hot sun warming him. He glanced around, trying to give an impression of casualness while rolling his carry-on behind him. He flagged down a taxi and indicated that he didn't need help with his bags. Cairo International Airport, please. He shoved his carry-on onto the seat next to him and slid in. In a hurry? The driver asked, clearly readying to charge more for a fast trip. Nathan thought quickly. Best to not do anything to draw attention. Not really. He met the cabbie's gaze in the rearview mirror. As the car pulled away from the curb, Nathan felt pushed deeper into the seat by sudden feelings of desperation, worry, and need. Money. Money would fix everything. Nathan squeezed his eyes closed, panic clenching his stomach tight. What was all this? He focused on his breathing and tried to force the strange feelings away. Where had that come from? It took him several moments of rapid blinking to clear his vision. The headache behind his eyes felt like a knuckle pushing each eyeball out of his head. I'd kill for an ibuprofen. Letting his head drop back to the headrest, Nathan inhaled deeply. He scratched his fingernails across the rough canvas surface of his carry-on. The physical sensation helped him clear his head. This was not normal. What had he been thinking, invading Masika and Jabari's lives like that? What would Dad have said? If not for the knife, actually, he would probably have laughed and added it to the many stories the two of them had gathered during their world travels as Nathan had been growing up. An only child of a widower who had plenty of money from the medical tools he invented and sold, Nathan had lots of stories already. This might not actually have been the craziest of them. Blinking heavily, Nathan swam out of a deep, strange sleep. Still in the taxi, he saw the doors of the terminal through the car's windows. I fell asleep? Confusion made his brain feel stirred, his thoughts soupy and slow. He paid the driver and joined the throng of people on the sidewalk outside the airport.
Long minutes later, Nathan had his boarding pass printed at an electronic kiosk and approached the line at security. He dropped his small suitcase on the long conveyor belt, followed by his satchel, and joined the line that arced away from a single metal detector and 2 airport employees checking IDs and tickets. Each breath as he waited in that line felt constricted, as if fear and approaching panic were a giant pair of hands squeezing him. Nathan tried to relax and normalize his breathing. He let his gaze wander around the airport terminal. This is ridiculous. I'm actually on the run from authorities. Kelsey, he had to talk to her, try to explain why he left. But I can't tell her the truth. A lance of despair cut through him, just when their friendship had seemed ready to turn the corner, too. He had to get used to being alone. Although maybe he could return to Egypt before the project was done. It should only be a matter of a week or 2 before any search for him would have faded. Kelsey would still be here, and maybe Dr. James would be forgiving and allow him back on the dig. It might be nice to find out if the collapsed tomb really had been that of Joseph. Joseph, the biblical son of Jacob, savior of the people of Israel? That's incredible. By the time he came to the attendant, Nathan had to concentrate to be able to draw each breath. Throat painfully tight, he was sure sweat beaded his forehead. They were going to catch him, haul him off to prison. Nobody would hear from him again. The smile he forced across his lips felt like a deathly grimace. He handed his passport and boarding pass to the attendant. He met the woman's eyes. Strength, vibrant life, peace and good humor, healing. Nathan blinked and swallowed, dropping his gaze to the ground, then back to her face. Goodness mixed with old sadness. Thank you for visiting Cairo, Mr. Eckhoff. Please come back soon. The attendant was a strikingly beautiful woman, her eyes deep green like Kelsey's, but with a shocking vibrancy to them. She almost glowed with life or joy. He stuttered, thanks. He took his documents, feeling a little dizzy. He forced himself to move forward and not stare. As he passed through the metal detector, he glanced back, certain the next man would have the same reaction to the woman. Not a thing. The guy, who wore a glossy black tracksuit with red stripes, just kept on going. No reaction whatsoever. Nathan dug through the growing pile of bags that fell off this side of the conveyor belt. He finally found his carry-on and satchel pinned under a huge, bursting brown garment bag. Someone's carrying that onto the airplane? For a moment his strength failed him, and his vision swam. Darkness closed over him. He braced himself on the side of the conveyor, sucking in a breath. Sir, are you all right? Nathan glanced up. A concerned-looking airport staffer stared at him, a hand extended. Nathan met the man's dark eyes. Concern, but not far behind came doubt mixed with purpose, an image of a classroom and feeling of a comforting, warm presence next to him. Nathan forced himself to stand. He couldn't cause a scene here, not when he was so close. His vision darkened again, but he willed the strange sensation back. Fine, I'm fine. Do you need a doctor? Nathan closed his eyes. The swimming vision and dizzy sensation slowly ebbed. Another breath. No, I'm fine. He opened his eyes, glancing at the solicitous man's hand. He forced a smile in the direction of the staffer. Yeah, no problem, thank you. He strode toward his gate, tossing one last glance back at the staffer and the attendant. The staffer was watching him, and the female attendant no longer seemed to glow. From this distance, she seemed normal. He found his gate and sat in the middle of a row of 3 empty seats. Tension oozed slowly from his body as the cool seat under him warmed. Barring cops bursting into the gate area, he'd made it. As tension bled out, the last vestiges of his earlier wooziness slowly dissipated. Had he caught the flu or some kind of bug? He hadn't felt this bone-tired for as long as he could remember. This is insane. His thoughts darted aimlessly, like thousands of tiny minnows in the pond of his brain. What did I get myself into? Then another thought came again. Kelsey.
He fished his phone out of his pocket. He had to tell her and Dr. James what was happening. Or, well, some version of it. "Nathan, what's taking so long? We thought that with the rain gone—" Kelsey's voice came loudly through his phone. Nathan tapped the volume control, wondering if anyone had heard her. "Kels, hey, sorry, yeah." He took a quiet breath. "Here goes. This is going to sound really strange, but I'm actually at the airport." "What? Why are you at the—" "I don't get it. What's going on?" This sucked. Hardcore. I know, right? Look, I have to go. Something's come up. I got a phone call and I have to get back home right away. I'm on the next plane out of Cairo. What if she asked? "Something's come up? What's that supposed to mean? You can't leave us." He stood and wandered a few paces away, keeping an eye on his bags. He wished he were a better liar. He thought he heard what she wasn't saying, how she felt, in her voice. "I'm so sorry." He forced himself to think. It had to be convincing. A thought cut through the fuzz in his brain. "Look, I know this is nuts, and no kidding there, but I got a call from my neighbor, Mrs. Winslow's daughter." He paused. "You remember me mentioning her." "Oh, no. Mrs. Winslow. Is she okay?" "I think so, but you know she's like a member of the family." He waited a moment, knowing how awful what he was about to do was. So wrong. I'm such a jerk. I have to go. I have to be there. Holy cow. I seriously just did that. The silence on the other end of the line told Nathan he'd succeeded. "Oh, Nathan, no, I understand." Her understanding felt like a jagged knife shredding the inside of his chest. "Do you want me to talk to Dr. James?" Hope flared in him, but he didn't let it last. He paced around a column. No way. This was his lie to tell. He would at least own the awful thing. "No, thanks a lot, but no. I'll need to talk to him about getting another liaison and what to do about those guys from the government." "Another liaison? Aren't you coming back?" Kelsey's voice cracked a little. Nathan's throat tightened. Weeks of conversation and laughter. Group dinners with the others. Hours of time spent together, but not one of them spent alone. Just being together. Why hadn't he asked her to dinner? Just the two of them, even once. "I hope so. I don't know how long this will take, but Now it hurt to talk. "I'm sorry. I want to come back. I want to—" How much of a jerk could he be in one day? How wrong would it be to lead her on when he might not actually be able to get back into the country? "What? You want to what?" The hope in her voice jabbed at his heart. "I want to come back. I want to see you." Why did telling the truth hurt more than the lie? "I want to see you too." "I promise I'll call you when I know more." Nathan paced to the next nearest column. "Okay. Are you sure you don't want me to talk to Dr. James?" Nathan shook his head, fighting the urge to give in. "No, yeah, I need to talk to him about this." "Okay, I understand." How to end the call? He felt jittery, totally incapable of maintaining the conversation. "Nathan," Kelsey said, "please call me when you get stateside. Please." The air went out of him, his jitters following. "I will. I promise." He swallowed past the lump in his throat. "Hey, I'd better go. I need to talk to James before getting on the plane." "All right. Be safe, okay?" "I will. Bye." "Bye." Nathan mentally kicked himself. What an idiot. He tried to put his self-disgust out of his mind as he dialed Dr. James. "Mr. Eckhoff, I was wondering if you'd perished in Cairo's traffic," Dr. James said. A few minutes later, Dr. James, quietly furious, but understanding, Nathan hung up and flopped into his seat. The voice over the intercom announcing his flight brought him out of a bizarre trance. Nathan realized he'd been staring at the door to the men's room. He grabbed his things and hurried across the gate area. Do fugitives go to the bathroom? He asked himself. He set his bags down in the small alcove reserved for them and found a urinal. This one does. Chapter 8. Nathan boarded right after the people flying in business class. He herded his bags down the aisle until he got to his row. He glanced at his boarding pass. 22A. Window seat.
With his bag stowed, Nathan slid into his seat and alternated watching through the window and keeping an eye on the people boarding the plane. Nowhere to go if the police show up, he thought. How long would he be in jail? If you spent enough time in Egypt, you heard plenty of rumors about terrifying prison experiences. He forced the memory of those stories away. A man in a dark blue outfit appeared at the front of the plane. Alarm sent tingles down Nathan's spine. He watched the man as he got closer. Nathan's heart began beating again as he realized the guy was just wearing a suit, not a policeman. As the man in blue lifted his carry-on into the overhead compartment, his gaze met Nathan's for just a moment. Nathan flinched. Deep, despairing sadness struck him as if he'd been body-slammed. He felt like he'd been shoved back into his seat. He caught his breath and clenched his eyes tightly closed, paralyzed as a flood of images poured through him. Satisfied exhaustion, a crowded bus, warmth and comfort like holding someone's hand, and a feeling of completion. Then absolute terror and panic, a feeling of floating and waiting. Then metal noise and human noise. A bus crash? Broken, grief-filled emptiness. A chasm so deep and hollow that it could never be filled or crossed. Nathan felt the tightness in his chest ease. He realized he was gripping the armrests of his seat so hard that his fingers felt like they would snap or would go right through the hard material. He blinked as the images faded, the awful infinite sadness lingering for long moments. He lost someone. He lost someone. His vision darkened again, this time thicker than on the street outside his apartment. Nathan closed his eyes, a bubble of panic catching in his throat. There is something seriously wrong with me. Maybe that rock that hit me in the tomb caused internal bleeding. But the dimness lifted after less than a minute, and Nathan made out the pale color of the terminal through his window. As he watched the plane's wing begin to move above the tarmac, his heart seemed to start beating again. What the hell is going on? How do I know that about the bus crash? Another dizzy spell hit, not as bad this time, but his vision darkened for longer, making him feel like he'd been blindfolded. He felt at his head, no soreness. The knot of fear that had been jabbing him grew. Could he be going crazy? Hallucinating? Having a psychic break of some kind? He would see a doctor after getting home, if it continued. But maybe it was just stress catching up to him. He felt stretched to the point of snapping. He tried to relax and couldn't. From the corner of his eye, he watched out the window. The gray runway melted into a blur as the plane picked up speed. Finally, his neck already sore, he scanned the rows in front of him. All he could see were passengers' heads. And what were all those impressions, those feelings as if he were experiencing someone else's life? Nathan's thoughts fuzzed in and out, fear making him jittery. What is happening to me? Sitting there, staring at the bland gray of the seat in front of him, Nathan tried to empty his mind, or at least set it into some kind of order. He realized he had a seatmate and tried to get a look at whoever it was. He noticed by the angle of her face that she was looking at him. "Are you okay?" Either she was American or her English was pitch perfect. She was a middle-aged woman, large-boned, wearing light colors, not a tourist. Was she a business person of some kind? The arm nearest him wore a flesh-colored, skin-tight sleeve. Was that for some kind of skin condition? Nathan studied his hands. Gotta be the stress. At least the wooziness and dizziness were going away. He swallowed. No, he was fine. His heart had already calmed down and the sensations were gone, fading quickly, like a dream. Yeah, fine. Are you sure? The concern in her voice drew his gaze up. Her eyes were a faded blue. He flinched as another torrent of images hit him, less powerfully than the last time. Surrounded by love, a deep, abiding sense of contentment and accomplishment, certainty and clarity, hugs, a home watched over by sentinels, ancient guardians. Nathan struggled to make sense of the images. Where was all of this coming from? "Young man," her voice had dropped in tone but felt closer, "do you need some help?" Nathan shook his head. He forced himself to look her in the eyes again. All he saw was genuine concern and worry. The images already seemed like a dream. Her eyes. He'd met her gaze, and the explosion came, just like every other time. A moment passed. He felt it coming this time and braced himself. His head spun, his eyes felt heavy. A dark cloud covered his vision for several seconds. Fear slid up his spine, but he fought to keep his wits about him this time. He breathed deeply and blinked a couple times as his vision cleared. Holy mackerel, this isn't just random hallucinations. He thought back over all of the images and impressions he'd had in the last few hours. Something very bizarre was happening. I have to figure this out. He licked his lips, but first, water, soda, something. Suddenly, he felt dried out to the point of cracking. He forced the words out. "I'm fine, just tired." "Afraid of flying?" Nathan leaned back in his seat, breathing deliberately and carefully. His spinning brain slowed and stopped. "Not really." He deliberately blinked slowly. "Just tired." He peered toward the front of the plane, then the back. "You think they're bringing drinks soon? I could use a ginger ale or something." "I think so," the woman laughed softly. "It's funny how nobody drinks ginger ale anywhere but on a plane." Nathan thought that through and felt a random laugh bubble up. "You know, you're right." Their eyes met again. "But that's seriously what sounds good right now." "Somebody should do a study," she said. "You know, find out why ginger ale's so popular on airplanes." "Maybe something to do with the pressure?" As each moment passed, Nathan felt his muscles slowly relaxing. "Or maybe we all hate flying, and ginger ale is the closest thing some of us will get to hard liquor, so we can try to forget where we are." The woman chuckled again. Her smile lingered. "I'm Kay, by the way." Nathan offered a small smile in return. "Nathan." "Nice to meet you, Ms. By the way." Kay chuckled as Nathan's smile grew. "Sorry, just a joke my dad liked to make." Grief flashed through him, sharp and hot. He looked away. Silence filled the space between them for a moment. "You lost him recently?" The concern in Kay's voice tugged Nathan's gaze up. "Yeah." Nathan found himself drawn into a conversation about his father, surprising himself by how much he said. The memories and pain seemed to flood up through his chest, becoming a torrent of words as Kay asked quiet questions. The storm inside of him that had felt like it was threatening moments before seemed to dissipate. At the back of his mind, Nathan marveled at Kay's kindness and ability to ask simple, heartfelt questions. By the time he was able to turn the conversation to Kay, the flight's film had begun. "Oh, I've been a professor for quite a long time," Kay said, extracting her last pretzel from the tiny bag the flight attendants had handed out. "I teach Arabic, Hebrew, and composition." As they talked, their airplane chasing the sun, Nathan felt sleep creep up behind his eyelids and make his limbs heavy. Finally, he gave Kay an exhausted smile. "Kay, I'm sorry, but I am completely beat." She patted his arm, the warmth and kindness in her touch seeming to spread into his entire body. "That's fine. You remind me of my oldest, before he got married, of course." Nathan tried to focus on her words, but felt himself sinking into his seat. "He could fall asleep while eating ice cream," Kay said. Her voice seemed to fade. "Must be an adrenaline crash." Nathan had the presence of mind to lean his seat back slightly. Then all went dark. Nathan jolted awake, feeling like he was suddenly free-falling. He looked around, his heart skipping a few beats, his hands clutching for a grip on something. The haze fell away. He was on a plane, running from Egyptian police who had to be looking for him by now. Had all of that really happened? Jabari, Masika. He wouldn't have made those names up. He glanced to his left. Kay sat calmly, reading a fat book she had opened on her tray table. No, this was all real. Kay met his eyes briefly and gave him a kind smile. "He awakes." Nathan felt a sheepish smile sneak across his face. Did I snore? Nope. Her voice lilted and she winked at him. Although there may have been drool. Heat rose in his cheeks. Nathan felt at his mouth and chin. Dry. Oh, I'm just awful, Kay chuckled. Nathan laughed. Little did you know, but I am the king of sleep drooling. They laughed again. The captain's accented voice came over the loudspeakers. We will be starting our descent into Geneva in about 30 minutes. The flight attendants will be coming around to pick up any last garbage. Nathan blinked. Wow, I slept that long? You were out like a light, Kay said, although I do hate to speak in cliché. She chuckled again. Before long, the airplane had pulled to a stop at the gate. After the normal interminable wait, Kay stood and gathered her things. You're a delightful seatmate, Nathan. He looked her in the eyes again. Care and calm warmth washed over him. After the terrible events in that apartment in Cairo, her goodness made his vision blur. I have to say something, he thought. Thank her somehow. Kay, I can't thank you enough. This is sincerely the best flight I've had in years. Flight. Escape. Good one. Kay offered him a smile and joined the crowd of people jockeying to get off the plane as Nathan stood and did his best to stretch in the cramped space. 30 minutes later, he was walking through Geneva International Airport, customs having gone smoothly. He could have been at LaGuardia or any other American airport, except there was almost no carpet anywhere. His gaze brushed across the eyes of a man in a dark black suit, pitch black glasses hanging from a coat pocket. Nathan stumbled under the weight of sudden impressions of power and anger, success bought at a high price. Nathan straightened and forced himself to keep walking. It's the eyes. Somehow it's happening when I see their eyes. He lowered his gaze so he only saw chests, legs, and rolling suitcases. Whatever this is, it has to stop. He angled to the right, toward a wall, anticipating what had come next every time. This time, only the slightest dizziness struck him, murky spots flitting across his vision for just a moment. Before long, he pushed off the wall and continued toward his next gate. Realizing he had slept through any substantial snacks served on his last flight, Nathan picked up some fruit and a drink at a fine food kiosk. Without thinking, he forced a polite smile at the man behind the cash machine and met his dark eyes with a muttered, "Thank you." Impressions of friendship, fun, and calm washed over him, with a strange loneliness feeling like a stream running under it all. Nathan swallowed hard and took his snack, walking away. What the crap? A shiver swept through him. That one had been much stronger. He leaned on a wall, knowing now what was to come. This time the dizziness made only the slightest appearance, with the ensuing dimness lasting a brief moment. Pushing himself forward, he found his gate and sat in a seat near an isolated corner. He sat, trembles making his juice slosh in its bottle. What in the name of everything is going on? Nathan kept his eyes closed, head bowed, gripping his apple and juice hard. His stomach fluttered with each tremble, as if a huge alien butterfly had hatched in there. Something seriously messed up was going on. Every time. Somehow, each time he saw someone's eyes, it happened again. The distinct impressions and emotions, the images. If this was a hallucination, it was consistent. How was he supposed to not look at people's eyes? He tried to bring his nerves back under control. As he forced calm to return, Nathan cracked his juice open and took a long drink. In moments, the juice was gone, followed quickly by the apple. Keeping his attention on the floor in front of him, he felt like a guard keeping attackers from a fort. Thoughts and worries about this breakdown, or whatever it was, had to stop. He just needed a few minutes of peace. The sugar of the juice and apple hit his empty stomach hard. Being much more careful this time, he stood again and found a sandwich shop. He discovered that if he kept his head angled down just a bit, it wasn't hard to see what was going on around him, just below the level of other people's eyes. The din of voices and TVs and luggage being dragged
almost felt like physical pressure on his ears. As he returned from the sandwich shop, a woman's voice came over the intercom, speaking French, then English. Laws cook, please come to gate C5. Monsieur Laws cook, please report to gate C5. Nathan spotted a man who sprang from a seat and stormed toward the gate Nathan had just passed. Mistake. As the man hurried by, Nathan caught the man's eyes. At the same moment that he recognized fury in the man's body language, an impression of a door closing on a brightly lit room hit him with physical force. He stumbled, extending a hand toward a nearby wall. The room. It held warmth and happiness. He had a sense of hugs and laughter coming from the room. But the door to it was nearly closed, and on this side of the door was blank darkness. Nothing but empty, hollow. Night. It felt like a cave deep underground. A choice. The man was making a choice to close the door on the warmth and happiness. Family. Leaving them behind. The cool stone wall broke Nathan out of the grasp of the sensations. Nathan stared at the young man at the gate. He could tell that the man was agitated as he made short, angry gestures at the older woman behind the counter. Nathan wondered if he should step in, try to calm the guy at the counter down. As the impressions and images faded, and Nathan felt himself gain more control, he noticed a deep impression underneath everything else. A sensation of being on the edge, the moment just before a door clicks all the way closed. This Law's cook. Why did Nathan feel like the man was on the edge of something? Am I supposed to help? He asked himself. Forcing himself to ignore what people around him might think, Nathan closed his eyes and, taking a deep breath, let his thoughts loose. If he stepped in, would it be another Masika and Jabari? Would he become a wanted fugitive in Europe too? A distinct feeling that this man had to make his own decision came to him. No, Nathan thought, this isn't my business. Certainty and calm accompanied this last impression. And then Nathan's vision went completely dark. No dizziness this time, only sudden, total blindness. He hadn't lost consciousness. He still heard the buzz and rhythm of people and luggage around him, still smelled the musky sterility of airports everywhere. Fear struck him deep, like a blow from a giant. His legs wobbled and he leaned on the column. What is this? His vision returned all at once. The blindness had lasted only a few seconds. Unnerved and queasy with fear, Nathan hiked back toward his gate, doing his best to walk casually to hide the confusion boiling inside him. First, he was getting strange feelings about people he didn't know, but only when he looked in their eyes. Second, he'd made a mess of Jabari and Masika's life, and maybe even had Egyptian police after him, and now he was imagining he could read minds and going blind in the process. As confusion boiled back up inside him, Nathan arrived back at his gate. A woman, sitting with a young lady who had the exact same nose, met his gaze. Exhaustion. A little anxiety about something new. He noticed their carry-ons were bulging and they both had dark circles around their eyes. An adventure, but a lot of unknowns. He forced himself to turn away, fixing his eyes on the pale, speckled floor under his feet. He sat on a chair in his gate area and waited for the spell to pass, dreading the darkness that fell over him. What in the world is going on?
Chapter 9. We've turned on the cabin lights as we are now just over an hour from San Francisco International Airport. The pilot's voice crackled over the intercom. Shouldn't technology have advanced enough that pilots didn't sound like some kind of robot? We'll begin our descent in about 30 minutes, which should give our flight attendants time to hand out some breakfast snacks and square us away. Nathan stretched as much as he could, grateful that he had an aisle seat for this leg of the journey. The extra legroom was worth the mother and daughter in the 2 seats between him and the window, climbing over him so they could go to the bathroom. After the endless flight from Switzerland to LaGuardia, this cross-country hop felt like it should have been fast, but it was nearly the same length. He tried to think through what he was going to do when he got home,
but exhaustion obviously hadn't finished with him, and he'd drifted in a state of delirium for the last 24 hours. The events in Masika and Jabari's home seemed like a film, or a TV show, too bizarre to have actually happened. Add to that the collapse of the tomb back in Cairo and the bizarre hallucinations, or whatever they were. Nathan felt too blurry to try to make sense of everything. When I get home, he thought, I'll figure it out later. At least he'd found a way to keep the strange impressions at bay. He pulled the dark sunglasses from his face and rubbed his eyes, carefully putting the glasses back on before allowing himself to look at the world around him. Somehow, the glasses blocked whatever was happening when he met another person's eyes. Whatever was causing it remained a mystery, but at least he'd been able to have some peace for the last several hours. But what next? His doctoral committee at Stanford would wonder why he'd come back to the States so suddenly, which reminded him about abandoning the dig team. He would have to have answers of some kind. I could tell them the truth, he thought. Could they force him to check into a mental health hospital? Would that maybe be the best thing anyway? If nothing else, his academic standing was sure to suffer. That right there is another bridge I'll cross later. He asked for a fruit bowl and stabbed at a ball of honeydew. The flight attendant trundled down the aisle with the food cart. For now, I just need to make sure I'm not an international fugitive. Nearly 2 hours later, after a frustrating wait for their gate to free up, Nathan strode out of the terminal at SFO and ran to catch the next BART train into town. He darted between the sliding doors just in time, grateful he still had his smart card in his wallet. The final hour of his journey passed uneventfully as Nathan hung on to a bar and watched the familiar sights of San Francisco. Soon after a transfer to a bus, Palo Alto came into view. The big green trees, the colorful buildings and eternal hills, the wide, shaded streets of Palo Alto. So much different from Cairo. Everything here trumpeted order and affluence. Nathan checked his phone as he left a corner market near his house. He did some quick math. 31 hours. He'd been traveling for 31 hours. He thought briefly of Kay, her kindness and warmth making her almost glow in his memory. Where had she been headed anyway? He realized he had never gotten around to finding out the university she worked for. The memory of her questions had faded, but the warmth of her presence glowed strong, the comfort she'd given totally unforgettable. Finally at home, he found that everything was exactly as he'd left it, except for a faint, musty, sleepy smell. With the food stowed, he went to unpack his bag. On the way to his room, Nathan opened some windows and turned the ceiling fan in the parlor on. He'd tossed the carry-on onto his bed. Now he unzipped it and threw the top flap open, a thick smell instantly filling his nostrils. Memories of the weeks spent at the dig in the tomb flooded into him. He stopped, confused. That wasn't his coat. Had he grabbed someone else's bag? What on earth? His heart thudded heavily in his chest. I must have been sleepier than I'd thought. But how'd I grab it from the overhead compartment? He opened the leather name tag. Nathan Eckhoff. Okay. No, this was his suitcase, but had someone put something in it? How had he not noticed while going through customs? He thought back and realized he barely remembered customs. The entire trip was a blur. He lifted the coat, which was nothing like the parka he'd been wearing 2 days ago. How had he... The memory came back in a moment. Kelsey had wrapped him up after the tomb collapsed. He remembered noticing that it didn't feel like his parka, but deciding not to care, he sighed. It would be the absolute best if he'd run away from Egypt with Dr. James's favorite coat. He lifted the coat. What he thought was a parka was actually a very tightly woven type of... Holy cow, was that silk? The material was a deep reddish-brown color, and practically glowed in the golden light from the overhead fixture. The collar looked like something out of a movie, like a cloak from a fantasy film. No labels of any kind were visible. It had one clasp, which Nathan kicked himself for not noticing. Whose coat, or whatever this was it? Did he get to add stealing to his other law-breaking from his last few minutes in Egypt? Awesome. The more he examined the coat, or really it was a cloak of some kind, the more he felt like a complete idiot for not realizing he'd been wearing something that wasn't his. Had Kelsey known she was giving him a coat that wasn't his? He doubted it, pulling the thing all the way out of the suitcase.
The rain had been falling in sheets. She must have just grabbed the nearest thing. Nathan caught his breath as the cloak, it was definitely a short cloak of some kind, fell open. He'd been wearing it inside out. He inverted it, tingles shooting from his scalp into his neck. The outside of the cloak writhed with a vast array of adornments, all woven into the cloth of the cloak itself. Ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs seemed to dance with characters and symbols that he could have sworn were incredibly old Hebrew. He looked closer. No, not Hebrew. That was Semitic. Ancient Semitic, combined with Egyptian hieroglyphs on a glowing cloak that caught the light and seemed to throw it back in strangely colorful reflections. He'd stolen somebody's souvenir cloak. Somebody's incredibly stunning souvenir cloak. And Kelsey was his accomplice. Wait a minute. Nathan lifted the cloak closer, examining the cloth and sniffing it. It smelled like ancient dust, like the tomb smelled when they were just starting for the day. As he studied the thing, he realized that the symbols were perfectly woven, and the thing looked like it was brand new. But it gave an impression of age, older than anything he'd ever touched. He rubbed the cloth between his fingers. It felt cool and smooth. He'd felt the same sensation recently, in the tomb, at that box he'd opened just before the tomb collapsed. The cloth from the box? No way! His heart beginning to pound, he spread the cloth out flat on his bed so he could look at the intricate work on the back. As he did so, he noticed the cloak's edges. No sewing machine had done that intricate pattern of tight stitches. A thought poked at him, but he fought it back. Nope. Study it before drawing any conclusions. Starting at the top left of the back of the cloak, Nathan looked closely at each symbol and character. Definitely Semitic and ancient Egyptian. He grabbed his laptop and fired it up. He opened a browser and dug around for a few minutes looking for a way to translate ancient Semitic. He finally found a glossary that was maintained by a university in the Midwest. Scrolling through the page, Nathan tracked down the first symbol, bring or deliver. He frowned down at the cloak. Hold on, stupid. He changed position and started at the top right this time, glad he'd caught his mistake quickly before further confusing himself. His laptop opened on his bed, him kneeling next to it. Nathan searched more. The first symbol meant steal, or, less commonly, hide. In this manner, Nathan worked his way through the symbols on the cloak, finding a meaning for maybe 1 in 10 of them. Frustrated that he could sound out the ancient Egyptian writing, but still had no clue what the words meant. Halfway through this research, Nathan rocked back on his heels. What on earth? He ran through the words he'd learned so far. Steal, captivity, profit, abundance. And this last symbol had meant 7. That sounds like what Dr. James was talking about in the tomb, thought Nathan. About Joseph, Israel's son who was sold into slavery by his brothers. How had he ended up with an old cloak that seemed to say the same things about Joseph, who might have been buried in that tomb? The thought from before returned, poking harder. The cloth from the box? He thought back, forcing his brain to slow down so he could put together those moments. He'd opened the box, found a cloth on top, removed the cloth and set it aside so he could take a look at the urns and gourds. Heart pounding harder, he lifted the cloak carefully and examined the front, the deep, sandy smell of the cloth filling his nostrils. The clasp, or really more of a button. He bent close and realized there was a single symbol with tiny writing just under it on the head of the button, and the button itself glowed dully and felt heavy in his hand. Nathan checked the other side of the cloak, finding a neat hole that obviously fit over the big button. The heavy button reminded him of the big buttons you sometimes saw on military uniforms, only this one was at least twice the size. That symbol looked familiar, like he'd seen it recently. He scanned the web page, clicking through to the next page and then the next. There! Nathan bent closer to the computer screen, reading the word aloud. Kudshu. He opened another browser tab and searched for this new word. Multiple pages about something called Asherah appeared. That was a name. He felt like he'd heard the name come from Dr. James's mouth not long ago. He clicked on a reliable-looking page and read. Kudshu, it turned out, was an ancient name for a goddess named Asherah. How did he know that name? He read deeper, clicking through until an image caught his eye. What the? He flipped the cloak over, his eyes drawn immediately to the central symbol around which all of the writing and other symbols revolved. Clearly an Egyptian goddess, the figure held a tall staff in its forward hand, an ankh in the hand behind its back. A tall headdress, looking like two arcing cow horns holding a faded orange sun disk between them, topped the figure. Hathor. On the screen and on the back of the cloak, they were the same. Kutchut was Asherah, who was widely believed to be the Midianite version of Egypt's Hathor. A Midianite version of Hathor on the front button, and the Egyptian version on the back of the cloak? He sat down, the strength leaving his legs. This was nuts. Totally insane. As if the visions, or whatever they had been, weren't enough, now he'd stolen a priceless artifact from the tomb of Joseph. But how does it still look so perfectly new? In that moment, Dr. James's voice came to him, a near-perfect memory of one of the many lectures in the tomb. "You might be confused by the images of Hathor in this tomb. Let me allay your confusion." Leaning against his dresser, Nathan felt like he could close his eyes and see Dr. James, one thumb hooked in the waist of his pants. Hathor, of course, was an Egyptian goddess of many things, really. Primarily, she was a goddess of fertility and joy, which actually makes sense, wouldn't you say? Nathan stared at the cloak. Hathor. Why Hathor? Associating Hathor with Joseph is quite simple, really. She was a primary goddess in their pantheon, but what you might not know is that the Midianites had a goddess that was near identical. They called her Ashtoreth, sometimes Asheroth. Now Nathan did close his eyes, remembering Dr. James peering around the tomb at his listeners. And why do the Midianites have anything to do with Joseph? Don had been the one to answer. Right out of the Old Testament. His brothers sold him to a passing group of Midianites. Precisely! Dr. James had paced to the tomb, his free hand gesturing. So, we have Hathor, a Midianite and Egyptian goddess, here in a tomb. We've found some Semitic here, and there is evidence of polytheism, which was common among the people of Israel before their exile. But this is all loose conjecture, Dr. Hinsey had protested. Circumstantial. Besides, Jehovah and Asheroth did not get along. Joseph would never have approved of their being equated. But remember, Dr. James had rounded on the woman, eyes alive. This was all done by the Egyptians, not by Joseph, and they certainly never cared about his religious preferences. Also, note that there is no other tomb in Cairo where Semitic writing has been found. No other tomb where there is such a clear connection between ancient Egypt and the Midianites. The connection between these two peoples, combined with references to feast and famine, the number 7, captivity, and dream interpretation, that connection is Joseph, son of Jacob. Dr. James smiled wide. The somewhat pretentious way he said the next few sentences came back to Nathan easily. He who saved the cupbearer and the baker. He who became the vizier of all Egypt. Dr. James's voice dropped. He who fled Potiphar's wife, leaving his... A shock ran through Nathan as the memory ended. He felt every hair on his body stand. He opened his eyes and stared at the cloak. Joseph had left his cloak in Potiphar's wife's hands. Nathan scrambled to his laptop, draping the cloak carefully next to the computer. He searched the internet for the story of Joseph and read quickly. Joseph had reunited with his family and saved all of the people of Israel. He had died in Egypt, making his family swear that when they left Egypt, they would take his bones with them. In the meantime, he had been embalmed and placed in a coffin, probably in a tomb. According to accepted history, Moses had taken Joseph's remains with his people when they'd left Israel, finally burying the remains in Shechem. Dr. James had been convinced that the Egyptians revered Joseph too much to give up his remains. But he also had been certain that, even if the remains weren't there, the tomb had been that of Joseph. Nathan's head swam with the possibility of what he might have taken from that tomb. If the tomb had been Joseph's, everything had been so well preserved. Could this cloak have been Joseph's? The one mentioned in the stories after he was sold? Had Joseph really held on to the same cloak? Somehow even gotten it back after fleeing Potiphar's wife and going to jail? And after he died, it had been placed in his tomb? And somehow it was perfectly preserved. Nathan thought back. That box had been completely intact, protecting its contents from the ravages of the years. It seemed so patently absurd, but he couldn't deny the certainty of what he was looking at. Standing there, he reeled at events that had led him to this. It actually made sense. He'd picked up the cloth, or what he thought was just a cloth, just before using the stone box's lid as a shield as he dove out of the tomb, which was how it had been at the top of the pile of parkas, so that Kelsey could grab it and put it around his shoulders. And now he was somehow seeing into people's lives, interpreting them in a way like Joseph did with the pharaoh's dreams. A cloak that came from Joseph's tomb. How did I never notice what I was wearing? Thought Nathan. How did Jabari and Masika, or Falah for that matter, not notice it? But he hadn't worn it throughout the trip, and the visions, or impressions, or whatever they were, had continued. He blinked heavily. Seriously? After all that sleep during the flights? His arms felt limp, long enough to drag on the carpeted floor as he pushed himself up and shoved his suitcase aside. He had just enough of a final burst of energy to carefully drape the cloak over his bedside table. Nathan sank into a deep sleep, a final thought flashing like a spark through his brain. I've got Joseph of Egypt's cloak. Chapter 10. Ernesto stood in the Cairo airport terminal, calculating time differences. He should arrive within 6 hours of Nathan Eckhoff. In his mind, he ran over what he'd learned, assuring himself that his conclusion was a good one, or at least the best one for now. Shaking his head, he dialed and put the phone to his ear. Hagen answered after 2 rings.
Ernesto, give me some good news. Mr. Hagen.
Ernesto looked around again.
I can't be certain, but it is possible that the number 1 artifact was found and is already out of the country. How is that possible?
Hagen's last word ran shrilly in Ernesto's ear. Ernesto clenched his jaw and held the phone away for a moment.
When the tomb collapsed, the team seems to have grabbed some artifacts.
He leaned on a thick column.
Soon after, the liaison in the team left and hasn't returned.
So you think this liaison might have it?
I believe so.
Ernesto listened to the loudspeaker announcement.
No, not his flight. Before picking up Eckhoff's trail, I was able to inspect the artifacts that came out of the tomb, and I didn't see it there. But Dr. James did an inventory too, and seems to think that they were able to remove every artifact they had found, and all are accounted for. Somehow the cloak was either not found, or it has been carried away without James and the others knowing it had been found.
Are you certain? Hagen's voice sounded breathy and eager now.
As I said, no.
Hearing his flight announced, Ernesto walked toward his gate.
But since they won't be getting back into the tomb for at least a week, if ever, I felt like it might be good to follow up with this liaison and at least rule him out.
Ernesto, if he has it, you must get it immediately. Waste no time. Some faint thumping came over the phone. Was Hagen pacing? The last thing I need is another one of these absurd people out there thinking that they control things. Totally unacceptable.
Yes, sir. I'll get back to you when I land.
Ernesto thought through his next step. Land? Where are you going?
I'm following this liaison to the States. He left Egypt in a hurry.
A moment of silence passed.
Who is this liaison? Nathan Eckhoff. He is a PhD candidate working with James's team here. Fluent in multiple languages.
Ernesto stopped next to the wall near his gate and pulled out his notepad and flipped some pages.
His father was some kind of medical researcher out of Stanford or Berkeley.
And where is he headed?
It looks like he's going home, to San Francisco.
I see. Hagen released a noisy breath. And he lives with his father still?
Actually, no.
Ernesto put his notepad away.
His father committed suicide a little while ago. Eckhoff is on his own.
Another silence, this one longer and heavier.
Well, that might simplify things.
Ernesto said nothing. He waited as passengers streamed past him onto the flight to Switzerland.
Inform me of what you find as soon as possible.
Ernesto had no trouble envisioning Hagen standing in his office, the man's barrel chest leaning heavily toward the dark cherry of his immense desk. And Ernesto,
We do not need undue attention on us. Your prime objective is to confirm whether this fellow has the cloak, and if he does, retrieve it. Understood, sir? Ernesto, let me be clear. Number 1, confirm the cloak's presence. If you find it, take it immediately. Number 2, do not leave any loose ends. Ernesto's left hand slid down his hip, passing through the space his Glock typically inhabited. Of course, Mr. Hagen. I'll be expecting word from you. Absolutely. Ernesto put the phone away and headed for his plane. He forced a smile at the flight attendant who scanned his ticket. No loose ends. Good.
Chapter 11. Nathan stirred from his trance. After sleeping so much during the flights, and for the last 9 hours, he finally felt rested. But from the moment he'd woken up, he hadn't been able to put the cloak down. The material felt smooth and soft between his fingers. Questions about its origin swam in his mind. The certainty of his discovery faded after his rest. Could it really be the cloak of Joseph of Egypt? Standing, Nathan mentally reviewed the evidence he'd found. It seems nuts, he told himself, but it makes sense. It's the only thing that does. But was it really possible that the cloak was causing the visions or hallucinations or whatever he'd been experiencing? Has to be exhaustion. After a shower, Nathan dressed quickly, grabbed his phone and keys, and made his way through the dim house through the front door. On his way, he glanced at the door leading from the kitchen to the garage at the back of the house. It might have been nice to have a car, but one of the first things he'd done when he'd arrived after Dad's death had been to sell the old Pontiac they'd had for so many years. The only vehicle sitting in the garage now was Dad's old, precious Honda motorcycle, covered carefully with a drop cloth. Nathan had driven it maybe once or twice, when Dad had been feeling generous. The thing was 30 years old and didn't seem like it was much of a special machine, but Dad swore by it, calling it old reliable and spending time every few weeks tuning it up. Nathan walked down the path from the house to the sidewalk. Maybe he could buy a used car during this trip. For now, Nathan just made his way on foot from the house toward the diner a few blocks away. Looking up, he quickly found Venus in the early evening sky. He'd never even seen it in Egypt. As he walked, he noticed he felt different. Calmer than he'd felt in Egypt. Being home, maybe being better rested than he'd been in weeks, had to have something to do with that. Kelsey. With a start, he remembered he'd promised to call her. Cringing at how his next phone bill was going to look with all the international minutes, he dialed. The phone on the other end rang. Kelsey answered immediately. Nathan! Hey, Kels. Nathan waited for a Lexus SUV to pass, then crossed the street. How's it going? I'm glad you called. A raised voice, not Kelsey's, came over the line. Nathan, Kelsey said, that's Dr. James. He's still pretty pissed. Let me find a quiet place. That's cool. He heard rustling as she moved, and pictured her walking next to him. Okay. We're back at the site already, cleaning up the mess. Kelsey sounded slightly out of breath. How's it going? The houses on the block stood well back from the street, wide lawns and tall trees with new growth, casting deep shadows as the evening chased the setting sun. Not great. Turns out 2 massive slabs shifted from the rain, and those guys using their heavy machinery. Kelsey gave a breathy chuckle. Which we're actually using now so we can shore up the slabs. Dr. James doesn't want to totally get rid of them. Oh? Wouldn't that be safest? Probably, but we're going to make sure it's safe. He wants to try and make the tomb the way it was. That sounds ambitious. Nathan crossed another street, turning to follow the sidewalk toward University Avenue. And kind of unrealistic. I mean, what are the chances that everything in there isn't destroyed? Pretty good, actually. From the sounds coming over the phone, Kelsey was probably walking around near the site. Faint traffic noises and voices were easily heard. Only one end of the slabs fell, and by some miracle it looks like we got every artifact out. So whatever was directly under them when they hit might have been damaged. Pulverized, you mean? Which I almost was. Coming to University Avenue, Nathan turned left, toward his favorite burger place. Okay, pulverized, which I'm glad you weren't. Kelsey laughed. Anyway, there might not have been much beyond the sarcophagus left.
Also, we're lifting and bracing the slabs. We're not going to take any chances either. Dr. James called an engineer to come in and figure out how to get a waterproof roof over the entire tomb. Holy cow, that might have been a good idea a few days ago. Nathan spied the glowing red neon of the stylized letters above his destination. Maggie's Burgers were about the best he'd ever had. Yeah, the traffic noise coming over the phone faded somewhat. So, how's Mrs. Winslow? Caught off guard, Nathan stopped for a second. He forced himself to breathe normally. Actually, she's doing better than expected. He felt his face grow hot. So dumb. What if Kelsey ever met Mrs. Winslow and asked about her health? Whoa, slow down there, buddy, he told himself. Oh, good. Nathan almost wished he heard suspicion in Kelsey's voice, but all he heard was trust. Yeah, she might be home tomorrow. He stopped at the ATM outside the bar next to Maggie's and withdrew $40. He turned and watched cars drive by, multicolored lights from the plethora of diners and bars and clubs lining the street reflecting off the car's windows. In hindsight, I probably didn't need to leave so suddenly. No, but it was the right thing to do. She's practically family, right? Oh, jeez. Nathan nodded a greeting at a group of 3 college students in plaid shirts and varying styles of hat as they poured out of the bar next to Maggie's. The 2 young women and 1 young man bounced away, laughing uproariously at something on the man's phone. Exactly, he said to her. He fought back the urge to say more, worried he would make the lie worse and hate himself even more. Are you doing okay? Kelsey's voice changed in tone, becoming somewhat higher. Nathan had no trouble reading the forced casualness hiding a genuine deep concern for him. A moment of question at the insight passed quickly. Yeah, the trip was multiple levels of hell, but I had a long nap this afternoon. That's good. Yeah, but I woke up with a wolverine in my stomach, so I'm gonna feed it a burger now. He grinned at the ridiculous image. Kelsey laughed. Oh, well, I should let you go then. Nathan felt his face grow a different kind of hot. Hearing her voice. Crap, he thought. I miss her like crazy. No, it's okay. Stupid Wolverine needs to learn to wait. He swallowed the words that pushed up from his heart. Kelsey laughed. Well, I actually should get back. The hesitation he heard in her voice matched his. Cool, he said. He closed his eyes, picturing her grin, the blue light of the lamps in the tomb on her face. It's good to talk to you. The words rolled out of him smoothly. For a moment, he wished he could drag them back, but then he didn't. Yeah, I wish you'd been able to stay, Kelsey said. Nathan heard a slight catch in her voice. I mean, you still think the Beatles are good. And you still refuse to accept truth. His cheeks hurt from grinning so wide. And K-pop? Really? Shut up. You have no idea. He heard her smile in her words. You'll come around. Nathan stepped toward the restaurant, out of the path of a large group of young men winding their unsteady way down the sidewalk. Never. Kelsey breathed loudly. Anyway, I really should get back. All right. Nathan reached for the door to the diner. I'll talk to you soon, okay? Good. Be safe. You too. Bye. Nathan waited for her goodbye, then hung up. Okay, he thought. Food, then figure out what on earth is happening to me. The diner was packed, but he easily found a spot at the bar, nodding at Esteban, the gangly Guatemalan man behind the counter. Hey, Steve. Nathan! Esteban grinned at Nathan. What passes? Not much, Nathan said. He shook Esteban's proffered hand, enjoying their usual greeting. Esteban had been working behind the counter since before Nathan went on his forward exchange to Japan right out of high school. Where you been this time? Esteban slid a glass of water in Nathan's direction, followed by a fresh bowl of unshelled peanuts. Nathan cracked a peanut, brushing the papery skin off and popping the nuts in his mouth. Egypt. The moment he met Esteban's smiling gaze, a spiraling impression hit Nathan. Hazy feelings of ambition and frustration came off Esteban in gentle waves. But under those waves was a floor, or a foundation, of profound contentment and satisfaction. The sensation swirled into Nathan as if very gently, drilling somewhere deeper than his chest. Nathan dropped his eyes to the peanut bowl. I'm not crazy. He cracked a peanut, fidgeting with the flimsy brown papery stuff. Something's happening to me. The now familiar sensation of a cloth slipping over his eyes arrived. He kept looking at the counter until the moment passed. Ah, pyramids, sand, dead kings, sand, and murderous mummies. Esteban smiled again. Oh, and sand. I didn't see any murderous mummies, Nathan said, working on another peanut. He kept his gaze averted from Esteban's face. That's somehow what Esteban feels. But how? Must be the cloak. All of this is related to the cloak, he thought. Yeah, Nathan chopped down another peanut. I think I brought a dune or two home in my shoes. He forced his eyes to stay open as spots formed, obscuring his view of the counter. Esteban burst out laughing. Hey, he said, grabbing a filled plate from under the warming lamp and placing it in front of a woman 2 stools down. You gotta have souvenirs. Nathan smiled, rolling his eyes. Ranch-style Angus burger with cheese? Esteban had his pad out and was already writing. You know me well. The smells coming from the grill behind the wall, dividing the restaurant from the kitchen, were driving Nathan nuts. Make it a double, his stomach growled. Actually, a triple. Okay, 1 triple heart slayer with extra cured pig coming right up. Esteban shoved the order in the spinning wheel and moved to attend to other customers, nodding a smile at Nathan. I guess he still hasn't made it big with that novel yet, Nathan thought. And somehow I know that. And maybe I can use it, help him, or help someone else. For as long as he could remember, Esteban had been taking writing classes and writing a science fiction novel. Had to be one heck of a long novel by now. That had to be where the frustration was coming from. But what about the contentment? His food came mercifully fast, nestled in a pile of double-fried steak fries, and all thought not related to inhaling the food was swept away. Nathan tried to control himself, but the burger, sandwiched between the best bun he'd ever eaten, Maggie got her buns at a local bakery, seemed to hypnotize him. Before long, Nathan dipped his last fry in tangy ketchup, Maggie's secret sauce. Dude, hungry or something? Esteban sidled up to Nathan, wiping the counter and grabbing Nathan's basket. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen. Esteban consulted an imaginary watch. Took you maybe 2 minutes and change. Nathan laughed. Yeah, it had been like 2 days since I'd eaten anything substantial. Esteban brought Nathan a refilled pink lemonade. Well, glad you came to the right place. Me too, Nathan sighed, feeling the food settle heavily in his now tamed gut. He looked around the diner. Every table seemed to vibrate with activity, people laughing and talking loudly, slurping thick shakes, yelling orders to Maggie and her sister Lisa, both of whom owned the place and also worked some nights serving tables. Turning back to the counter, he reached for his lemonade, taking a sip. His thoughts returned to the cloak that still lay on his bed. He had to verify its origin and ownership. Dr. James could probably do that, come to think of it. Even Dr. Hinsey or Dr. Thomas could do it. But would they believe him if he told them about this hallucination thing? No, somehow this stuff has been real, not hallucinations. In any case, Dr. James and the other archaeologists would laugh him out of the country. Besides, Nathan couldn't go back to Egypt yet. He needed to stay away for a little while, let any dust settle, and figure out a way to make sure that the authorities there weren't looking for him. After that, he could... No freaking way! As he sipped his lemonade, mindlessly letting his eyes wander, he'd spotted a flash of white hair and a pale suit. He set the cup down, following the movement. There! The restaurant door swung slowly closed behind a tall man in a light-colored suit. Same guy! That's the same guy! Nathan dug out his wallet and tossed some cash on the counter. He darted after the suited figure, shoving through the diner's door. On the sidewalk, several small groups of clubbers and bar hoppers trundling by, Nathan stood still and searched. No sign of him. He darted to the right, back in the general direction of his house. He glanced down the 2 alleys he passed and through the windows of bars. Nothing. Nathan turned and ran back the other way, scanning both sides of the street. How did the guy move so fast? He'd jogged maybe half the length of the block when he caught himself up short. Across the street, on a bus stop bench, sat the white-haired man Nathan had seen in Egypt. No doubt about it. Nathan ran across the street. He jumped to dodge behind a slow-moving taxi, his eyes never leaving the white-haired man, who stared directly at him. Plopping down next to the man, out of breath, Nathan glared at him. What is going on? The white-haired man's head swiveled, his eyes glittering from the light of a nearby street lamp. He offered Nathan a small smile. Who are you? Nathan gulped. Are you following me? The man folded his hands carefully in his lap. Which question would you like me to answer first? It is you, right? I saw you in Egypt? Nathan gripped the edges of the park bench, a tickle of fear working through him. The earth felt like it had started spinning faster under him. He gripped the bench tighter. Yes, Nathan, we met in Egypt. The man smiled again. How do you know my name? Are you following me? What's going on? The tickle of fear grew. The man's gaze held his eyes, trapping them. Nathan couldn't look away, despite the chills pounding through him in waves. For a moment, he felt like he'd been transported to the space under a mountain or something else immense and immovable. Absolute certainty radiated from the man. Nathan is a very fine name. Gift of God. The man's eyes never moved even the tiniest bit. His face was smooth, but he gave the impression of great age. Okay, sure, but how do you know me? A shudder coursed through Nathan. Now the chills of fear began to feel like panic, his mouth suddenly dry. Because you have been given a gift, but you must now receive it, and live up to your name. What are you talking about? Who are you? The guy sounded like freaking Obi-Wan Kenobi. The absurd thought fled with another shudder that passed through Nathan. His neck muscles tightened. Everything in him wanted to look away from the man. What was this? Something in this guy's eyes felt as heavy as pyramids, or even the earth. I am John. I think you can understand what all of this means, if you listen closely. This is ridiculous. Why are you following me? Nathan leaned toward the man. I'm not following you. You, as I, are on a path forged of your choices. Our paths have crossed, admittedly by my choice. John smiled again. The smile was warm, not mocking, not cruel or mean. Despite the fear and confusion shooting through him, Nathan almost smiled in return. He finally forced his eyes away from John's, trying to read the man in the way his dad had taught him. The suited man sat totally still, totally centered, hands folded relaxed in his lap. No leaning to indicate hidden motivations. No tension in the brow or cheeks or chin. No deception. Nothing. Nathan saw nothing but a man with a genuinely warm smile and whose gaze felt like a huge, silent train bearing down on him. How come I can't read anything off him? He felt another shudder pass through him, but he caught the fear. Reeling with questions, confusion, and disquiet, he forced the fear away. John nodded. You truly are a gift. Very few can control their fear in this way. He looked away, murmuring to himself. Nathan heard Vovnik, but nothing after that. Tingles flooded Nathan's skin. Who are you? I am John. You have been given a gift for a reason. Now you have a choice, to receive it or cast it away. Are you talking about the cloak? The tingles transformed into a series of shivers. Is the cloak the gift? Yes. John's smile turned down slightly. You ask questions long after you know the answers. Trust the answers you know. John stood, straightening his suit. The cloak? Is it? Nathan's voice caught. Is it really Joseph's? The cloak of Joseph, son of Israel. John looked over Nathan's right shoulder, then met Nathan's eyes again. The gift is more than the cloak. It is a spiritual gift that makes you a special heir to the perception of Joseph. Nathan shot to his feet. Special heir to Joseph? What? Am I supposed to... There is work to do. There are people to help, hope to give. I don't understand. You have always been more than your clay. Claim that heritage now with this gift. Humanity needs you. The shivers had taken full control of Nathan's body, rocking him. But with John's latest statement, Nathan felt warmth ignite in his chest, spreading out quickly. Absolute calm followed. Stillness seemed to engulf the bench, the street, the entire world. John's face turned to the stars. He smiled at Nathan again. Put the cloak on again. Trust your gift. He looked over Nathan's left shoulder, his brow moving for the first time, narrowing slightly. He met Nathan's gaze again. Nathan, the gift is yours and always has been, but you must trust, don't doubt, overcome your fear. He offered a quiet smile. John's gaze grew heavier. Now go to people. Find those in need. Save those in danger. John's stillness seemed to emanate outward, bringing calm. This is your journey. Prepare me for what? You have a work to do. John's eyes lost focus for a moment. There is a man you must find, one who has chosen the cursed path. A man? Prickles of fear washed down Nathan's neck. What do you mean? A boy, really. Jacob. He is surrounded by books. Nathan's head swam. What was John talking about? Who's this Jacob? John let out a slow breath. He is one who chooses to be lost. Find him and stop him. Wait! Nathan fought the urge to break away. This was insane. If you know about him, why can't you stop him? I am a guide, John said. That is not my role. Your journey will prepare you to carry what is needful. My journey will what? John lifted a hand to rest on Nathan's shoulder. Warmth and comfort infused Nathan's body from that spot, filling him completely. I must go. Be a voice of warning. Feed the sheep. Stop those who would do evil. John paused and held Nathan's gaze. Remember, there are people who wish ill upon the world. Some want to use the gift you have received for unrighteous dominion. John smiled. Be watchful. John dropped his hand and his gaze shifted, focusing on something over Nathan's right shoulder now. Nathan glanced over his shoulder too, trying to see what John was looking at. Seeing nothing, he turned back to John. I believe... He choked on the words. John had disappeared. Nathan scanned the sidewalk, the street. No taxis had passed to pick the man up. Where did he go? Despite the strangeness of the conversation, John's inexplicable disappearance, the confirmation of the cloak's history, the talk of some cursed man, Nathan still felt a quiet calmness in his heart. This is nuts. But he couldn't. No, he wouldn't deny the certainty that he held on to. Strange, completely ridiculous as this entire thing was, the truth of John's words rang through him. Help people. Bring hope. Stop those who would do evil. Find some Jacob guy and stop him too. Clinging to the calm feeling deep inside, Nathan turned for home. Unrighteous dominion, he thought. What does that mean? Chapter 12. Nathan let his eyes slide across the faces of the students and others whom he passed. Did he look different? Had anyone seen the exchange? Had anyone even noticed John disappearing? Did anyone else even see John? Nathan wondered how he could possibly not look different, changed in some way. Something insane, but good, undeniably good, filled him. The cloak of Joseph. He actually had it. And not only that, it gave him some kind of gift, something like perception. But more than that, it was like super perception. He nearly stumbled over his feet when he finally made the connection. Masika, Jabari, I was wearing the cloak. He'd been wearing the cloak and had seen Masika. The cloak must have shown him somehow. That impression I had. He remembered the almost physical need he'd felt to follow the robed woman, the worry that filled him. And I stopped her from killing Jabari. He walked home, his legs on autopilot, mind spinning. A word appeared in his mind and refused to leave. He tried to shake the word away, but failed. Arriving home, out of breath, he only then realized that he'd been jogging, nearly running full out. He pushed through the front door and hurtled through the house, an electric energy jolting him from room to room. Flipping the light in his room on in a smooth motion, he took the cloak up off his bed, overcome with the need to wear it again. He rubbed the butter-smooth fabric between his thumb and forefinger, the overhead light swimming across the cloth in multicolored ripples. The word returned to his mind. Superhero, he whispered. "I'll be a superhero." Nathan moved to swing the cloak over his shoulders, but a new sensation, this one from the deepest part of him, filled him. "This isn't... No." He had to say it aloud, speak the words to make them real. He fought down the shame that filled him. "This isn't about me," he nodded. "Not a superhero." He stood for a moment, seeking the stillness, the certainty that had infused him when he was speaking with John. "I'm not a superhero." Tingles, gentle like a light summer rain, sprung up all over his skin. A new word came to him, binding itself to his soul with a promise of conviction. A servant. "I'm a servant." For a moment, a sensation of being totally present, completely aware of every muscle and moment, settled over him. The disquiet from earlier gone now, he let the cloak settle over his shoulders and fastened it at the top. A shift, more felt in his bones than seen or heard, passed through him and his room. It felt like that moment when he would find a puzzle piece and push it into place with a satisfying click. He waited for a long moment, listening. What was that? Seconds and the sensation passed. Nathan adjusted the cloak. It was a little loose on the shoulders, and he imagined he must look fairly ridiculous, as if he were going to see some Renaissance fair somewhere. He stepped over to the full-length mirror mounted on the sliding door of his closet. He turned, examining the look he now sported. "Nope," he said. "Definitely not a superhero." He stayed there for a few moments. A servant. A thought swam into his consciousness, a flash of grief and longing. If he'd had the cloak before his father... No. That was past. He considered the meeting with John. Who was he? And why did John keep showing up? Nathan felt like something more was happening, something beyond him and the cloak. What exactly was John doing? And what exactly was John? And how was he related to Joseph's cloak? John's a name out of the Bible, too. Plenty of Johns in there. It was pretty obvious that John knew a lot more than Nathan, and Nathan found that he trusted the strange white-haired man. So why hadn't John said more? Wait a minute. Was there someone else involved? John had talked about helping people, and someone who wanted the gift. But he hadn't said anything about other people who might be involved like Nathan was. But in that moment, Nathan felt certain that there had to be others, maybe even others like him who had come into possession of an object of some kind. Was the cloak helping him make that leap? It helped with perception, after all. Not that it matters. I know what I'm supposed to do. He made for the front door. A wave of exhaustion came over him. How could he possibly be tired again? Was he coming down with some kind of traveler's cold? He glanced ruefully around. There was nothing he could do tonight. He consulted his phone. It was already 10 p.m. He took the cloak off and carefully draped it over one of the hooks in his closet. Minutes later, his evening routine complete, Nathan flopped into bed. Doubts surged and faded, questioning every word John had said. But amidst all the doubts, Nathan felt a foundation of sureness deep inside. He couldn't and wouldn't deny what had happened already, as insane as it might sound to someone who hadn't experienced all of it. The craziest yet, of course, being that tomorrow he would start on this new life, finding and helping people, and looking for some guy named Jacob. He turned on the TV in his room, flipping through channels. Depressing news followed by depressing reality TV. He paused his channel surfing, coming to a football game. The 49ers. Memories scrolled through his mind in a flash, cheering for college and professional games with Dad and Mom. Then just Dad. The quarterback drew back as if to throw, then tucked the ball and took off down the field, getting shoved out of bounds after what looked like 20 yards. That guy's fast. Nathan felt a twinge of ridiculous guilt at not having kept up with the local teams. What with traveling and working so much on his PhD, then Dad's suicide, he just hadn't felt like it. After another few plays, the screen panned to some of the more crazy fans. One lady wore a gigantic plush mock helmet, while her friend's face and long hair were painted red and gold. Nathan moved to change the channel. He stopped just as his finger rested on the remote button. Something... What? What is that? He watched the screen closely. A familiar sensation settled over him. But I haven't looked in anyone's eyes. He kept watching. The home team quarterback was pushed out of the pocket. He pumped once, then hauled back and launched the football down the field. A wide receiver was streaking up the sideline. Somehow the guy accelerated and stretched out, snagging the ball and rolling into the end zone. The wide receiver sprang to his feet and spun the ball, then ran to the crowd in the bleachers near the end zone. He leapt up, getting slaps and high fives. Again the sensation came. Not the players, the fans. Nathan sat up straighter, then jumped off the bed and grabbed the cloak, settling it over his shoulders. Come on, something's up. Something with the fans at the game. No, this was crazy. John's voice came to him again. You must trust. Don't doubt. Nathan took a breath and pushed his skepticism away. This was real. He kept watching the game. A deep foreboding grew in him every time the broadcast showed the fans. Then, after a commercial break, the first scene was from a blimp high over the stadium. Fear, palpable and sour, overtook him. Not just the fans, the stadium too. He knew, deep in a place that the five senses couldn't reach, absolute certainty established itself. That stadium was in danger, and the people in it too. Nathan concentrated and pleaded aloud. Now? Is it now? Nothing came. As he watched the game unfold, the sensation of fear faded. By the time the game ended, no trace of the impression he'd had remained. But he knew that something was going to happen in that stadium. I have to call the cops. Tell them... Tell them what? That he'd had a feeling that something truly awful was going to happen in Candlestick Park? That they had to believe him because he had the ancient cloak of Joseph helping him? Nope, he thought. I have to find out more, get some evidence. He lay back, trying to form a plan for how to figure out what was happening. Was part of the stadium going to collapse? How could he possibly find evidence of that? He had to go there. Maybe call the stadium with an anonymous tip that he'd seen cracks somewhere. Plans swirled, none of them feeling right. But he had to do something. He jumped up and grabbed his phone. Wait, no, not his own phone. If his tip didn't pan out, they could totally find him by his cell number. Nathan found the phone number for Candlestick Park while he walked up the sidewalk toward a public phone. He stepped into a bar a few shops down from Maggie's. Getting change from the bartender, he dropped a coin in and dialed the stadium. After an eon of recording, he finally got a human. Hey, I was at the game there, and I felt like the stands were kind of shaky. Nathan pitched his voice deep. I'm sorry? The lady on the end of the line sounded confused. Yeah. Nathan turned toward the wall to drown out the sound of the bar. And when I was walking out, I could have sworn I saw some cracks in a couple columns. Sir, I'm sorry, but is this some kind of joke? No, seriously. It looked like it was going to collapse. A long pause stretched out. Okay, can you tell me your name and maybe be more specific? Where did you see these cracks? Look, I really don't remember. Can't you just, send a team around to check all the columns and the structure? Make sure it's all good? Nathan tried to imagine the knot of certainty about the danger in the stadium was loosening. But it wasn't. This wasn't working. And worse, he couldn't shake the feeling that what was going to happen there was an attack of some kind. We'll be happy to do a check, sir. Can I get your name so we can get back to you if we have any questions? Nathan hung up. This wasn't helping. Maybe they would find something, but he felt sure that wasn't the danger. He looked around the bar. Highlights from the game flashed across the TV above the bar. The foreboding crashed back into him. No. This was an attack. Somebody was going to do something in the stadium and hurt a lot of people. He dialed 911. As soon as the dispatch operator came on, he spoke fast. I think there's a bomb in Candlestick Park, under the bleachers. I didn't plant it. Please, go find it. He hung up again and hurried out of the bar, hoping the bartender wouldn't be able to give a good description of him if the cops showed up investigating the tip. He realized he was still wearing the cloak, a pretty distinctive piece of clothing. He would have to hide the cloak if he was going to wear it outside. He sent his thoughts toward the police and the stadium. Please find it, whatever it is. The phrase repeated in his mind as he walked home. But he knew it wasn't enough. I have to find out more. I have to stop this Jacob.
Chapter 13. The dark SUV's headlights played across the facade of the huge colonial-style mansion, dancing across multiple Corinthian pillars. The tires crunched over the small gravel in the massive semicircular driveway, stopping at the base of wide stone steps. The driver, his torso artificially thick due to a Kevlar vest, his suit coat bulging over the top of a Glock at his waist, stepped out of the SUV and opened the passenger door. A tall man emerged from the SUV and strode toward the stairs with crisp movements, almost marching.
"Will you need the car again tonight, Mr. Hagen?"
The driver closed the passenger door and watched his employer's back. "No, I'm done for the night." Hagen pushed through the front door to his home and hung a right into the parlor, going quickly to the sideboard that held his favorite bourbon. Carrying his usual 3 fingers of the drink, neat and untarnished by anything that would detract from the flavor, Hagen walked down the hallway, through the main floor's well-lit kitchen, and down another hallway toward his office. As he crossed through the kitchen, his attendant looked up from the central island, stainless steel pots hanging from a chandelier of wrought iron. "Would you like an evening snack tonight, Mr. Hagen?" Hagen didn't pause, but kept walking, knowing the call would come soon.
"Yes, Bridget. Hot cocoa, cheese, and crackers."
He reached for the door to close it.
"Let's go with Munster tonight."
The phone on his desk rang the moment after he closed the door. Letting his gaze wander the bookshelves and plush chairs arranged facing the fireplace, Hagen crossed the room, took a quick sip of bourbon, and picked up the phone. He glanced at the scrambler attached to his house phone, certifying that the red light was solid.
"Nesto."
Hagen set his thick tumbler carefully on the coaster next to the phone.
"Good news, I trust?"
"Mr. Hagen," Nesto said, sounding somewhat out of breath, had the man been running, "I still can't confirm whether Eckhoff has the cloak or if it was even in the tomb."
"Then what can you confirm?"
Hagen felt the heat rising through his neck. "I've tracked Eckhoff to his house." Nesto blew out a noisy breath. "He's been back in the country for less than 24 hours. I know he's in his house because I watched him walk in 5 minutes ago."
"And what is the plan?"
Hagen leaned onto his desk with one hand, pressing the phone tightly to his ear with the other. This was taking too long. If this Eckhoff actually had acquired the cloak, there was no telling what he might do. Would he discover what he had in his possession? If so, would he try to return it to Dr. James in Cairo? Or would he try to give it to a museum? What were the chances the cloak had even been in the tomb? It might have been lost to the ages. "I will enter the house tonight. If he has the cloak, I will find it and retrieve it." Nesto injected certainty into his voice. Hagen nodded. Nesto had never failed him. He could do this.
"Good. Report to me as soon as anything develops. Of course."
Hagen hung up the phone and took another sip of 40-year-old bourbon. Nesto had to get the cloak from Eckhoff if he had it. Hagen imagined he was sending his thoughts out through the ether of the night, far to the west, making his desire happen by sheer force of will. The last thing he needed was another righteous one to get in his way. 36 righteous people can save the world? Random people? He scoffed internally. No, the ancient Jewish legend would not save the world. These people weren't in a position to know what was best. No, that knowledge could only be held and acted upon by those who could view society from the correct perspective. Strolling to a set of shelves that held books and ornate carvings, Hagen mentally catalogued the items he already had in his possession. The power they carried held so much promise. How could anyone think that any random person ought to hold these artifacts? No, it had to be by careful, planned design. The world needed to know who the devils and the saviors were. Only then could they know where to look for assistance and comfort. And when the world was looking to the right place, the people who understood the big picture and who had been working together for centuries, that was when humanity would finally be on the right track. Then, and only then, would people be able to live with vision. And for that to happen, each piece of the plan had to be moved correctly. The cloak, if it existed, had to be in his hands within the week. Then it had to endow the selected operative with its fabled gifts. Then that operative needed to very visibly beat his opponent in the upcoming debate. Power in the right hands was the only power worth having. His phone rang again. Glancing at the antique clock on one corner of his desk, Hagen checked for the correct flashing lights. Right on time. Dokladjevet. Hagen listened closely to his operative in Moscow. At the first break, he spoke again. Da, почти готов. Almost ready. His operative completed his report and rang off. As he hung up the phone, Hagen couldn't keep the smile from his face. If only things could have been as easy in Egypt as they had been in Russia. Such a vast land. Incredible, untapped, unorganized resources. That was the kicker, wasn't it? Hagen dropped into his leather chair. A planet so full of resources, aching to have things organized and utilized in an efficient way, but in constant, faithless people who could not think past the moment or their borders. As Bridget knocked and entered, carrying a tray of snacks, Hagen dropped into his chair. Only those with the correct perspective could really make the right changes for the world, for humanity. Those like me. Chapter 14. Nathan jerked awake. Something, a noise, had yanked him from a dream about flying. He lay still for a moment, imagining he was absorbing every noise and sensation from the house. There, a whisper of sound, like cloth on cloth, came from somewhere beyond his open bedroom door. With all the lights in the house off, except for a faint yellow glow coming from the kitchen, Nathan felt like the rest of his senses were enhanced. What was that glow from? He had it a second later. The water dispenser in the fridge had a light above it. Another whisper-soft sound came. Was somebody in the house? His thoughts immediately darted to the cloak. That made no sense. Who else, other than John, could possibly know about it? A tiny creak. That was right in the hallway. Nathan knew that floorboard well from 4 years of late high school nights. And the sounds had grown progressively closer. These weren't normal late-night sounds. Somebody was definitely in the house. A bubble of fear caught in his throat, making his breath go shallow. For a moment, panic froze him. What do I do? He cast his thoughts on a half-second-long tour of his room, searching for a weapon. He had a bat in the closet, he thought. But what if whoever it was had a gun? And could he get to the bat in time? Lying here wasn't going to help things. He silently slid the blanket off to one side and slipped to the edge of the bed, craning his neck so he could keep an eye on the door. Would he be able to tell when whoever it was showed up? It didn't matter. Nathan grabbed his phone from the bedside table. He eased himself to the floor beside his bed, cringing at the sound of his mattress springs squeaking. I need to get to the cloak. He slid along the floor, the compulsion to have the cloak in his possession totally overpowering every other instinct. At the closet, he stood quickly, holding his breath, and found the cloak exactly where he'd left it. He fastened it around his shoulders. Now, where was that bat? He silently felt around the closet. There! In a back corner, he found the aluminum bat he'd used in high school. The lightest scuff, this one closer, signaled the approach of whoever was in the house. Nathan fought back the urge to call the police. What if the intruder had a gun and heard him? Craning his neck toward the doorway, he startled when a big, dark shape manifested there. A flash, and an artificially soft, sharp coughing noise came. Cold sweat broke out on Nathan's skin. Another flash and pop. That had to be a gun, with a silencer. The intruder was shooting right where Nathan had been only moments before. Now Nathan had to fight the urge to just run away in blind panic. Hot fear spread through him, making his legs feel loose and jittery. He did his best to calm his pounding heart and breath that wanted to come in gulps. The dark shape moved closer to the bed. Another shot, then another. The guy had come to kill him, no doubt about it. But why? Nathan forced the useless question away. More important was to figure out how to get out. How many shots did the guy have?
Nathan knew nothing about guns, so he abandoned that line of question. He had to surprise the murderous intruder, overwhelm him somehow, then get out. Could the guy see in the dark? Did he have night vision glasses or something? As the wide, tall shape moved insanely quietly toward the bed, Nathan remembered something he'd read in one of the thrillers he loved. He rehearsed his next movements, not letting himself think too much about it. Just do it, then get away. With the bat in his left hand, he snaked his right hand out of the closet. Sliding along the wall toward his bedroom door, he found the light switch. Nathan flicked the switch on and leapt out at the figure, screaming at the top of his lungs. He swung the bat as hard as he could toward where he thought the intruder's arms would be. The figure spun incredibly fast. Miraculously, Nathan's bat connected with the person's arm. Nathan heard the gun clatter to the floor. Blinking in the bright light, Nathan swung the bat again, aiming at the stocky figure's head. But the man, it was definitely a man, dodged Nathan's bat and stepped up to Nathan, reaching for him. Nathan flung himself backward, trying to get away. He tripped on a shoe, flailing with both hands as he tried to stop himself from falling. The bat connected with the man's head with a satisfying thud. The man's forward progress stopped for a moment. Nathan struck again. The man got an arm up and blocked the bat. With a grunt, the man yanked the bat from Nathan's hands and tossed it away. Having no other option, Nathan launched himself at the man, trying to knock him down. The man did something, stepping to the side, and Nathan was suddenly on his back next to his bed, his head ringing. Looming over him, the man's eyes went wide, focusing on something just above Nathan's shoulders. Nathan tried to kick at one of the man's knees, but his opponent just took a light step backward, then kicked Nathan in the side. Pain erupted in Nathan's ribs as he was jolted into the feet of his bed. Nathan tried to push himself up, getting his hands to the floor. His left hand, under his bed, landed on cold steel. The gun. "More of a fighter than I expected, boy," the intruder said. He had an accent. Nathan scrabbled for the gun, but it spun away from his desperate fingers. The man's face drew close as a fist pummeled Nathan's abdomen. The air exploded from Nathan's lungs. His vision darkened, but he still saw the man's thick face. Something about him looked strange. His eyebrows. Nathan squeezed as far under his bed as he could, reaching into the darkness as another fist slammed into his stomach. He felt hands grip his shoulders, squeezing and lifting. "You can't hide under your bed. I already know where—" Nathan brought the gun up and fired. The pressure on his shoulders disappeared as the man stumbled back. They stared at each other for a moment, the thick, incredibly strong intruder, and Nathan, now holding the man's gun. Heat. Impressions of bright sun. Desperate men seeking their fortune. Death. Nathan stumbled back, but fought to keep focused on the intruder. The thick man leapt at him. Nathan pulled the trigger again, finding the wall of his room with his back. Now the intruder held a hand to his side. What was wrong with the guy's eyebrows? Nathan chased the thought away and lifted the gun. "Get out of my house!" Please, not the darkness. Not yet. For a moment, Nathan felt certain he would have to kill the man. The thought sickened him. The man seemed to tense, giving the impression of a hunting cat about to spring. But something came over his face and the tension bled away. With almost no sound and in the space of a moment, the man was gone. Nathan threw himself after the fleeing intruder. A crashing sound came from the living room, and Nathan caught a glimpse of the man as he ran out the front door, slamming it behind him. Nathan grabbed his phone from the closet floor and, dialing 911, he made for the front door at a dead run. He yanked the door open at the same moment a voice came over the line. 911, what is your emergency? There was somebody in my house! Nathan stepped out onto the front step, suddenly aware of the fact that all he was wearing was boxers and the cloak. He tried to kill me! Sir, are you in danger right now? He tried to kill me! Nathan scoured the front lawn. Nothing. No movement on any of the sidewalks nearby either. He shot at me, but we fought. I got his gun and shot at him. He ran away. The voice asked for his address and said she was sending a cruiser over immediately. Sir, if you'll stay on the line with me until the officers get there, we can make sure you stay safe. Okay. Nathan went back into the house and shut the front door. Making his way back to his room, he turned on every light within reach. In his room, Nathan grabbed a pair of jeans and pulled them on. Sir, are you in your house now?
Yes? If possible, it would be helpful if you could wait outside for the officers to arrive. Nathan frowned at that. Why? He walked back through the house, eyeballing the shelves and appliances in each room. Shards of his mother's old ceramic gnome figurines littered the hallway. Just inside the living room, the shelf where the figurines had been was knocked over. Mainly so that the officers know you're not in distress and they don't have to enter your home with force. Nathan thought that through. Oh, makes sense. Please let me know when you are outside so that I can relay that to the officers. By the time the first cruiser showed up, Nathan had replaced the cloak in his closet and was sitting on the front step. His heartbeat had finally returned to normal too. Okay, they're here. Thank you, sir. Good luck. The lady at the police dispatch hung up. For the next 20 minutes, Nathan walked the first pair of officers to arrive 3 times through what had happened. They took turns writing notes in their small notebooks. Halfway through the second telling, another pair of officers showed up, and they split up and did the same circuit around and through the house that the first set had done. Are you sure that nothing was taken? The small, wiry lady officer's gaze bored into Nathan's. Her name tag said Hanks. Yes, Nathan said. He looked around the living room again, dreading the cleanup of the glass from the hutch door. I've been out of the country for a little while. Had they been informed of the Westerner who invaded a family's apartment in Cairo? He wondered silently. But he wasn't after anything. He tried to kill me. Nathan indicated the evidence bag that now held the man's gun. With that. But I got it, like I said, and I shot at him. Officer Hanks consulted her notebook, which is when he turned and ran. That's right. Her partner, a guy about Nathan's size named Liu, showed up and bent close to Hank's ear. Okay, Mr. Eckhoff, so the others have done a thorough canvass of your home, property, and the neighborhood. There's no evidence of anyone breaking in. In fact, we see no sign of a forced entrance here in your home. I don't really care. This guy came here to kill me. Hank smiled in what must have been intended to be a comforting way. No, we believe you. The bullet hole in your bedroom door and this gun support your story. Good. Nathan thought of the cloak. Good. Nathan thought of the cloak. Had that guy somehow been after it? But how would anyone even know about it? And why did he try to kill me? Any idea why the intruder might have wanted to kill you? Nathan shook his head. The cloak? No. But the words came back again. The cloak. Somehow, someway, the guy had come looking for the cloak and to kill Nathan. All right, sir. We'll process the weapon and the crime scene unit should be here in a minute. We'll keep you informed. Hanks turned to join Leo at the door. If you could just follow me for a moment, we'll have you sign a statement. Hanks and Liu led the way to their patrol car while 2 more vehicles pulled up. People in dark windbreakers poured out, carrying cases of all kinds. They consulted with another officer, who had arrived right after Hanks and Liu, then went into the house. Nathan looked around, seeing curtains partially covering windows and shapes behind those windows. Guilt at waking up his neighbors crept in a little. I did just have a gunfight with some strange guy with almost no eyebrows in my bedroom, he thought to himself. Pretty sure I legally had to call the cops. A few minutes later, Hanks and Liu told him 2 patrol cars would be on site for the rest of the night, then handed Nathan off to the paramedics. The EMTs were gentle but efficient. You've probably got a couple of slightly cracked ribs, or maybe they're just bruised, said the lady EMT. Nathan glanced at her name tag, Blackburn. In any case, you're breathing without too much pain, so try to take it easy. You can take painkillers if you're uncomfortable. The other EMT, closing a cabinet in the ambulance, piped up. Yeah, and ice will help keep the bruising down, but you're in for some colorful stuff for the next week or 2. Blackburn had Nathan sit on the ambulance bumper. I'll wrap you for now, just to give you some padding and to remind you to take it easy. As the ambulance drove away, Nathan took a careful breath. Not too much pain. He went back inside. One of the crime scene ladies asked him to stay clear of the living room, hallway, and bedroom. He walked to the kitchen and sat at the dining table. His mouth suddenly went dry. He started to shake. He got up and grabbed a drink of water. The cup shook and water slid down his chin. He set the cup down and leaned on the counter. His breath came in short, tight gulps. He dropped back into his chair and leaned as far forward and down as he could. Images of the fight, the desperation that drove all thoughts away except for survival, flitted through his brain in an endless cycle. After long minutes, Nathan finally forced his heart to slow, his breathing to normalize. He'd shot at the guy, maybe even hit him, judging by the way the man had held his side. This was completely insane. He turned and leaned on the table, the tight bandage around his middle reminding him that it was all real. He wasn't dreaming. This was all real. The cloak, John, the danger to the stadium, and now somebody trying to kill him. It was almost morning when a crime scene officer gently woke him from where he slept at the table and said they were done. They asked him to try to avoid going into his room and headed out. And Nathan was alone again. His head ached, his ribs throbbed, and his neck felt stiffer than a board. He stepped into his room, grabbed the cloak from its hook in the closet, and went to his parents' room. Too exhausted and in pain to do anything but take note of the floral patterned bedspread and the pictures clustering the walls, Nathan flopped onto the bed. Definitely not a superhero. Sleep took him. Chapter 15. There's just a lot of apartments around here. Jake glared at the kid, who had to be a high school sophomore or junior. As she protested, the ponytail that stuck through her ugly green hat bobbed. Jake wanted to tear her stupid hat off. Maybe her ponytail, too. Yeah, but there's a thing called a GPS. It's been at least an hour. Again, I'm sorry, sir. Her gaze kept bouncing off the walls around his doorway. She obviously didn't care that he would be eating lukewarm pizza. Sorry's not good enough. She rolled her eyes. Sir, if you want to talk to my manager, you can call the restaurant at the same number you called to order. Her name's Kim Barnhurst. She half-turned. I'm sorry, but I've got 2 other deliveries. Whatever. Sure, she would hurry to make those other deliveries. This punk little girl had no clue what treating people with respect meant. A little consideration, maybe some common courtesy, would be nice. Jake watched as she walked down the hallway. Not 3 steps away, she fished her cell phone, probably a smartphone with unlimited data, of course, out of her pocket and bent to look at it. Stupid kid had probably been texting and chatting up her friends instead of using that ridiculously expensive phone her daddy had given her to freaking find his place. Jake slammed the apartment door, balancing the warm pizza box in one hand while crumpling and tossing the receipt toward the counter. The ball of paper bounced onto the floor. Of course. It wasn't as if anything could ever possibly go his way on this messed up planet. He set the pizza box on the low table in front of his faded couch and popped it open. Yep. Warm. Not hot. Stupid, slow, inconsiderate, undeserving little kid. Jake yanked his door open again. He opened his mouth to shout at the delivery girl, but she was already out of sight. Just like everyone else. Oblivious, rude, ugly people living in their own little world, betraying everyone around them. His palm caressed the blade he'd found at the shop, now at the small of his back in a leather sheath he'd found. She needed to learn. Get a little scared and learn from her mistakes. He shut his door and ran down the hallway. Just a little scare, to put some fear and awareness in her. He burst through the front door and caught sight of the delivery girl as she got to her car, a PT Cruiser. Bet Daddy gave that to her, too. He lunged toward her as she opened the door. Hey, he said, making sure his fury bled into his voice. Sorry's not good enough. The girl's eyes went wide and her lips parted. What? Back off! She ducked into her car and yanked the door. Jake caught it just before it closed, the meat of his fingers getting pinched hard. Pain lanced into his hand. Stupid kid just broke my hand! Rage lent him strength and he jerked the door open, tearing it out of her grip. She screamed something unintelligible, her dumb fear obvious in her eyes. Sheep. Just a stupid, scared sheep getting everything she ever wanted. Jake shoved her deeper into the car and leaned over her, putting one hand over her mouth and yanking his blade from its sheath. Just like everyone, he said. Rude, stupid, betrayers. He held the blade in front of her face. Her eyes went even wider and she struggled, but she was small, and Jake was now leaning most of his weight on the hand covering her mouth.
Breath rasped noisy and jagged through her half-covered nose. "You think it's a little thing to ruin somebody's night? After a long day of working with morons and serving the worst of humanity? You think that's okay?" Dark fury flooded him with power. She shook her head. Her hands tried pushing him away, but he was strength itself. Righteous, vengeful strength. Strength that could right wrongs. He slid the blade closer to one of her eyes. "It's not a little thing. A little common courtesy. You can't even manage that. You're so busy talking to your stupid friends." The blade touched the soft skin next to her eye. A tiny drop of blood welled up. She went completely still. Under his hand, her lips worked and jaw struggled, as if she were trying to say something. Jake glanced around, realized where he was, how this would look if someone saw him. He met her gaze again. She would cry and tattle, even if he scared her a lot. He slid the blade down her face toward her neck. He felt a vein pulsing under his thumb. He couldn't afford questions or attention. His work was too important. Dark fury built in him at the thought of his work being derailed by this idiot kid. No, he wouldn't let that happen. The solution was simple.
Chapter 16. Ernesto seethed on the faded brown comforter covering his too-soft bed in his motel room. How had Eckhoff woken up? Had an untrained college kid somehow heard him approaching while he was sleeping? Not a chance. Had to be some kind of fluke. Ernesto pulled the final thorn from his calf, snarling at the memory of Eckhoff's neighbor's row of rose bushes. Ridiculous. First, the kid somehow got the better of him. Then, Ernesto's escape route had taken him over a high fence behind a hedgerow. But Ernesto hadn't counted on the thorns. Studying his palms, Ernesto forced the anger deeper, banking it against the time he could follow through on it. That neighbor really needed to sand and refinish his fence, too. Long minutes later, his palms somewhat tender to the touch after having had multiple splinters removed from each, Ernesto ran his hands under a steady stream of cold water in the bathroom. Finally, he sat on the bed again, the motel room offering no other places to sit. He reached into a shopping bag from a nearby drugstore, pulling out gauze and medical tape. He hissed as he peeled his shirt from the wound along his ribs. This Eckhoff kid had damnable luck, somehow lying in wait in the closet, then knocking his gun away. Ernesto felt the lack of its comforting weight on his hip as he finished taping gauze onto his wound. It had been pure luck. There was no other reason. Ernesto rolled his wrist, shaking it carefully. Definitely not broken or sprained. A purple bruise was already appearing, however. He cast his thoughts over each step of the evening, swallowing his anger. Hagen would want a report in the morning, and the man would not be happy to hear about how things went. As Ernesto shrugged into a new leather jacket from a store downtown, he examined his actions. Finding the Eckhoff home, waiting for Eckhoff to appear, then settle in for the night. Following Eckhoff and waiting outside that bar. Typical college student. At least the kid hadn't gotten completely drunk. Then entering the house at the darkest hour and firing at the place he knew Eckhoff would be. Ernesto had done nothing wrong. It was pure luck that Eckhoff had somehow known he was there. With the leather jacket on, Ernesto slumped a little forward to hide his body shape and size. Next, he bit down a few times to loosen his jaw, then pushed his lower lip slightly forward. Last, he reached into his small travel bag and extracted a case. He pulled a pair of thick glasses from the case and slid them over his eyes. He glanced in the mirror. His disguise complete, Ernesto slipped out of the room. He had found the Chinese restaurant while pulling into the motel parking lot. Now he slouched toward it, shoulders forward and hands in the jacket pockets. The biggest problem, of course, was that Eckhoff would now be on guard, or at least paranoid. Ernesto jogged across an intersection with a flashing orange hand telling him to wait. The Chinese place was about 50 meters away. He glanced around casually, eyes taking in every pedestrian, every car. The lady coming out of the dingy-looking grocery store carrying 2 full bags. She was limping a little, probably a long shift at a job that kept her on her feet. He returned his focus to the path ahead. He had to admit it was impatience, along with Hagen's incessant micromanagement that had pushed him to what had clearly been a premature move. His last act as he escaped the home, knocking that shelf down, had been an attempt to cover his tracks at least a little, try to make it look a little bit like a normal home invasion. Had it worked? There was no way of knowing. Ernesto realized he was clenching his jaw and fists as he reached for the door to the Chinese restaurant. He forced himself to relax and resume the posture he had adopted earlier. Within minutes, he had his water with lemon and his moo goo gai pan was on the way. The booth floor felt sticky under his boots and the table had needed wiping when he got there, but the food smelled fresh enough. With his back to a wall and every exit and entrance to the building in sight, Ernesto reviewed the notes he had taken, formulating a new plan of attack. Eckhoff had the cloak. Ernesto had seen it during the fight. He had to get it. As his food arrived and was set before him, Ernesto split his chopsticks. He had to be waiting outside of Eckhoff's house before the kid emerged in the morning, or whenever. Ernesto took a first testing bite of his food. Yes, the button mushrooms were fresh and flavored just right. It would be simple. He just had to be patient. Wait for the target to emerge, observe him closely by following him for an hour or two. If the irritatingly lucky kid had been wearing the cloak tonight, surely he would be wearing it tomorrow. So all Ernesto had to do was get Eckhoff into a private place, an alley perhaps, and do what was needed. Hagen would have the cloak by tomorrow afternoon, and this cursed job would be at an end. Savoring the excellent combination of water chestnuts, button mushrooms, and chicken, he pulled his secondary cell phone out of a pocket and tapped out a message to one of his low-level operatives whom he'd activated in Cairo. "Report on the digging team?" Before he'd finished his meal, the phone vibrated. "Nothing new. Still trying to restore the site. Have seen most artifacts. No cloak." Ernesto tapped out another message. "No need. Cloak is found. Stay on site until you hear from me." Ernesto put away his phone and cracked open his fortune cookie, chewing the cardboard-flavored treat down before reading the fortune. He scoffed at his superstition every time, but what was the harm? He unfolded the message. "You will find great success in your business." He laughed, short and muffled. Indeed. He already had, and it wasn't by luck. Years of training, years of work as a legionnaire, and now longer than he could remember as a mercenary working for Hagen's group. Ernesto dropped cash on the table and left the restaurant. Tomorrow. He could afford 2 hours of sleep, then he would return to the Eckhoff house. And Eckhoff wouldn't survive the day. Chapter 17. Jake took another bite of the now cold pizza. No money for a microwave, and of course the landlord wouldn't spring for one. He sniffed at his hands. They still stunk of gasoline, even after multiple washings. The sight of the pizza girl's car going up in flames behind that abandoned warehouse had been liberating. Maybe the landlord needed to be next, the stingy jerk. No, that would draw too much attention. So for now, cold pizza. Wiping the pizza grease on his pants, Jake shoved a lock of hair off his forehead and leaned forward, tapping to the next screen on the website about guerrilla warfare. It was practically a guide on how to run a resistance. And the best parts of the site were these clear, step-by-step instructions on how to build a bomb, as well as how to wire it for cell phone detonation. He clicked between the two screens a few times, comparing the images on the screen with what he had on his table. He finished his first slice, and wiping his hands again, traced each wire again. Damn it! I knew something was wrong! He yanked all the wires out of the metal cap. Stupid website needs bigger diagrams. He took a swig of warm soda from the 2-liter bottle on the table and dug into his backpack. He pulled out 2 more pipes, each with a cap on one end. Lots more to do. It had to be big. Really big. Chapter 18. Nathan let the hot water sluice down his back, which was sore from falling asleep on the dining table the night before. He breathed slowly, evenly. He needed a plan. All he knew was there was a guy named Jacob who spent his days surrounded by books. This guy was cursed, and he may very well have been in his house last night. and Nathan had to find and somehow stop the guy from doing something. He shivered despite the hot water. What if he hadn't woken up last night? Would he have woken up at all? Not helpful, he thought. He took another slow breath, trying to fight back the fear. I know what I felt was real. This is for real. I have to do this. He stood under the spray of the shower, repeating this to himself until his thoughts cleared. A plan. He had to figure out a way to find this guy. And I have to figure out how to use this cloak right. John could have been more specific, maybe given him an address. He said my journey would prepare me, thought Nathan. I guess I'd better go on that journey. He ran through the other things John had said the night before. Wait a second. John had said this Jacob guy spent his days surrounded by books. Most people spent their days working at a job of some kind. Did Jacob work at a library or even a bookstore? Something about that notion brought a quiet moment of peace. That has to be it. So, a library or a bookstore in San Francisco, downtown or in a suburb. Nathan's thoughts turned to the public library he'd frequented as a kid. That was as good a place to start as any. Nathan took a deep breath as he stepped out of the house, the cloak fastened around his shoulders and a hoodie on top of the silk cloth. I'm walking blind here, he thought. Needing to depend on what appeared to be just a strange piece of clothing was causing a fashion problem. He checked again to make sure it wasn't visible from under the hoodie. He'd taken pains to tuck the cloak out of sight. The last thing he wanted was to draw attention to himself by looking weird. He wanted to fly under the radar, maybe not cause an international incident today. Nathan walked toward the nearest bus stop, polishing off his banana and tossing the peel in the bin at the stop. First, the Palo Alto Library. He would take a bus to the library and then use the gift to do whatever he did when he looked people in the eyes. Read them, I guess, he thought. But now it was time to figure this thing out. And this was the best he could come up with, considering the information he had. John said to trust the gift. That has to mean I have to trust myself too. That had to be part of the journey. Nathan ran through last night's conversation with John on the street. John had insisted that Nathan had to receive the gift. Okay, thought Nathan. Pretty sure I've done that. Then he'd told Nathan to find this Jacob guy who wanted to murder people, to trust the gift, and he said something about feeding the sheep. What did that mean? Something about it seemed familiar. Nathan glanced at the sky, hoping people didn't think he was weird for wearing sunglasses on a cloudy day. The bus arrived a few minutes later. As he got on, Nathan glanced at the driver, acknowledging the lady with a nod and a polite smile. Nathan took a seat toward the back of the bus. He watched as apartments and businesses slid past the bus windows. The library should only be a 10-minute trip. Meanwhile, what did feed the sheep mean? He watched the next person get on the bus, careful to not appear to be watching too closely. The sunglasses definitely helped. There had to be some way to control the gift. It's almost a power, he thought, but I'm not a mutant or anything. No way was he supposed to be a victim to the gift, right? He couldn't keep being floored every time he looked into someone's eyes. The X-Men had Professor X. I've got a really strange guy who sometimes doesn't seem entirely human. Well, John wasn't here, so Nathan had to figure this thing out on his own. He needed somewhere safe, but also somewhere he could see people so he could read them, which meant he needed to be somewhere he wouldn't be noticed if he was there for a while. Somewhere like a bus, or a BART train. Nathan looked at the hard seats and scuffed walls of the commuter bus he sat on. Perfect. The bus rumbled underneath him, faint exhaust fumes filling his nostrils. Okay, he thought, the next person who gets on, test number 1. Nobody got on at the next stop. And at the library? Did he just need to read everyone he saw, or at least all of the workers there? Maybe he could look through old news stories too, see if they offered a clue, while he checked the employees at the Palo Alto Library. It would at least be practice. Sweat dripped down his back. Too many layers, he thought. As the bus slowed for the next stop, he considered getting off and finding a bathroom where he could take the cloak off. Nathan remembered the impressions he'd felt during his journey from Egypt. Obviously, the cloak still worked somewhat, even when he wasn't wearing it anymore. But did it work as well? This was important. Could he take any chances? Maybe that would be another thing to experiment with. From his spot at the back of the bus, he let his eyes wander, taking in the backs of the other passengers' heads. Another memory surfaced. John seemed to make a point of telling me to wear the cloak. Maybe that meant the perceptions would be stronger when he was wearing the cloak. I'll still experiment, Nathan decided. But if he was going to stop Jacob from murdering people, and maybe even other terrible things from happening, maybe he should wear it as often as possible. But Nathan couldn't stop every bad thing from happening. I'm not Superman. And besides, even Superman couldn't be everywhere at once. And what if Superman had been able to be everywhere and anywhere? Wouldn't that have made him God? The wrong kind of God, he thought. Lame as the bad things Nathan had experienced were, he wouldn't have changed most of them. Besides, the things he'd learned, especially from his failed relationships, were important to him. That couldn't be his purpose. But bad things did happen to people, and he had already stopped one of those things. Mostly. Was that the key? Was he supposed to stop people who were going to hurt other people? That made sense, since John had talked about the cursed man killing a bunch of people. A thought hit him hard enough to make him gasp. He forced a cough to cover it up. If he'd had the cloak before his father had committed suicide, would he have been able to stop his father? The idea made him feel nauseated for a moment. But I did know. Or I had a feeling, thought Nathan. And I did talk to him. The familiar ache in his chest appeared. I could have done more. The vow came to his lips unbidden, quicker than he could stop it. Never again. I won't ignore those impressions again. He tried to imagine the guilt as something he could push out of him if he just focused hard enough. He squeezed his eyes closed, willing the guilt and grief away. Dad. He felt a single tear slide down a cheek. He gritted his teeth, scrubbing his jacket sleeve over his face. I'm not going to get anything done if I don't quit this, Nathan decided. The bus slowed again. He took a settling breath. Time to practice. A woman, bundled as if she were in the North Pole, climbed on the bus. Talk about too many layers. He forced himself to meet her gaze as she scanned the bus for a spare seat. Nothing. Wait a second. Mentally shaking his head at himself, Nathan pushed the sunglasses off his face and onto his head. Nice. He grabbed the adjacent seat as the bus turned onto Embarcadero Road. There had to be another stop soon, hopefully before the stop near the library. Within a minute, the bus slowed and came to a stop. Nathan ignored his suddenly skipping heart and let out a steady breath. He gripped the seats to either side of him. 2 women climbed on, chatting amiably. They scanned the seats and headed toward the back. They both wore jeans and form-fitting t-shirts under long jackets. The taller of the 2 had her hair up in a complex style, while the other, a blonde, wore her hair down around her shoulders. The blonde met his gaze. Nathan tried to let his eyes slide casually across her face so he didn't seem like he was staring at her. In that moment, he took in the deep circles around her blue eyes, the lines in her forehead, the tightness of her small, pointy chin. She's so tired. She's trying to hide it so her friend doesn't feel guilty, but she's got so much going on at home. Her husband spends so much time on the computer at night. Her kid struggling in a too big class. Nathan sat back, unable to keep his eyes open as the flood of information felt like it would drown him. Worse was the almost physical need to reach out, take her in an embrace, and tell her things would get better. She hides it from her friend because her friend's got boyfriend issues, but she just wants to be home. She can't afford to go shopping, but doesn't want to admit that either. He felt like his heart had tight hands around it, squeezing hard. He felt so full of the need to help, to comfort, to take the burden. His veins must be popping out of his skin. He sat on an endless roller coaster that plunged straight down in an eternal fall. He shook his head, willing the input to stop. It did. Like a fire hydrant being turned off, the stream of perception shut down. He blinked in the sudden relief, having to look directly at the fingers of his right hand to make them release the armrest of the seat. His knuckles throbbed with the tension of squeezing so hard. So if I just tell it, really firmly, to stop, it'll stop? He asked himself. What about earlier in the read, like when he first looked at people's eyes? Could he find a way to tell the gift to not even activate? Nathan glanced carefully at the blonde woman, now seated 2 rows ahead of him on the aisle seat of the pair of seats she and her friend had claimed. She looked just over her friend's shoulder while the brunette chatted away. Both seemed unaware of Nathan's presence. The familiar dizziness arrived, but it was much reduced. Then an opaque blindfold fell over his eyes. Nathan's heart rate spiked and his neck went clammy with panic. He rubbed at his eyes, surprised his hands didn't find a cloth to pull away. Nothing changed. All he could see was darkness. He pressed the palms of his hands hard against his eyes. "Come on, what is this? John didn't say anything about not being able to see." Nathan kept his head down for seconds that felt like lifetimes, and all at once his vision returned. Watching cars and buildings stream by outside the bus, Nathan had to fight hard to keep fear from building inside his chest. It was beginning to look like every time he did a read of someone, he was going to have this happen. But is it going to get worse? The prospect of being blind for more than a second or two almost pushed Nathan to his feet so he could get off at the next stop. Blind was no good, not happening, no way. Nathan caught sight of the woman again with her friend. He remembered the sensation of fear and worry that poured from her. He needed to learn to control the gift and somehow control the side effects. But whatever the answer was to controlling the gift, that lady needed help. He had to do something, but he couldn't tutor her kids, and he couldn't tell her husband to get off the computer. He shook his head, marveling. The fact that I know that about her is insane. But, insane or not, he had to do something. How did you help a person in that situation? Give her money? Find her husband and give him a firm lecture? Yeah, that would work great. Go to their house and intrude on their lives. Hey, it had worked so well last time. The near despair, the isolation that she felt, still pulsed raw in his memory. Comfort. Maybe he could at least bring her comfort. He would have to do it in a way that didn't embarrass or make her otherwise uncomfortable, or even in a way that brought attention to her. How do you sneakily comfort someone? He considered for a long minute while the bus stopped again, letting 3 young men on. They stayed at the front of the bus, standing and holding the bar. The rumble of the bus engine quickly swallowed their noisy chatter. Nathan lowered his sunglasses over his eyes again, not ready to try another time. He remembered the notes his father had often left for his mother. Tiny papers, sometimes with only 1 or 2 words on them. Nathan studied the backs of the women, looking for some way to deliver an anonymous note. There, the blonde woman held her purse's strap, but it was on the floor under her seat, part of it in the aisle. Nathan pulled his small notebook and pen from his satchel and opened to a blank page. Short. It had to be short, but it also had to be strong, comforting. She felt alone. He wrote fast but carefully, conscious of his terrible handwriting. Where was a notebook PC with a portable printer when you needed one? "You are not alone. It will get better," he wrote. Was that enough? Was it too much? There's a way through this. It wouldn't help. He turned to a fresh page and checked on the women. They still chatted quietly, but he also noticed that less than a block ahead was the bus stop he needed. Come on, Cloak, Nathan thought. Help me out here. Nothing. Crap. Okay, if I were in the same situation, what would help? Nathan asked himself. Advice? No. Something comforting. Something that would give her hope and maybe some strength. That was it. He wrote fast. You aren't alone. You have family and friends who love you. Your husband loves you and you love him. You'll find a way to make things better. Something about this second try felt better, more personal, like she was strong enough to find the solution. He tore the paper out of the notebook, shoved the notebook and pen back into his satchel, and stood, folding the paper. He yanked the cord for the bus to stop and glanced around to make sure he was still the only person behind the two women on the bus. The last thing he needed was some other passenger seeing him drop a note into the blonde woman's purse. He lifted his satchel and gripped the strap tightly in one hand, the folded note in the other. He slid closer to his target and watched for the right moment. The bus eased to the right and rumbled to a rough halt. Nathan stumbled forward, dropping his satchel next to the woman's purse. He adopted an embarrassed expression and met the blonde woman's eyes, this time through the sunglasses. "Hey," he said. "Sorry, not much of a bus surfer." She forced a wan smile and turned back to her friend. Nathan slid the note into her purse and stood fast. He practically leapt off the bus, turning to watch it force its way back into the flow of traffic. A bus surfer? He asked himself. Seriously? Yeah, he needed practice. Chapter 19. Memories of research projects, afternoons spent immersed in espionage and horror novels, and countless summer reading contests flooded Nathan. He wasn't sure if it was the smell of paper, ink, and computer fans, or if it was the sight of the rows of bookshelves. Maybe it was the lighting, or just the sensation of being surrounded by literally thousands of years of knowledge and stories. Nathan reminded himself to keep moving, and passed through into the main section of the library. He slid the sunglasses off and put them in the pocket of his hoodie. Here, in the warmth of the library, he knew the sweat dripping down his back would only get worse, but he couldn't take the chance that the gift might be weaker if he weren't wearing the cloak. He turned right. First, a slow circuit of the entire building. His breath caught in his throat. If the darkness kept coming after every time, this wasn't going to be very pleasant. And what if, at some point, the darkness just stuck around? Nathan shook his head, knowing he must look like a crazy person. It's going to be fine, he told himself. I have to find this guy. He would read every employee and volunteer and see if one of them was Jacob. Okay, every male employee and volunteer. As he walked, another thought occurred to him. What if someone else actually got a hold of the cloak? Would they be able to use the gift too? Would he lose the gift if somebody else got the cloak? Rather not find out, thanks. He glanced down each aisle as he passed it. A young woman pushed a cart of books down one. The first male employee sat behind an information desk that Nathan came to at the halfway point of his circuit. Nathan moved closer, finding some large reference books sitting on a table near the information desk. He steeled himself and opened one of the books, letting its cover thump onto the table. He glanced at the guy at the desk and grimaced, mouthing, "Sorry." Their eyes met. Stress. Breathless, nearly non-stop stress. No time for anything but work and study. But with all of that, glowing moments of peace and quiet. The library. Nathan forced the flow to stop. The guy was a student, obviously, and he worked at the library as a way to get away from his regular life sometimes. He was a volunteer. Nothing felt cursed about the guy. Although, really, what did being cursed feel like? And why was this Jacob guy cursed? Had he sold his soul to the devil or something? Nathan moved away from the table, marveling that what should have been a joke no longer felt that way. His vision dimmed slightly for only a moment. That wasn't too bad. He continued on his circuit. The next male worker he found was pushing a wooden cart full of books. This guy had a thick, dark beard and a name tag that said James B. Nathan stopped himself as he started to walk away. No, wait. I need practice, and I need to see if I can stop the darkness from coming. He stepped into the aisle and pretended to look for a book. As James got closer, Nathan shuffled closer to the bookshelf to let him by. He glanced at James's face, giving a polite smile. James had brown eyes. Anger. Confused anger. Frustration at not understanding what was going on. Deep sadness, but all because of love and faith. So much faith. Nathan caught his breath, closing off the flow with a mental movement that felt almost like flexing a muscle. As James took the cart to the next aisle, Nathan forced air through his suddenly tight throat. He clenched his jaw, fighting totally unexpected tears. He scrubbed a sleeve of his hoodie across his face. That guy's married and... Nathan tried swallowing past the lump in his throat. His wife lost a baby. After a few moments of tight control, the sensation passed and Nathan felt his breath come easier. I am never going to get used to this, am I? But at least it was getting easier to turn off the perceptions. Maybe he could find a way to only have them when he chose. He stopped next to a bookcase, dreading what came next. The world closed down around him as the blindness came. How did I know it would be worse this time? There had to be a way to control it.
If nothing else, it seemed like knowing the darkness was coming helped stop the panic that had been igniting each time the blindness came. Maybe 10 seconds of careful breathing and prayers that the darkness would recede soon passed. A metal shelf and books filled his vision. He sighed in relief. Despite learning so much about the gift already, confusion at the blindness and his mission still welled up in him. Next time I see John, I'm asking him about this. He should have said something. Nathan went back to work. As he returned to his circuit around the library, he realized his legs felt wobbly. Checking his phone, he saw that he'd only been in the library for a half hour, if that. Why did he suddenly feel exhausted? He came to a small nook with a few soft chairs. A rest would be good. He chose the chair in one of the corners of the nook. A muffled thud jerked Nathan upright. He licked dry lips. He fumbled for his phone. He'd fallen asleep for an hour. He took a few minutes to get his bearings and let his racing heart settle back down. The light in the library had changed as the angle of the sun through all of the windows had moved. A big yawn escaped from Nathan. Was this sleepiness still jet lag even after a couple of days and what felt like endless hours of sleep? Whatever it was, he felt fine now, but the day was nearly halfway done and he didn't feel any closer to finding this cursed Jacob guy. He had to find a way to go faster. He stood and stretched as casually and unobtrusively as possible, and he still wanted to find a way to not have a perception when he looked at someone's eyes. Would that just be a matter of flexing that mental muscle again? An idea came to him. 2 birds with 1 stone? Why not? He made his way between aisles toward the front of the library, soon coming to the main section again.
He approached the reference desk and smiled at the older woman sitting behind it.
Laura. She'd been working at the library for as long as he could remember. She wore her now snow-colored hair in a tight bun, her wrinkled face smiling back at him as he got closer. Okay, just keep it turned off, he told himself. He started by looking at her forehead. Hello. Hi there. How can I help you, young man? He almost laughed aloud. He'd been coming here for at least 10 years, and she still never remembered his name. Keep it turned off. He slid his gaze down to her sharp blue eyes. Something's missing. Left side feels cold where it used to feel warm. Evenings that used to be spent singing and playing games and doing puzzles. A holiday coming up and worry about how it will be without him. Nathan took a deep breath. Her husband. He'd died. He'd always slept on her left, so now it felt cold on that side when she lay down. I beg your pardon? Nathan forced the flow to stop. He met her eyes again. Nothing came. Sorry, I was looking for Jacob. Is he here today? Crap. She was so lonely now. Her husband had died. All Nathan saw when he looked at her was very quiet tears and resignation. She was hurt, but nothing could really fix it. Certainly. He's in the children's section. Cold tingles slid down Nathan's neck. Really? Well, that's creepy as hell, he thought. He turned but caught himself. He rested his hands on the wood surface and met her gaze again. Thank you very much. What else is there to say? I've been coming here since I was a kid, and you've been here the whole time. Thank you. Her brow drew down in confusion, but after a moment her eyes softened. Her hand, somewhat cold, covered his for a moment. Oh, thank you, Nathan. I was sorry to hear about your father. Grief stabbed him in the throat. He gulped and swallowed hard. Thanks. She patted his hand, and he turned away, willing his vision to clear as he walked. Halfway to the kids' section, what she'd said fully dawned on him. She called me Nathan. She does know my name. What was all this young man stuff, then? He breathed a quiet chuckle. Definitely more to Laura than he'd realized, and he could turn it off but not keep it from turning on. He came to a column and leaned against it. He looked inward. Okay, no darkness this time, please. Don't go blind. The darkness came. He spent a few long seconds catching his breath, but not too long. Jacob was here. He'd found the cursed man in the kids section of the library. Chapter 20. What do I do now? And what if Jacob really was that man who'd broken into his house last night? Would Jacob run the moment he saw Nathan? And honestly, if that guy last night hadn't been this Jacob fellow,
Who else was involved in this thing? Okay, Nathan told himself. First I find him. I guess I'd better read him, too. Not that I have much choice there. Then what? Talk to him? Take him to the police? How? And for what? I'm stalling. He forced himself to move. Simple plan. Read this Jacob guy and try to get him where Nathan could talk to him. Maybe keep him confined. Nathan pulled his phone out and dialed 911, but didn't hit the green call button yet. If things went south, Nathan would call the cops and just grab Jacob and hold him for the cops to come get him. But how do I explain my involvement? Cross that bridge later. Nathan caught sight of a young man with narrow shoulders sitting behind a wood counter. He had long, black hair pulled into a ponytail. Nathan scanned the area and realized that if Jacob tried to run, Nathan could cut him off, since there was only one way to get out from behind that desk and run toward the front door of the library. Yes, it would look strange to anybody watching, but best I can do when I have magical powers that I can't explain to anyone. Let's do this. Jacob acknowledged Nathan, but was too far away for Nathan to catch sight of the guy's eyes. What if he has a weapon? Nathan tensed up, clenching his fists. I'll grab a book and throw it at him or something. I just have to do this. John said to trust the gift. A few strides later, Nathan was close enough. Hi. How can I help you? Jacob's smile was far too big to be genuine. Nathan yanked his eyes from the guy's hairline and forced himself to meet Jacob's dark eyes. He braced himself. A diffuse glow, wrists resting on a hard surface, a computer screen, endless computer screens, stories, so many stories, frustration, anger, jealousy, a long, long wait. Why did it have to take so long? Nathan opened himself up more. Where was the twisted justice John had talked about? More stories. Reading, learning, and studying. Late nights working on a slowly dying computer. Magic. Honor. Frustration and passion. Loneliness. Escape. Endless journeys and rescues and battles. Hope. The flow of impressions faded. Sir, is there something I can help you with? Concern etched Jacob's face. No, I was just looking around. Nathan commanded his legs to move. He circled to one side of the desk and slipped into one of the rows of shelves. John had said he would know for sure when he found the cursed Jacob. That guy was definitely not cursed. He was a writer, or was at least trying to be a writer. He didn't want to kill anyone. Definitely the wrong Jacob. Could there be another Jacob in the library? No, Laura would have said something. Nathan suppressed the urge to punch some books off their shelf. All of that time and practice and pain and nothing. He was no closer than he was when he'd left the house this morning. This Jacob he was looking for had to be at a different library, or maybe a bookstore. Damn it! Nathan left the library, only just keeping himself from slamming the glass door open as hard as he could as he exited. Now what? Nathan dropped his sunglasses over his eyes and did an inventory of his day and previous plan. So far, he'd learned how to stop one of the readings once it had started, but there didn't seem to be a way to not have one of these episodes without using the sunglasses. Also, it would be best if he didn't go blind after one. And now he had to find bookstores and hope he eventually found Jacob. Somehow. And do all that before Jacob started killing people. His stomach grumbled. He checked the time. Lunchtime. He looked up. The cloudy sky had no guidance for him. So how to find Jacob in a random bookstore or library? Trust the gift. But he could make it easier, he realized. There were several bookstores on one street downtown. He could head down there, grab a bite, then hit every bookstore in sight. As he walked back toward the bus stop, Nathan found himself blinking heavily. Gotta be kidding me. Wait a second. It seemed like he started feeling sleepy soon after every time he read someone. Or maybe after a few times. Did the gift take energy from him in addition to making him temporarily blind? Lovely. I'm a glasses-wearing, semi-blind, narcoleptic non-superhero. Chapter 21. 30 minutes later, Nathan stepped out of the BART bus. He watched it pull away. With a deep breath, he felt the last of the shakes leave his body. really freaking weird. He hadn't even noticed himself falling asleep. But waking up was going to be hard to forget. It had felt like someone zapped him with an electric current. Jerking awake, he glanced around and known he should get off the bus. Well, I'm awake and clueless. He scanned the area, waiting for a moment to see if a certain direction called to him. Nothing. Fine. He found his way to Columbus Avenue. Lunch first, unless he came to a bookstore on the way. He glanced in the windows of the many stores, musing that he'd never window shopped before. He glanced at his phone. 12 p.m. 10 p.m. in Cairo. Kelsey was probably getting ready for bed. He briefly considered dialing her number, rejecting that idea. He'd talked to her yesterday. He didn't have to talk to her every day. But I want to. He shoved the phone back into his pocket and turned his attention back to the sidewalk and stores. Nathan grabbed a Reuben sandwich at a deli. Appetite sated, Nathan left the deli and found a bookstore 3 doors down. Checking for crumbs on his hoodie, he went into the bookstore. He was on the street a few seconds later. Nobody named Jacob worked in that one. And this was going to take way too long. He didn't actually have to physically journey to every single bookstore in San Francisco, did he? Of course not. He went back to the deli and took one of the outdoor seats. For the next hour, he used Google and his phone to call every bookstore that had a phone number. 10 bookstores, and nearly an hour later, Nathan had crossed off 9 of the stores. Why didn't Caldwell's Books and such answer their phone? No big deal. Saved enough time by calling around that I'll just go down there. The bus trip went fast. He got out at Broadway and headed up the street. Checking his phone map, it looked like he had 3 blocks to cross. He passed an antique store with a huge facade of windows. The statue of Anubis that stood behind that window caught his eye. As he turned toward the bookstore, Nathan stumbled and nearly fell. He stopped and stared at the reflection in the window, but what he'd just seen had already disappeared. Reversed in the reflection on the window, a body shape and a face had suddenly jumped out at him. Nathan carefully turned and scanned the opposite side of the street, fear icing his chest. The man had been wearing a leather jacket and a baseball cap, but the shadows on the face and the thick body, was it the guy from last night? Nothing, or at least he couldn't see anything familiar. People walked by in clusters and individually, some of them carrying bags, some fixated on their phones. Had he imagined it? No way. For that brief moment, he'd been sure it was the guy who'd broken into his house. Even now, the sharp tang of fear filled his mouth. Was the guy following him? Not entirely certain of what he was doing, Nathan ducked through the next door. A thick, somewhat sweet aroma instantly coated him. Nathan nodded at the server that bustled up to him. "Can I use your bathroom?" "Only customers." Nathan glanced around. A Vietnamese noodle house. "Yeah, sure." The lady grabbed a menu and led him to a small booth. Nathan thanked her. He glanced back toward the front door with a bell roped to it. The shape of a thick man was silhouetted by the light outside the door. Heavy brows, hard face. Tingles of alarm spread across Nathan's skin. He sat frozen for a moment. It was him. The guy from last night. The guy with a gun. Nathan searched the restaurant with his eyes and, not hesitating, darted from his seat. He ducked through a curtained doorway and into the bathroom. Was it even possible that the same guy was following? Yes, it was. He knew it, and questioning that didn't do any good. Nathan thought quickly. Whoever that guy was, he was obviously following Nathan, and it had to be about the cloak. Nathan poked his head out of the bathroom and scanned the restaurant. The stocky man stood next to the booth Nathan had just been sitting in. Nathan's fingers dug into the door jamb of the bathroom. There had to be... There! Throwing his hoodie over his head, Nathan shot through the open doorway to the kitchen and, apologizing as he pushed through, ran to the back door. He shoved his way outside into a narrow alley. What if the guy had seen him make a run for it? He'd be right behind Nathan. Gotta get out of sight. Fast! Nathan crossed the alley, trying the first heavy metal door he came to. It was marked with a red plaque that read, "Ben's Dry Cleaning." The door was locked. The next door was locked as well. He heard a door open. He glanced over his shoulder. Heavy brow, dark leather jacket. No! The next door was locked too. Nathan scrambled to the next metal door. "Please, open!" It did. Nathan pulled it closed the moment he was inside. The guy had to have seen him. "Hey, you can't be here!" A pink-haired short lady shook a finger toward him. "What do you think you're doing?" Nathan pointed at the door and crossed what had to be a storage space with what looked like hundreds of formal dresses hanging from countless racks. "There's someone. He's following me." He hurried through the store. Sorry. Reaching the street, at the same moment he heard the back door he had just come through open. He looked left and right. He put his hood, which had fallen off in the alley, back up and hung a right, running fast through a sparse crowd. He ducked into the first open shop he came to, a hair salon. He caught the eye of one of the stylists. "Bathroom? Gotta hurry, get out of sight." The stylist pointed with her head. "Back through that door. Haircut today?" "Yeah, maybe." Nathan stopped for only a moment at the bathroom door. Instead of going in, he hurried through the salon's back room and pushed into the alley behind it. He cut down a narrow space between two brick buildings and, pulling up his hood, followed a cluster of young people as they crossed a street. He stole a glance behind him, then to the left and right. No sign of the big guy with the gun. He crossed another street, noting that he was on Columbia now, and glanced at the sidewalk behind him one more time. Had he really lost that guy? Better be sure. Only a few people on the sidewalk meant that the guy could spot him easily. Nathan checked his phone map, took one more turn, and ducked through the doorway to Caldwell's, the bookstore whose employees hadn't answered their phone. "First, get out of sight," he said to himself. "Then check for a Jacob." He nodded noncommittally at the two lady cashiers, one of whom had a shaved head and a vivid butterfly tattooed on her scalp, and wove among shelves and tables. Pale golden light from the hanging fixtures combined with the ambient sunlight coming through the windows to make the inside of the bookstore nearly free of shadows except for on the floor. "Can I help you find something?" Nathan tossed a reply over his shoulder. "No thanks, I just wanted to browse." "Take your time." Nathan weaved around the tables and shelves, finding oddly placed corners here and there. He spotted some stairs. Perfect. He glanced up, only now noticing the mezzanine-like second floor of the store. He climbed the stairs, keeping an eye on the front door of the store. "Come on, get out of sight." On the landing, Nathan found several categories of books and even an entire wall of shelves devoted to DVDs. He also found a few old, thrift shop-looking chairs set at angles to bookshelves. One of them was close to the tall, wrought iron rail that kept customers from taking a dive off the landing. He tried to unobtrusively angle the chair so it was facing the door but still in shadows, and grabbed a book from the adult fiction shelves nearby. He should be able to see if the guy came in, without being seen himself. He sank into the chair, surprised at how soft it was. He had to adjust a little so he could get a better angle on the rest of the store. Opening his book, he kept his head slightly down and traded his attention between looking at the book and any movement or sound that caught his eye. The bookstore's door opened with a loud jangling. Nathan flinched but forced himself to stay still. He watched a pair of young women let the door close behind them and approach the counter. He could almost make out the quiet exchange, followed by the red-headed cashier pointing toward the back of the store. Nathan watched the door for the next 5 minutes. A couple people came in and a few more left. Nobody looked like the thick-set man with heavy brows. Tension and fear slowly oozed out of Nathan's muscles, leaving him feeling somewhat limp. He read the first few pages of the book he had grabbed. It was an adventure novel about a team of explorers searching for treasure off the coast of Alaska and dealing with horrible weather and sabotage. Okay, time to see if there was a Jacob working here. Nathan stood and went to put his book, The Curse of the Riptide, back on a shelf, but thought better of it. Reading a book would be a good excuse to not look around while sitting on public transportation. I'll start by asking the cashiers. As he got to the top of the stairs and took the first step, he saw a bookstore worker with a cart trudging by. The man looked up as Nathan descended. Their eyes met. Nathan felt like he'd just been kicked in the head. Instantly dizzy, flooded with fury, jealousy, and fear, he stumbled. He grasped at the banister, his left foot slipping out from under him. Barely catching himself, Nathan tried to get his feet back under control. His heart slammed into his sternum, hard enough to crack it. What? Anger, black, dirty fury. A need to hurt as many as possible. His vision swam as he tried to get his feet under him. No good. He sat down hard on the top step, gasping. A feeling hit him of something caged, vicious, and nearly free, fighting for the liberty to destroy and rend. He sucked in a breath, wincing at the stabbing pain in his head. What the hell? What's going on? Nathan thrust out a hand. Had to keep the guy away. Fear, this time from inside himself, oozed into his veins. What? Hey, man, do you need something? The voice sounded nervous, surprised, and behind it boiled a living darkness that seethed with filthy intent. No. Nathan put his head down, hands on either side of it, although one hand still held the book. I'm okay. Just got dizzy. A crushing maelstrom. Stop, please stop. A need to cause terror, bring pain, betray. No, stop, please. Amanda! The man's voice broke high. This guy needs help! Nathan tried to force the mental switch he'd found earlier to the off position, tried to break away from the flood of terror that threatened to take control of him, but the current held him tightly. Come on, stop! How could anyone have that in them and still live, still be able to talk, still sound normal? Nathan didn't want to look up, didn't want to see the man's eyes again. The thought of seeing more inside there. Hey, man, do you need a doctor or something? A hand touched his knee. Maybe you should get off the stairs. An explosion of seething fire shot through Nathan's leg. Panicked, Nathan grunted in surprise and fear, scurrying back as fast as he could. His back struck the wall of the landing, a shelf jabbing into his spine. Dude, what the hell? Amanda, I think he's having a seizure or something. The voice battered at Nathan's ears. A single thought broke free. Nathan had to stop it. Another one came. Had to get it under control. But it wouldn't stop. A third clear thought followed. He'd be sent to a hospital. He knew he looked horrible, hunched, out of control, but inside of him felt like it was being swept away in a flood of horror and anger and lust. Heart hammering, breath coming in gasps, Nathan forced himself to think, to find something to hold on to. Last night, talking to John, the stillness. The instant he thought of the sensation of that moment, he felt the calm take a gentle hold on his heart again. Like a swimmer breaking free of an undertow, reaching for an outstretched hand, Nathan reached deep and plunged into the stillness. The terror slowly dissipated. Dark thoughts faded. Nathan became fully aware of the pains in his hands and at the sides of his head. He breathed into the stillness, seeing it as a flame, imagining it warming every inch of his body. A headache swam behind his eyes as he raised his head, blinking. He made a point of looking just above the man's eyes at his forehead. Please, it's okay. Nathan let his hands fall to the wood floor. He swallowed the bile that had risen in his throat. I'm okay. Despite the relief, Nathan's vision still spun. He forced himself to breathe carefully. Okay. The man had thinning black hair that hung long and loose, a lank crown above his ears. You sure you don't need a doctor? We can call an ambulance, I guess. You don't have to do that. Nathan pushed to his feet as a woman, the red-headed cashier, appeared at the bottom of the stairs. He realized some of the other patrons had already shown up. A small, dark-skinned woman halfway up the stairs, a concerned look on her face. Nathan kept his gaze on Amanda, the cashier, while he spoke. I'm really sorry. His brain felt battered, but the lie came. It's not a seizure. I just get panic attacks sometimes. He forced a smile. I forgot my meds this morning. What happened? The redhead Amanda stomped up the stairs. Jake? What's going on? He was having some kind of attack, the man said. Nathan stopped, feeling like everything around him had suddenly clarified and screeched to a halt. No way. But it made sense. That seething darkness. Nathan carefully moved his eyes to the man's chest, where a name tag confirmed what Amanda had said. Tingles covered every inch of Nathan's skin. This had to be the guy. Jacob, surrounded by books. What now? Nathan realized everybody was looking at him. First, he had to fix this, then make a plan. No, Nathan stepped forward. Really, I'm sorry, but I'm okay. See, I can walk. I'm fine. What kind of attack? Amanda looked back and forth between Nathan and Jake. I thought it was a seizure. Jake leaned on the banister, sweat dripping down his sallow cheeks. Geez, that scared me. I really appreciate your concern. Nathan started down the stairs. He forced another smile onto his aching face. But I'm okay. I just need to get home and take my meds. Jake? Amanda's expression made it clear that she thought Jake had overreacted. Hey, don't look at me. I'm not the guy who was flipping out on the stairs. Jake snorted angrily. Why would I make this up? I didn't say that. Amanda rolled her eyes. But he seems fine, right? How am I supposed to know? I'm not a doctor. Nathan avoided Jake's gaze and somehow got a smile aimed at the guy's chin. No, but really, hey, thanks so much for your concern. But like I said, I'm okay. What the heck do I do now, though? Confront him? And say what? Nathan continued down the stairs. No, I can't make him suspicious. He might run, and I don't know if I could keep up like this. Besides, it was hard to run when temporarily blinded, and he could feel the darkness seeping toward his eyes. Amanda's hand felt warm on his wrist as she stopped him. Sir, are you sure you're okay? We just want to make sure you're safe. Nathan willed his muscles, aching with tension, to relax. I'm fine. I'll be better when I get home. He lifted the book. I'd like to take this home, too. Good book. His forced laughter sounded incredibly fake to his ears. Okay, first get out of here, then wait for Jake to leave and follow him, or corner him. Jake, thanks for helping out. Amanda followed Nathan. Whatever, Jake said, trudging down the stairs, clearly annoyed at her dismissive tone. Hey, thanks, man, Nathan called to Jake, glad to see the patrons had already dispersed. Deliberately addressing Jake felt foreign, almost wrong. Jake flapped an arm back and to the side. He leaned on his cart and disappeared around the end of a shelf with the squeak of the wheels following behind him. Sir, are you sure you're... I'm fine, I promise. Nathan gently tugged his wrist out of her grip. He took a step down. But I really appreciate your concern. He slid his gaze to just above Amanda's eyes, and I'm sorry for... His vision clouded. Nathan squeezed the book. Not yet, not yet! It's okay, Amanda said. Besides, Jake gets a little too worked up anyway. She followed him to the ground floor and to the checkout desk. I'm sorry about that. Everything was indistinct silhouettes. No, that's okay. He was just trying to help. And it seemed like Jake really had wanted to help. But how could a person who's filled with all of that actually want to help? Despite the calm that he continued to hold in his center, Nathan still felt almost oily from the torrent of dark emotion that had filled him. First, just get out of here. How much? He set the book on the counter. The other cashier, her scalp tattoo blending into the dark shape that was her head, glanced up from her book. That's $1. She glanced at Amanda. Everything cool? Yes, Vanessa, Amanda said. You can get back to your book. Amanda turned back to Nathan. $1. No tax? Nathan dug for his wallet. His vision went dark. How am I going to get out of here without bumping into the walls? We figure the tax into the price. Amanda rang him up. Keeps things neat. Cool. Nathan smiled in Amanda's general direction. Thanks again. The counter had been maybe 5 feet to the left of the door. He turned, acting like he could see everything, and took a step forward. A bell rang. The door! Mentally grabbing for the sound, he took another step forward. Someone brushed past him with a muttered "excuse me" and a faint peach smell. Nathan took another step and put out his hand. Nothing. Another step. The door jamb. He slid his hand down and found the handle and pushed. The door gave way and Nathan stumbled out onto the sidewalk. Light crusted the outer edges of his vision. He turned right and, keeping one hand on the storefront, walked carefully away. Despite the fear and darkness, he suddenly felt as if he were finally breaking free from some kind of storm that made it hard to breathe. The warmth of the sun on his face felt almost cleansing, the wind helping to scrub the residual oiliness from inside of him. He came to brick and leaned on it, waiting for the blindness to dissipate. It didn't go away. Nathan clenched and unclenched his hands. Come on. After several minutes, the light crusting the edges of his vision began to shrink the darkness in on itself. Within a few moments now, the shapes of people walking past clarified. He looked around, realizing the glass facade of the bookstore was right next to him. The last thing he needed was for Jake and the cashiers in the store to come out and check on him. Nathan stuck his new book into his satchel and turned left. He had to catch himself on a trash can, as wooziness so heavy it felt like a pile of wool blankets hit him. He felt drugged, as if he were about to fall asleep where he stood. Gotta sit down. Find somewhere to rest for a minute. The thought of getting on a bus and just riding away from the horrible storm inside Jake crossed Nathan's mind. No. He'd committed to this. He had to see it through. Maybe he should go find a police officer and make up a story about Jake that would convince the cops to pick him up. Would that be enough to stop Jake and whatever his plan was? His limbs felt like dead weight, exhaustion turning into walking grogginess as if he had been drugged. This is nuts. I can't go to sleep. A bus accelerated past him. He followed its trajectory backward, waving away the exhaust. There. That bus stop bench. I can sit there and watch the bookstore and follow Jake when he comes out. He stumbled the 20 yards to the bench and nearly fell onto it. He hitched himself into the corner where the bench hit the walls of the canopied bus stop and pulled his hoodie over his face. John had been right. I trusted the cloak and looked for a Jacob surrounded by books, and I found him. The betrayer, the guy who wanted to murder a bunch of people, was working just down the road. Nathan kept his eyes on the door of the bookstore, intending to follow Jake when the guy left for the night. And do what? That question again. He sat up straighter, willing his eyes to stay open. The cops could pick up Jake, but Nathan would have to lie to get them to do so. No way would they believe the truth. Nathan shoved to his feet, shaking his arms and kicking his legs to fight back the weariness that had settled into every fiber of his muscles. Fear fluttered inside his chest. All of that darkness, that oily, seething mess, like an evil abyss filled with boiling awfulness. There was no question that Jake was filled with something awful. And there was no question about John being right. Jake was definitely planning to hurt people. He realized he was sitting on the bus stop bench again. He'd blanked for at least a few minutes. No, gotta watch for him. Have to follow him. He forced himself to stand. No, wait, still sitting. He shook himself alert again, knowing he'd lost a minute or two. Another moment of clarity, that vile, roiling miasma in Jake, heavy with evil intent. I have to stop him. I'll find a way. Chapter 22. Where the hell had the kid gone? Ernesto seethed. A shaggy college kid had not only made him, but had lost him. He lifted fingers to each eyebrow, furiously pulling any stray hairs. He checked his watch. And of course, it was time to call Hagen. At least there would be some progress to report. Ernesto stepped into an alley, glancing at the fire escapes above him to make sure nobody would overhear his conversation.
Ernesto, Mr. Hagen.
Tell everything? Why bother?
I've confirmed that Eckhoff has the cloak.
Ernesto easily heard Hagen's intake of breath through the phone.
Is he wearing it?
Yes. Ernesto pictured the 2 or 3 inches of glowing brown silk he had spotted peeking out from under Eckhoff's hooded sweatshirt. Somehow the kid had gotten hold of the cloak of Joseph, flown the thing from Egypt, and was now wearing it around. A short, angry huff came through the phone.
That is disappointing, and unlucky for him. We need the cloak before the week is over.
Come to think of it, how had Hagen even known the cloak was in that tomb? Ernesto marveled for a moment at the extent of Hagen's network.
I will get it for you. Ernesto, Hagen said, you understand what is necessary. The cloak cannot be used by another if it is currently bonded to a living wearer.
Ernesto slid his free hand along the gun strapped to his waist. The cool grip made his palm itch to hold it, feel it slam against his forearm muscles as he fired it.
Of course. Keep in mind he must not be wearing it when you kill him. He has to have taken it off on his own.
Ernesto stopped, surprised.
I don't understand. Neither do I, but we have determined the user must not be physically holding or wearing the artifact when that user dies.
Ernesto mentally shrugged.
I don't expect that will cause a problem.
Eckhoff would take the cloak off whether he wanted to or not. It was hard to refuse with a gun pointed at your left eye.
Good. Do it tonight. Of course.
Ernesto debated sharing the next tidbit. Yes, it was important. More so than the fact that the stupid kid had dodged him. No matter. Ernesto knew where Eckhoff lived.
A strange thing happened while I was following Eckhoff this afternoon.
Oh?
He got on public transportation, then went to a library, then made calls from a deli.
Was it possible that Eckhoff somehow knew the plan?
Later, he ended up only a few streets away from the subject's bookstore. What? Like I said, he was maybe 2 blocks away.
Hagen's breath rasped loudly through the receiver.
All the more reason to eliminate him as soon as possible.
Another noisy breath. It sounded like Hagen was pacing. He didn't interact with the subject, did he? I don't know. Ernesto hoped not. But what had Eckhoff been doing? I don't believe so. Whatever. It doesn't matter as long as Eckhoff does not survive the evening. I need that cloak in my possession within 48 hours, and the subject must be free to accomplish his task. Ernesto nodded. Understood. He left the alley. Sir, if I may, what is the subject's task? That's the beauty of what we're doing, Nesto. I don't know, and because of that, nobody could ever possibly connect the subject's work to us. Rest assured, it will cause the chaos needed. Shaking his head, Ernesto reminded himself that he didn't need to understand everything in order to do his job. How these artifacts were supposed to be making people do things made no sense to him. Make sure I have that cloak, Nesto. Will do. Ernesto stroked his Glock's grip again. Eckhoff dies tonight.
Chapter 23. Nathan swam out of blurry darkness, panic tightening his throat. What time was it? Despite all he'd tried, he'd fallen asleep. He glanced at his phone. 30 minutes! Cursing the cost of the cloak's gift, Nathan sat up straighter, staring at the front of the bookstore. Had Jake left? Thinking of Jake brought back memories of the experience on the stairs of the bookstore. Fear returned, seeming to rob Nathan's limbs of energy. Maybe this wasn't for him. Maybe the cloak should go to someone else. Someone who could handle the readings and find a way to stop Jake. Or maybe he should just take the thing off, leave it at home. Maybe he wasn't the right person for this gift. He set his satchel on the bench and unzipped his hoodie, pulling it off and laying it next to the satchel. He reached for the button of the cloak, sliding his fingers up the edges of the cloth. So smooth. To think he had been so excited about this yesterday. The confirmation that he actually had, in his possession, an ancient cloak owned by Joseph of Egypt. Learning of the ability he would have to go around helping people, to be a hero and make a difference. He unbuttoned the cloak. But it was too much. He couldn't do that, see that, or feel that horrible thing again. And how do you stop a guy without calling the cops? The police couldn't do anything without evidence. I just want to help people, Nathan thought. He remembered the family under the store awning in Tarp in Cairo, the roles he'd given them. Like I tried to help Masika. Of course, that hadn't gone so well. But by the time he'd left, Jabari had admitted he was treating her wrong. Had things gotten better? Was Jabari still acting like a bully? He prayed that Masika had given up on trying to get out of her problems by killing her husband. He sagged on the bench, the cloak still draped over his shoulders, hating the fear that still filled him every time he thought of Jake. He bent over, leaning his elbows on his knees. He clenched his eyes closed, gripping the cloak tightly and dropping his head into his palms. Please. Please keep Masika from whatever. Please just help her not to do anything stupid and keep her safe. He blinked at the ground. Who was he even talking to? He didn't care. And help that family in the rain. Turn the father back to them. He sucked in a slow, calming breath. He closed his eyes again. I hope the woman on the bus finds happiness somehow, or at least stops feeling alone. He continued. Help me stop Jake. Or maybe I can help him, but I don't know what he needs. Helplessness seemed to crack his back with its burden. I don't think I can help him. His chest tightened and tears cascaded down his cheeks. Help me. He buried his face deeper between his arms. I can't do this. Help me. I can't do this alone. Eyes closed, he held motionless. He felt as if he were a cup or bucket. No, a sponge. Soaking clean water into himself. The water filled him, scrubbing fear and worry and confusion away. He basked in it. His phone rang, jerking him back to reality. He used the cloak to wipe his face and sat up. He buttoned the cloak. I have to keep it on. I can help people. He tugged his phone from his pocket, checking the number. The call was from Egypt, and he recognized the last 7 numbers. Hey, Kels! Hi. Kelsey's voice in his ears felt like balm. Should he tell her the truth? How are you? Nathan warmed at the genuine concern in her voice.
I'm good. No, now wasn't the time. Maybe soon. He remembered the story he'd told her. Gotta tell her the truth, but not now. Mrs. Winslow's just fine. That's amazing. How are things in Egypt town? A moment of silence passed. Kelsey sighed. Good and bad. She let out another noisy breath. Just when we thought we'd turned a corner, everything went south. As of last night, we had the ceiling shored up, and an inspector was on his way. Nathan sat back. Really? How'd you do that so fast? Getting an inspection should have been something he did as part of the team. Did you get another liaison already? And what did she mean by as of last night? Yep, got another liaison. Something in Kelsey's voice got his attention. Wait a minute, what's going on? Darn it, you're too good, Kelsey said. She took a melodramatic breath. Well, they asked me to be the new liaison. Nathan laughed aloud. Seriously? What, you think I can't do it? No, I mean, of course you can do it. That's great. He shifted on the bench so he could see the bookstore better. Sounds like a good upgrade. Ah, he tries to dig himself out of his hole. The smile in her voice carried over the phone. Whatever. Nathan stood, shaking the blood back into his legs. Learn to take a compliment. Dude, learn to give one better. Hey, my specific set of skills doesn't include knowing how to talk to girls. Women. What? Nathan slid his free hand down the silk cloak. Keep it on. Trust John. He's been right so far. You don't know how to talk to women. You're talking to one right now, and yes, doing a very poor job of it. No, I meant girls. Nathan waited for her reaction, grinning like an idiot. Jerk! Kidding! Nathan laughed, then realized he was in public. He pitched his voice lower. No, I'm kidding. Ah, so now you'll remember to be kind to your dear friend you abandoned in Cairo. That stung, although Nathan knew it wasn't meant to. Exactly. Maybe he could go back and see her. Wait. Nathan put his hood up and kept his voice low. You said good and bad. All I heard was good. Yeah. She hesitated. Kels, what happened? It rained again, for crying out loud. The tarps didn't work. Now he had no trouble hearing the sadness in her voice. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. She must be so disappointed. Nathan glanced around. People passed on the sidewalk. Someone came out of the bookstore. Nathan watched closely. No, it was a man, but much taller and older than Jake. You all must be furious. Yeah, Dr. James called off the project. We're going home. An ache forced its way into Nathan's heart. Oh, no. He wished he could reach out and hug her tight. Wow, that is truly deeply lame. Yeah. The energy and life he was used to hearing in her voice was gone. Anyway, I'm in the airport. Already? Why stick around? If I stay here any longer, I'll just start swearing at this stupid rain, which would be useless since it's actually stopped again. Kelsey's voice cracked on her last word. So are you going home? Her family lived in Indiana, and she'd mentioned a few times how she hadn't seen them in a while. No, I called the department at Berkeley, and they have classes for us to work with starting next week. Nathan nearly choked. Wait, you're flying to San Francisco? You're coming here? He tried not to sound too gleeful in the face of her disappointment. I'll get in sometime tomorrow. Kelsey's voice had changed, a little more life seeping into it. It's lame that the dig got shut down, but we should meet up. Soon. Nathan wondered if she could hear his heart pounding. Tomorrow. I appreciate your sympathy. Her voice dripped with mockery. And yes, for sure. I'll be a zombie of some kind, though. I like zombies. Don't screw this up, dude. Zombies like brains, though, so I'm not sure you'll have what I'll be looking for, Kelsey said. Nathan burst out laughing. Ha! Ha! I see disappointment hasn't made you any less mean. Maybe you need to watch some Korean abs to cheer up. She laughed. Maybe. Anyway, I'll be in tomorrow afternoon. How about I pick you up at the airport? On Dad's motorcycle? He would rent a car, or maybe buy one if he could scrape up the money, and find some way to deal with Jake and stop whatever the guy was thinking about doing. Oh, a beat. That would be great. He heard a smile in her voice. Awesome. He reached for his hoodie, realizing that the cloak was easily seen by anyone right now. I'll text you my flight details and stuff? Yeah. He felt nearly giddy. Tomorrow. Tension filled him as he let the words flow. I'm sorry the dig is canceled, but I'm excited to see you. A pause. Too much? No way. Time to stop beating around the bush. Yeah, me too, Kelsey said. I'm really glad you called. He took a quick, quiet breath and held it. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. A moment of silence stretched. I suppose these stupid rain clouds have a silver lining. Nathan felt like he'd been slugged in the stomach. Holy crap. I guess so. More silence as Nathan tried to catch his breath, slow his heart. Were his cheeks glowing red? So I'll talk to you soon. Yeah, bye. Bye. Nathan slipped the phone in his pocket. His cheeks ached from all the grinning. This was insane. Wonderfully and awesomely insane. Jake! What was he thinking? The guy could have left any time in the last 45 minutes. I should have been watching that door. Nathan thought fast. He couldn't waste any more time waiting here. He stood and walked back to the bookstore and went in. He offered a sheepish smile to the cashier with the shaved head and butterfly scalp tattoo. I'm back. Yeah, I think I dropped something upstairs. She raised her eyebrows at him noncommittally and went back to her book. Nathan crossed the store quickly, searching the aisles and spaces between the shelves and tables. A door came into view at the back of the second room of books. Above it was a sign that said Sundries. He checked that room quickly. No Jake. A new kind of panic struck him. Had Nathan lost him? What if Jake was going to do something tonight? No, that felt wrong. Jake had been at his job, working, like normal. Would he be planning on doing something awful in the evening, after getting off work? That didn't feel like it could be the case. And wouldn't the cloak have told him, or helped him figure it out, if Jake was planning something for today? Nathan fingered the cloak of Joseph. Was the cloak talking to him right now? He hurried up the stairs and quickly searched the aisle. Jake was gone. Thanks, cloak. You show me the bad guy, but then I fall asleep because you showed me the bad guy. Now I lost the bad guy. Nathan left the store and made for the bus stop again. Food, rest, and maybe some research. And trust in the cloak. There had to be time. He would come back tomorrow, ready to avoid Jake's eyes, and follow him. He got on the next bus, planning his evening. A couple of hours on the BART, then he would be home. Wait, home? What about that guy that had been following him? Maybe not home. Maybe a motel or something. At least until he could figure out what the deal with the man was. How did that guy know about the cloak? And what did the guy want, anyway? Nathan remembered the man's gun, the dangerous way the guy moved. Best to stay out of sight of that dude. Oh, and he couldn't forget Kelsey. Her plane would be arriving sometime tomorrow. He let the conversation with her at the bus stop replay itself in his mind. Her last few words, the way she'd said them. He watched the city go by outside the bus. He felt better, less alone. Maybe a 5-minute conversation, and things looked Something like a mental tug pulled his focus inward. Help me. I had said, help me. And then Kelsey called, and he felt better. Stronger, clearer. Faint tingles spread across his neck and arms. Help had come. Chapter 24. The bus filled a little more at each stop. Nathan found himself with less and less space as people pressed closer, jockeying for elbow room. He kept his glasses over his eyes, not excited about the prospect of meeting someone like Jake. People would probably flip out at the guy having a seizure on the bus. Not a good thing. The bus slowed. Nathan hoped a lot of people would get off so that when he got off at the next stop, he wouldn't have to push through a crowd. Movement from the seat just ahead of him warned him to scoot backward and give the man standing up and making for the door more room. The bus gave a final bump as it stopped. The man's hand flashed out and grabbed the pole that Nathan held onto, brushing Nathan's hand. A static shock bolted through Nathan. Despite himself, Nathan glanced up at the man. The man's eyes were wide, staring, but not surprised at all. Concern, kindness, an image of family, but a sense of some kind of tribulation. Nathan felt that same sensation from last night, as if a puzzle piece had just slotted into place. The man hurried to the door, just getting to the sidewalk as the door slid closed. Nathan watched the man's back as the images sank into him. He's a good guy. Nathan watched the man turn and look back as the bus accelerated away from the stop. Relief felt cool and fresh. No mind-numbing darkness this time. Not everyone was filled with something horrifying. At the transfer station, Nathan pushed through the crowd and made the move to another bus, blinking in the late afternoon sun. He spent the 30-minute ride reflecting on the tomb cave-in and everything that had happened afterward. Not even 3 days ago, he had been in that tomb in Egypt. Anybody could have found the cloak. It could be in a carefully preserved collection by now. Dr. James could have been going bonkers over the thing as he guessed who owned it. Dr. Cincy and Thomas would have, of course, questioned everything James said, and the three of them would probably have spent delighted hours arguing like crazy people. All of that could have happened. It could have, but the fact was that Nathan had it. John said it was a gift, said he was a gift. He fingered the cloth. So smooth and light, and the burden it brought felt too heavy, too much for him. If not him, who else? Nathan watched the trees and cars flash by, the rumble of the bus's engine vibrating the seat under him. That was the question, wasn't it? If not him, who else? He'd come so far with it, learned so much, felt so much. Who else? Nathan pushed himself up from his hunched position, now watching the people walking by, going about their everyday lives. Who knew what would happen to them each day? He had no way of helping everyone, and maybe there were some people who couldn't be helped. He thought back to the orphanage his father and he had visited, his father's lifelong work. All that Dad had done had been for others. The money from Dad's medical innovations and inventions had been amazing. But Dad had always talked about how the money provided special privileges, but that those privileges involved helping people who didn't have as much. If not me, Nathan thought, who else? He'd done so much already. I'm learning to control it. That's something. He pulled the cord, signaling the driver to let him off at the bus stop ahead. He would find people who needed help. Not all of them, but enough. The sun was well on its way toward the horizon by the time Nathan got off the bus. He realized he had been on autopilot and that his house was only a few blocks away. Startled, he kept the presence of mind to dart back onto the bus. What if that big guy was waiting somewhere nearby? Had he been spotted? Nathan offered the bus driver a sheepish smile. Sorry, wrong stop. He dropped onto one of the empty seats and kept his face down, just in case the dangerous-looking man happened to get a look inside the bus. A motel. He would find a cheap motel. He scanned a mental map of Palo Alto. El Camino Real had a few of those low-cost franchises that you see just off highways. Perfect. One transfer and a 10-minute ride later, Nathan finally got off the bus. His nostrils were beginning to feel like they would never be rid of the stench of exhaust. He scanned the street and found the nearest motel, right next to a pizza buffet. Pizza! The thought made his stomach rumble. He hadn't eaten pizza in so long, he felt un-American. The smell of sauce and toppings set his mouth to watering as he entered the warm, yellow-lit restaurant. With a plate heaped with pizza in one hand and a root beer in the other, he dropped into his two-person booth and took a huge bite. Napkins? Finding none on the table, he stood and found a dispenser near the soda fountain. Returning to the table, he jerked in surprise. Elation filled him, white hair above a neat suit. Nathan met John's gaze and sat. Hi, Nathan. John nodded. You hungry? John's laugh seemed to fill the restaurant, ringing off the huge windows at the front. Thank you, but no, I'm not hungry. He offered Nathan a smile. Okay. Nathan sat, his hunger forgotten for the moment, staring at John's eyes. He listened for a moment. Nothing but total and absolute calm. John exuded a powerful quiet. I cannot stay. John's eyes passed over Nathan, clearly taking in the cloak under the hoodie. You wear it well. Thanks, I'll keep it on. John's smile deepened, his eyes softening. He regarded Nathan for a moment, the noise and bustle of the restaurant seeming to fade to almost nothing. That is good. Surprised by the emotion that welled up in him at John's words, the tears that sprang into his eyes, Nathan swallowed. You must be careful. John bent closer. Take care with the man who possesses the betrayer's razor. What is that? Nathan stared into John's eyes as a feeling sparked inside of him, an inkling of what John might mean. I speak of the cursed man,
Jacob, be careful. There is more to him than you will see at first. A greater power and darkness that he has brought into his life. Betrayer's razor? Betrayer? That word wouldn't leave him. Okay, I found him today. What do I do? John's eyes widened. Already? Excellent. I do not know what he will do. John's eyes never wavered from meeting Nathan's gaze. I know he means to do wrong. Very wrong. If you continue faithfully on the path you have chosen, you will find a way. I believe you must hurry. John stood. I cannot stay. Nathan nodded, wishing he understood more. Tomorrow, I'll definitely find out what he's planning tomorrow. Maybe find some evidence and call the police. John placed his hand on Nathan's left shoulder and stepped away from the booth. I know. A feeling of great comfort washed through Nathan, spreading rapidly from where John's hand sat on his shoulder. The feeling was so strong that he had to avert his gaze from John's. The hand departed, and Nathan glanced up to watch John leave. The white-haired man had disappeared again. Nathan glanced around the restaurant. Had anybody noticed the sudden departure? Was Nathan the only person who ever saw John? He'd never seen anyone react to John's presence. And when they were talking, did anyone see Nathan talking to some guy? Or just the air? Great. Maybe people think I'm talking to imaginary friends. Nathan bent to his pizza and scarfed several pieces. As he ate, he watched the shadows in the restaurant change shape and size, the sun streaming through the front windows sinking even lower. What was the betrayer's razor? Did Jake have some kind of cursed weapon? Something about what John had said lodged in Nathan's mind, not letting go. He checked the time. Too late to try to track Jake down tonight. Frustrated, Nathan promised himself he would be at the bookstore again first thing in the morning. He had to hurry. He knew it. Besides, John had said so. He finished his dinner and stopped just before turning right to the cheap motel next door. He thought about the dangerous man who had been following him, who somehow knew he had the cloak, the man who carried a gun and who had gotten into his house without signs of forced entry. Nathan scanned the street. He hung a left to the motel a block down from the pizza place. 10 minutes later, he emerged from that motel's lobby and walked a few blocks to another motel. Minutes later, sliding his father's credit card back into his wallet, Nathan slipped into his motel room. Old carpet smell struck him at the same time as frigid air. He adjusted the AC. Pulling out his laptop, Nathan tried to research the phrase betrayer's razor on the internet, but found himself nodding off. Nathan made his way to the bed and lay in the dark, feeling sleep coming on. Betrayer's razor. The experience with Jake in the bookstore returned to Nathan, each second somehow crisp in his mind. The isolation and loneliness spinning through the darkness. The feeling of betrayal. The need to cut and destroy. This betrayer's razor had to be influencing Jake some way. In a final moment of clarity before sleep, Nathan understood perfectly. It was like the cloak. Whatever this betrayer's razor was, it had to be acting on Jake like the cloak was working with Nathan. Only somehow this razor was making Jake worse, turning him into a murderer.
Chapter 25. Where was that idiot kid? Scanning the street in front of Nathan Eckhoff's house yet again, Ernesto could make out little more than cones of light that started bright just under the streetlights and faded into soft circles on the pavement below. The street was dead quiet. No cars had driven down the street in nearly an hour. So the college student was smart, following the rational approach of avoiding the place he had been attacked in the night previous. Damn it! Perhaps the cloak of Joseph was somehow helping Eckhoff outmaneuver Ernesto. Ernesto pressed the button that raised his seat back, straightening and reaching for his smartphone. Eckhoff had gotten lucky so far, but there was no way he was going to get away tonight. I will be finishing this job tonight. Ernesto keyed in a series of numbers and waited for the other end to pick up. Carla, I need a search, tonight. My dear Ernesto, you call this early in the morning and don't even say hello. The voice oozed through the phone and into Ernesto's ear, bringing up memories of many years before. I apologize, but this is urgent. Isn't it always? Ernesto opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond to the irritating question without angering Carla. He needed her help. Keep it civil. Who are we working for these days? A government, a private business, a wealthy heiress? Carla's forced smooth voice chuckled. You are funny after 3 a.m. Ernesto kept his voice neutral. I will pay as always. I need a wide-ranging search for any ping of a name. Can you do this tonight? If the fee is enough to compensate the inconvenience of after-hours service. At that, Ernesto nearly burst into laughter. He couldn't remember a day when Carla had been out of bed before 2 p.m. Of course, funds will be wire transferred to the usual bank account. Ah, yes, the usual bank will not work anymore. Allow me to give you the new account number. Ernesto detected the slightest hint of anger or frustration in her voice. Oh, what prompted the change? That is none of your business, of course. He let a grim smile stretch his lips. The anger rang clearly through the receiver. Of course. He memorized the account number as she said each digit. Excellent. The name I need you to search for is Nathan Eckhoff. He spelled the last name. I need any activity, particularly the use of a credit card in that time. Any particular location? Carla's voice was all business now, and Ernesto heard her fingers tapping quickly on a keyboard. San Francisco area. More typing. The search will begin upon receipt of your payment, Ernesto. The fee will be $20,000. You will have the money within the hour, but I need the information faster. As a favor to me, since you know that I am always good for your fee, please commence the search now. Now Carla's voice grew playful. A favor, Ernesto. That is a funny thing coming from... Carla, this is a matter of some urgency. You will have your money shortly. Just let me know when you find something. He already regretted bringing Carla into this. Urgency is no excuse for rudeness. Ernesto said nothing, waiting for Carla to respond to his request. Fine. This search has begun. If I find anything, however, I will not share it until I have my money. Understood. Ernesto ended the call, cutting off whatever she had begun to say. Within minutes, he had initiated the process of wiring Carla's fee to her bank account. Sitting in his rental car, he unholstered his Glock and ejected the clip. With the pad of his left thumb, he stroked the top cartridge. He slid the clip back home, savoring the sound and feel of it clicking into place. He pulled the slide back and carefully released it, listening for the smooth sound as the action worked perfectly, chambering around. He holstered the pistol. He waited a beat, then, in one smooth motion, he drew the pistol again, raising the Glock to point at the door of the Eckhoff house, his index finger alongside the trigger guard. His hand held rock steady as he sighted down the barrel. Eckhoff would not last the night. Sometime later, Ernesto gunned through the yellow light, taking a right turn almost on 2 wheels. He glanced at his GPS. 200 feet. He easily spotted the cheap motel on the right. As he pulled into the motel's parking lot, he mentally thanked Carla. She had found the name Nathan Eckhoff quickly, seeing that his credit card had been used to rent a room here. Room 236, to be exact. Carla, for all of her problems, had very useful skills and resources. Ernesto parked the car around the back of the motel, searching for and avoiding surveillance and traffic cameras as he approached the motel's front door. He turned his head slightly as he crossed the tiny foyer, looking down at his phone at the same time. It would not do to have his face immortalized by security footage, considering what the cleaning lady would find in room 236 in the morning. He checked the time. Just after 4:30 in the morning. Perfect. Unless Eckhoff wore the cloak to sleep, it would be off. More perfect. He took the stairs 2 at a time and stood in front of the room within seconds. He leaned close to the door, listening for any sign of activity. Nothing. Ernesto pulled his Glock free and screwed a high-grade silencer onto the barrel. Taking a step to the back and right, he aimed and fired twice, once at the latch and once where the chain would be. Wood splinters flew. He launched his shoulder at the door, and it flew in, providing the barest of resistance. He caught the door before it hit the inside wall of the room, closing the door silently. The room was dark, lit only by the numbers on the alarm clock and a red light flashing above the television. Wasting no time, he stalked to the foot of the single queen bed, raising his weapon. He reached for the lamp on the table behind him and flipped the switch, firing the moment he saw the pillow. What his eyes were telling him finally registered. The bed was empty, not even touched, except for the fuzz now spilling out of one of the pillows. He swore and spun, scanning the room quickly, his gun following the movement of his eyes. The room was untouched. No sign of anyone having even entered the room in the last few hours. He checked the bathroom, knowing it was futile. Eckhoff had done it again. It had to be the cloak. Clearly Eckhoff was using it to stay ahead of pursuit. Hagen would not be pleased. Ernesto pulled out his phone. He stopped before pressing the numbers for Hagen's phone. No. He hadn't failed yet. The night wasn't over. He thought fast, running through where Eckhoff had been throughout the day, at least until Ernesto had lost him. The subject. Eckhoff had been in the same general area as the subject. That couldn't be a coincidence. Did Eckhoff somehow know about the subject? Was the cloak that powerful? As quick and quiet as he had been, Ernesto knew that breaking in the motel room door would have made some noise. He had to leave this place and find another way to track Eckhoff. He strode down the hallway, face again averted from the cameras in the foyer, and got back to his car. If Eckhoff knew about the subject, perhaps that would be the best way to find the young man again. Ernesto pulled out of the motel parking lot and took a right, toward the subject's apartment. Just under an hour later, he drove slowly in front of the subject's apartment complex, searching for any sign of Eckhoff. Nothing. Frustration mounting, Ernesto pulled out his phone and dialed Carla again. "Ernesto, how lovely to hear from you again." "Carla, did your search yield anything other than the credit card used by Eckhoff?" "Abrupt as always. Just answer the question." "I have no time for this. Was that the only thing you found?" "That's all I found for Nathan Eckhoff." Something in her voice made the hairs on his neck stand. "Carla, what else is there?" "Well, I am seeing that there was another Eckhoff staying at a motel near to the one I told you about earlier." He heard some tapping on a keyboard. "And it looks like it was this Nathan Eckhoff's father." Ernesto slammed the steering wheel, roaring in frustration. "Why didn't you say something before?" "Don't you shout at me, Ernesto. I didn't see it before. Remember how you asked me to search for Nathan Eckhoff, not just any Eckhoff." "That's not his father. His father is dead." Ernesto fought the urge to crush the cell phone in his hand, or hurl it at the windshield. "Tell me where. Room number also." Ernesto slammed the rental into a U-turn as Carla fed him the information. He ended the call the moment he had the room number. Eckhoff had been smart, but not smart enough to go to a motel that accepted only cash. Ernesto had to give the kid credit for the misdirection, but he'd had enough. This ended tonight. Chapter 26. A torrent of sound washed over Nathan, stealing his strength and thoughts. He felt slow, confused. The darkness around him complete, he tried to walk and couldn't. He tried to move his arms, his head. He was stuck, completely immobile, trapped in the pitch black. He opened his mouth to call out, but nothing came out. Panic fluttered in him, exploding into terror as he tried again to move, scream. His mind went blank as the stark horror consumed him. Where was he? What was happening? Who had done this to him? "Help me! Someone!" He still could make no sound. He forced his mind into a semblance of order. How did he come here? Where had he been before? The questions spiraled away before he could think on them for more than a few seconds. Darkness was everything, filled with deafening waves of noise. That noise! The moment he focused on it, the cacophony resolved into hundreds, maybe thousands, of voices screaming. The terror in those voices reverberated through him, pounding him small, almost into pieces. He fought to keep himself intact, solid. How had he come here? Where was he here? Desperate moments passed as the waves of screaming pounded at him. He lay on his back. The realization came in a moment of clarity, but his arms, they pushed at something above him. No, on top of him. As he focused on the immense weight crushing him, he felt his hands pressed against something cold and solid, the screams still filling the infinity of the blackness around him. What was this place? What was happening? Screams, unbelievable pressure shoving him down, pressing him into the ground underneath him, threatening to squeeze him into nothing. He pushed against the weight, the closeness, darkness, the pressure of the screams and terror. He had to get out, get away. He pushed harder. The weight shifted the slightest bit. Then it increased. He felt his chest squeeze tight, being forced toward his spine. What was this place? He sucked in a breath and forced all of his strength into a scream that tore from his throat. A voice. You're not alone. The weight, still immense beyond description, somehow lessened. Who's there? Nathan felt his eyes darting in every direction, still unable to move his head or any part of his body. You don't have to carry all of it. The pressure on him reduced another fraction. You need to let me help you. Who are you? Nathan finally found the ability to move his head. He searched the endless darkness to his right, then his left. The faintest of glows hovered some distance away. I'm like you, the voice said. I'm Aaron Cohen. I can carry some of this for you, with you. The glow increased, taking on the shape of a person. The face of the man looked familiar. What's going on? Nathan pushed at the weight that still sought to crush him. Somehow, despite the phenomenal noise of the screaming that filled the entire space, he and the glowing thing had no trouble being heard. Where am I? You're in a dream. A typical one for one of us, really. A smile flashed across Aaron's faint face. The glowing, nearly ghostly hands extended and lifted at the weight. What? Nathan pushed himself to a knee. A dream? He stared intently at the figure. I know you! Nathan shouldered the weight of what felt like millions of pounds of stone and heaved, pushing upward with his legs. Yeah, you do. The figure also stood under the weight and pushed up. Well, kind of. The memory of a powerful static shock. The face of the man in the bus station watching the bus leave flashed behind his eyes. You're the guy from the bus! Yeah, I touched you, and that's why I'm in your dream. I didn't mean to touch your hand, but I guess someone knows what they're doing. Confused, Nathan finally got himself to a standing position. One of us? What does that mean? And you're in my dream because of a shock? Yeah. Aaron now stood shoulder to shoulder with Nathan, the screaming noise still pounding Nathan's ears. This is my gift. His gift. Perception flooded Nathan. Aaron had something too, a gift of some kind. You know John? I do. And I know I'm here to help you understand you don't carry your burden alone. There are more of us. What do you mean by us? Nathan felt as if he were carrying a massive building filled with every person on the planet. Which was dumb, of course. He couldn't carry such a big load. I'm not sure, actually, Aaron said. What's important is that you trust and know that you're not alone in this. I have no idea what your... A loud beeping cut through the myriad screams around him. Yeah, you do! Remember to trust! Nathan jerked awake. Where was he? Unfamiliar shadows and only barely heard sounds kept him disoriented for long moments. It came to him. The motel room. The too-soft bed. Aaron's last words still rang through his ears. Remember to trust. He smacked the motel room's clock radio. 6 a.m. He needed a shower and breakfast. Maybe the motel had a continental breakfast, or at least coffee. But he lay there thinking about the dream. That had been the guy from the bus, no doubt about it. The dream played vividly through his memory, each detail still clear. Was it even possible? How could someone get into Nathan's dreams? Nathan shook his head at himself. Stupid question. Was it even possible for Nathan to have the cloak of Joseph of Egypt hanging in his closet? How could it be possible, in the normal world, for Nathan to have seen and done what he'd experienced so far? Possible didn't seem to matter anymore. Only the reality of what had happened so far mattered now. No denying any of it, as crazy as it was. And there was no denying the familiar feeling of comfort Nathan felt again. Somebody else out there, Aaron Cohen it seemed, had a gift too. Somebody else carried the burden of using the gift to help others. That was quite a gift, Nathan thought. Get into people's dreams? He wondered if Aaron could make himself fly when he visited someone's dream. How cool would that be? Does he shock everyone he visits? Nathan wondered. Nathan forced his thoughts back to Jacob, the sensations in that bookstore. Time to move. If nothing else, he would confront the cursed guy and make sure Jacob understood that someone knew what he was up to. Nathan pushed to his feet. Emerging from a hot shower a few minutes later, he pulled his clothes on and donned his satchel. As he left the room, he checked the bus schedule on his phone. 15 minutes until the next bus stopped near the motel. He was surprised to find a tray of fresh danishes and several pots of coffee sitting on a sideboard near the front desk. Sipping a cup of the steaming brew, he held a Danish in the other hand and walked through the lobby of the motel and out the front door. Part way to the bus stop, Nathan heard the sound of an engine revving and tires squealing. He instinctively jerked, a bit of the hot coffee sloshing out and burning his hand. He dropped the cup with a gasp and bent in a failed bid to catch it. The creamy liquid splattered his shoes and spread across the sidewalk. Still bent, he turned toward the car that had caused the mess and froze. That was the guy. Heavy brow, thick, wide shoulders, a long leather jacket. Holy crap! The man stormed into the motel, the sun glinting white off the flung-open door. How had the guy found him? Nathan stood. He saw the front desk attendant emerge from around the back of the motel. Nathan broke into a sprint as an idea struck him. "Hey! Some guy just ran in there with a gun. That's his car." The motel employee stared blankly at Nathan. "What?" "I think something bad's going to happen. You got to call the cops." Nathan pointed at the still swinging glass lobby door. "I just saw him go in there. Big guy. Long leather jacket. He's got a gun." The front desk kid shook himself and finally seemed to actually focus on Nathan. "Not good." He darted toward the door to the lobby. "Hey, what are you doing? He's in there!" Nathan grabbed the kid's shoulder. "You could get hurt." The kid shrugged Nathan's hand off his shoulder. "I got a hotel full of people. I'll have to go in there." The young man darted away again, yanking a cell phone from his pocket. He was already talking as he went through the lobby door. Nathan stared after the young man. "You can call the cops from out here!" Shaking his head, he clenched his jaw. Crap. He had to help the kid. He ran to the lobby door and peeked through the clean glass. Nobody in sight. He cracked the door, then slid through it, hunching as he ran to a column halfway across the lobby. A crash sounded from the left hall. "That's my room door." Kicking himself mentally, Nathan darted the rest of the way to the corridor. Where was that kid? He heard a voice from just around the corner. He stole a glance around the corner. The kid was hiding in the shallow space of a doorway, eyes fixed on the door that led to the room Nathan had been in less than 30 minutes before. He met the kid's eyes. Fear, determination, a sudden understanding. Nathan blinked, forcing the impression to end. The kid was looking from Nathan to the door, then back as he spoke on the phone. "How soon? 2 minutes? Okay, yeah, I'm safe." The kid raised a hand to point at Nathan, then the door, a questioning look on his face. Crap, Nathan thought. He knows I was in that room. Nathan shrugged and waved the kid over. Pitching his voice quiet, he gestured again. "He's going to come out of there any second. You have to get out of sight." The kid nodded and darted across the hallway. Nathan followed him to the front desk. "That was your room," the kid started at Nathan. "What's going on?" I swear I don't know that guy. A spot between Nathan's shoulder blades itched. The dangerous-looking man would show up, see him, and fire. It would take less than a second. "I'm not done. I have to stop Jake." "You better stick around. The cops are going to be here in a second." "Sorry, I have to go." He ran to the lobby door. "Just stay out of sight." Nathan burst through the door and briefly toyed with the idea of somehow slashing the man's car tires. "Stupid. Just get out of here." He checked the time. Praying the bus was late, he tore up the sidewalk, gripping his satchel between one arm and his body. He glanced backward and saw the bus coming. Too fast. He picked up speed and sprinted the rest of the way, waving at the bus driver to stop. The bus rumbled by. The bus stop was at least 20 yards away. "Come on, just stop, would you?" Longing for the minibuses in Cairo that would pick you up anywhere, Nathan ran flat out. The brake lights of the bus lit bright red, and the bus slowed, then stopped. Daring a glance back to the motel, Nathan saw a police car bump into the parking lot. Nathan smiled at the lady driving the bus. "Thanks for stopping." "Sure, hun." He swung onto the bus, flashed his BART card, and went to the back of the bus as it started to move. Please get the guy, he thought. Chapter 27. Ernesto spun at the sound of tires screeching in the motel parking lot. Was that the Eckhoff kid? The boy had just been here. There was still some heat coming from the shower. He holstered his gun and walked fast toward the front of the motel. Reaching the foyer, he stopped dead as a man in a dark blue uniform appeared, weapon drawn. "Freeze!" Another officer appeared, also with his weapon drawn. "Officers, what's going on?" Ernesto molded his expression into one of fear and concern. "I heard a loud noise. Is everything okay?" "On the ground!" The second officer sidled up the hallway toward Ernesto, his gun never dipping. "Hands on your head!" The first officer stood slightly behind and to the side of his partner. "What?" Ernesto forced fear and confusion into his voice. "What's going on?" If the officer got any closer, Ernesto knew he could disarm the man and use him as a shield while firing at the first officer. Just a few more steps and 5 seconds, and this would be finished. Then Eckhoff would be soon to follow. "On the ground!" The second policeman pulled up short. "I said get down!" Ernesto forced his frustration down, feeling like his jaw might pop as he held it tight. He dropped to his knees. "And get your hands on your head!" Complying, Ernesto considered just pulling out his gun and taking his chances with these two. 2 city police officers couldn't begin to match his training. But that wouldn't do. Hagen would be furious over the very visible mess that would cause, and running from a city full of police officers burning with bloodlust was the last thing Ernesto wanted to spend his day doing. While the first officer covered him, the second officer came behind Ernesto and cuffed him. "Just keep calm," Ernesto told himself. "Let them find the comfort and control of their routine." The policeman behind him pulled Ernesto up and patted him down. Ernesto heard sirens approaching. "Want to tell me what you're doing here?" The police officer's voice jabbed into Ernesto's right ear. "Officer, you will find—" "Weapon, partner!" The officer pulled Ernesto's Glock from its holster. "Officers, I was just telling you about my gun. Should have spoken earlier. You will find my ID in my inner pocket on the left side." "What were you doing here?" The policeman behind Ernesto pushed his knee into the back of Ernesto's legs, forcing him down again. "I'm on a case." Ernesto relaxed, making sure that the men saw that he was not a threat. The best move now was to placate them and use a cover and get out of here as quickly as possible. And stop being beaten by an amateur. "A case?" While his partner covered him, the policeman who had pushed Ernesto to his knees dug through Ernesto's jacket, finding his wallet. Ernesto felt the policeman stiffen next to him and looked up. The officer's face shouted surprise. "Wes, check it out." The officer handed his partner Ernesto's wallet. "What?" Keeping his gun pointed at Ernesto, the other officer approached and took the wallet. "As I was about to say," Ernesto began. "Secret Service? Are you kidding me?" Wes, the shorter of the 2 officers, stared at Ernesto. "What are you doing here?" "Again, I was about to tell you. I'm Special Agent Bozell, tracking down what we think might be a counterfeit ring here in San Francisco." Ernesto nodded back toward his cuffed wrists. "Do you mind getting these off me?" The taller officer, Campbell, shook his head. "Nope. We'll have to verify still. Unless you have a warrant, at minimum, this is breaking and entering." "Fine." Ernesto gave a dry smile. "The number's on the back of my ID." Campbell pulled the ID from Ernesto's wallet. "I'll call it in." He ducked out the front door of the motel at the same moment that another police cruiser screeched into the parking lot. "I do apologize for the mess." Ernesto rolled his shoulders. 1 second. He could push to his feet and slam this police officer into the wall, headbutt him in the nose, and have the gun on the ground in 1 second. "Uh-huh." The officer let his gaze wander the hallway. 2 more seconds to shove the man's nose into his brain. Then another 15 seconds to find the handcuff key and open the cuffs. 20 seconds. This man would never know he had once been 20 seconds from death. Chapter 28. This was ridiculous. You never saw heroes taking public transportation. As Nathan watched the bus he'd just gotten off of drive away, he took a moment to regret selling Dad's car. Wait. Moron! His dad's motorcycle. It would take another quarter of an hour to get home, but the guy with the gun was for sure not staking out his house, waiting for him, and the motorbike would give Nathan much more freedom. Yes, definitely a good idea. The 15-minute bus ride felt like it took most of a lifetime. The urgency driving Nathan felt like it was pushing him between his shoulder blades. I have to do this today, he thought. Something awful's going to happen. At the house, finally, Nathan jogged to the kitchen and swung the door to the garage open and switched on the light. The empty space where Dad's Pontiac had been glared at him, a long, rounded patch of old, dirty oil looking something like a dark eye. Nathan tore his gaze away and crossed the garage toward the motorcycle-shaped drop cloth. He pulled the cloth off, dust flying in clouds, and revealed the Honda. Its deep red body and shiny motor and parts glowed in the overhead light. He had to get moving. Something, be it John's warning or the cloak, practically shouted at him that he was running out of time. He examined the motorcycle, trying to remember how to ride the thing. He'd driven stick shifts plenty, so he knew he could use a clutch correctly, but shifting gears with his foot was another issue. It didn't matter. He had to hurry. He ran back to the kitchen, slapping the button to open the garage door. He lifted the key from its hook and dashed back to the garage. The wide garage door clanked up. The odor of old oil and rusting metal filled his nostrils. Nathan stuck the key into the ignition and turned it. Nothing happened. Great. Nathan put up the kickstand and held the clutch, wheeling the bike around and out of the garage, facing the street. He zipped back into the garage and activated the door, then ran out the front door as the rumble of the closing garage door vibrated through the kitchen. Back in the driveway, he straddled the bike and used his left foot to flip out the Kickstarter lever. He mentally reviewed the steps Dad had taught him, somewhat chagrined that this was taking so long. The fuel line! Mentally smacking himself, Nathan reached down and turned the valve to allow fuel into the carburetor. After a moment, he stood up and kicked the starter down. Nothing again. He turned the throttle. Then he tried again and felt the engine rumble for a fraction of a second before dying. Progress. Several violent kicks later, the engine rumbled to life. He kept the clutch engaged and throttled the bike up. It vibrated under him as he sat. Keeping the clutch lever held tightly to the handlebar, he switched through all the gears with his left foot. This thing had to need an oil change, but that was going to wait. He was as ready as he ever would be. Nathan eased off the clutch and rolled the throttle. The motorcycle darted forward. His hand came off the clutch automatically and he released the throttle. The bike died. Stupid. He kicked it to life again and started out, this time much slower. His first time shifting gears had him holding his breath, but it went smoothly. By the time he came to University Avenue, Nathan felt comfortable and gunned the motorcycle toward town. Wind blew his long hair away from his face and caught inside his hoodie, filling it so he thought he must look like a brown sphere with a head, arms, and legs. I should have grabbed a helmet. He ticked the throttle back a little. The motorcycle made the trip to the bookstore take only 30 minutes. He had to circle the block a second time before he found a small slot between two cars where he could park. Leaning the bike on its kickstand, he jogged the half block down to the bookstore and went in. Nathan scanned the ground floor, then the landing. Only patrons and the two same cashiers behind the counter. The redhead, Amanda, opened her mouth, obviously recognizing him. Movement caught his eye. At the far end of the store, he saw a cart emerge from behind a bookshelf. Nathan took off in that direction, unwilling to wait for whatever Amanda wanted to say. What am I going to do? He thought. I have to stop him somehow. Do I just tell him I know what he's planning? Would that scare him off? Does it even matter? I have to do this no matter what. Nathan dodged a customer who came out from behind two shelves, right into his path. Nathan's hip bumped into a table laden with books. He caught one that fell and set it back on the table. He couldn't call the police. As far as Nathan knew, Jake hadn't done anything wrong yet, and the cops would want to know how Nathan had gotten his information. He pictured that discussion. That would not go well. Nathan skidded to a stop. Where'd he go? The cart and Jake had disappeared. Sir? A woman's voice, must be Amanda, followed him from the front. Nathan glanced that way. Amanda had come around the counter and now stood at the front of the store. Vanessa watched her. I'm okay, Nathan called to her. I just wanted to talk to Jake. He took off again, slowing as he passed each aisle between bookshelves. 3 aisles down, he saw Jake hunched over the cart, sorting through the books it held. Nathan stepped into the space between the shelves and took a deliberate breath to slow his pounding heart. Okay, I'll start slow and work up to it. The fact that I know should scare him enough to do something. Jake? Nathan took another step closer. Hey, Jake? Jake stood and turned. But it wasn't Jake. This man stood much taller and had dirty blonde hair. Who? Nathan nearly fell, so surprised that he felt the strength leave him. You're not Jake, right? The man shrugged. But you can call me Jake if you want. Nathan glanced at the man's name tag. Ryan. Oh, I was looking for Jake. I figured. Ryan offered a big grin. But you found me. What can I do for you? No, sorry. Nathan backed away, but caught himself. I needed to talk to Jake. Is he not coming in today? Nope. Great. Nathan thought fast. Do you know if he'll be in tomorrow? That felt too late. Way too late. Nope. Ryan had a small smile on his face. Sorry. Was this guy being deliberately obtuse? No, he's not coming in, or you don't know. Not coming in. Ryan ran a hand along the spines of the books on a nearby shelf. Even better, thought Nathan. His heart sinking, Nathan looked directly into Ryan's eyes. Do you know what his schedule is? It's kind of important that I talk to him. Nathan listened inwardly. It almost felt as if he were getting better at flexing a muscle he'd never noticed before. All he got from Ryan was that the guy liked to play jokes and was pretty much harmless. Nah, sorry. Ryan looked to be getting tired of all the questions. He shrugged expansively. Look, man, Jake doesn't work here anymore. Alarm shot through Nathan. What? What do you mean? Dude quit yesterday. His heart sank even more. This was bad. Did he say why? Stupid question. Doesn't matter. No clue, man. Nathan wondered if his episode in the bookstore yesterday had anything to do with Jake leaving. The timing sure seemed convenient. Okay. Nathan thought fast. Do you know where he lives? What? Ryan stood taller, his face tightening with suspicion. Why do you need to know that? Nathan put his hands out to placate the tall man. Sorry, you're right. Not my business. I just really wanted to talk to him. He turned to go. Uh-huh. Nathan stepped away, watching Ryan out of the corner of his eye. Ryan bent back to his cart. Nathan relaxed as a little tension left. It would not be good to make people suspicious of him, especially since Amanda obviously remembered him. What next? He caught sight of Amanda watching him. She was too far away for him to get anything from her, but her body language put him in mind of a tight rubber band. He walked toward the front of the store, studying each person in the store carefully. Maybe he could find a clue here. As he drew closer to Amanda, he watched her carefully. She had returned to her place behind the counter, and now was exchanging words with Vanessa. Vanessa's shaved head bobbed once or twice. Nathan followed a flash of intuition. He stood at the counter. Amanda turned her attention to him. You remember me? Nathan smiled as disarmingly as he could, praying it didn't look as forced as it felt. Of course. Amanda's voice dripped with dry mockery. You were here yesterday. Right. He nodded and met her gaze. So I was actually looking for that employee of yours? Jake, right? What for? Suspicion radiated off her, mixed with fear and loyalty. She felt like she had to hide something. Oh, nothing really. I wanted to thank him. I feel like he was pretty pissed off when I left. Nathan looked away for a moment, not wanting to make Amanda feel uncomfortable. She was hiding something, out of loyalty, but the loyalty itself made her feel strange. Certainty filled him. Yeah, well, he doesn't work here anymore. Her voice held a note of challenge, but a stronger note of concern. He quit yesterday. The guy back there, Nathan indicated the back of the store with a thumb, told me. Yeah, he caught her eyes again. Tension held her tight. He needed to put her at ease, but she also knew something. Something that could help him. She shrugged, looking down. Sorry we can't help you. Press her? Back off? Nathan sought inspiration. Nothing came. Okay. He stepped back, trying to not be too pushy. She obviously felt uncomfortable. She probably wondered who he was, why he'd come back. She had to know something else was going on. And time grew short. Nathan felt like a clock hung over him, seconds ticking away noisily. He glanced at the other cashier, Vanessa, and sought eye contact with her. No luck. The girl seemed to be studiously ignoring the exchange going on next to her, and had her attention focused tightly on her book. Nathan felt like yelling at Amanda, telling her that this was important and she needed to help. He fought back the urge. That would be useless. He tossed a glance around the bookstore. He had no clue what to do next. How did you find a person in a city of millions, especially if you weren't a cop? Nathan left the store and stood on the sidewalk, frustration building. What was Amanda hiding? Why did she feel like she needed to hide it? And what was he supposed to do now? He searched the street from his position in front of the store, watching cars and bikes go by. Nothing came to him. He trudged to his right. This was ridiculous. What was he supposed to do now? Where was John when you needed him? The strange man spoke in cryptic words all the time, but at least he was helpful. That line about the betrayer's razor had helped him figure out who the cursed guy was. Nathan turned and stalked back toward the bookstore, scanning his surroundings. The street and sidewalks held no answers. A bar, 2 restaurants, a club, a hobby store, 2 coffee shops, and a drugstore. No answers there. Wait! Nathan stopped and watched as Ryan, the guy from the bookstore whom Nathan had mistaken for Jake, emerged from the glass facade of the bookstore and hung a right, walking directly toward Nathan. Nathan flung his hood up and hunched forward, his fists stuffed into his hoodie's pockets. He trudged down the sidewalk, never taking his eyes from Ryan. He watched as the tall guy walked past him and turned into a coffee shop. Maybe the street did hold answers. Nathan kept going a few steps past the bookstore, deliberately keeping his attention away from it. The last thing he needed was for Amanda or Vanessa, not that she would notice much, to see him and call the police on a suspicious loiterer. Nathan came to a bench at a bus stop and sat, watching the coffee shop. Ryan appeared a minute later, 3 steaming coffee cups stuck in a carrying tray, and made the quick trip back to the bookstore. Maybe Jake had been in that coffee shop too. Given the amount of coffee consumed in this city, it was entirely likely that the coffee shop was a regular place for the bookstore employees to get their caffeine hits. Nathan stood and hurried up the sidewalk. He yanked the coffee shop door open and stepped in, just out of the way of a woman wearing bright red lipstick and clutching a smartphone and a gigantic cup of coffee. Chatting loudly, she used her hip to push the door open. Maybe 10 square tables filled the small shop's floor space, most of them occupied by 1 or 2 people. Nathan joined the short line making its way toward the counter. "What can I get started for you today?" The barista stood nearly a foot shorter than Nathan. How she was able to reach across the counter to hand over customers' drinks, he couldn't see yet. Nathan stalled, having forgotten to look at the menu done in colorful chalk above the espresso and other machines. Oh, he scanned the menu board. He didn't remember the last time he'd had American coffee. "You don't have Turkish coffee, do you?" The tiny girl gave him a pointed stare. "Just what's on the menu, sir." "All right, just give me a small coffee." She rolled her eyes. "Do you want a poco, moco, or a loco?" "What?" He looked at the board again, finding the words she'd just said. "Poco's 10 ounces, moco's 14 ounces, and a loco's 20 ounces. She pointed at 3 cups arranged upside down and next to each other on the pastry display case. "Loco's right, that's huge," he thought. "I'll take the poco. Black, please." "Be right back with that," the barista said. She scooted along the counter, her movements efficient. Within moments, she had a cup with a lid sitting in front of him. $1.50. Nathan pulled out his wallet. "Hey, I wanted to ask you, you know that bookstore next door?" He caught her gaze, listening closely. Feelings of hurry and stress came quickly, with an underlying deep concern. She had more than the regular stress of work on her mind. Financial problems? "Lovely lights?" She rang him up. "Yeah, that's the one." She looked harried, but had obviously been trained to be as polite as possible. Nathan continued. "So I just started working there and was told I might have to get coffee sometimes. Do they come here?" Nathan winced inwardly at the lie. Her demeanor changed, seeming less put upon. "Sure, Ryan just left." "He did?" Nathan feigned surprise. "Well, I guess that means I don't have to do a coffee run today." She snorted. "Don't count on it. Vanessa's a latte addict. Amanda and Jake always come in here for their break." Something about the way she said that last bit caught his ear. "Oh, they come in together?" "Sure," she said. She handed him back 2 quarters. "Ever since they started dating." Nathan wanted to slap himself on the forehead. Of course. That explained Amanda's loyalty. "Okay, well, I guess I'll be back a lot." He dropped the coins into the jar labeled, "Here's a tip. Tips rock." "Cool." Before he had stepped away from the counter, she was already talking to the next customer. He stepped back into the light of late morning, carefully taking a sip of the coffee. He winced at the heat and the lack of flavor. Too much kawa, he thought. He deposited the cup into the nearest garbage can. A car shot by, honking, 3 shirtless young men hanging out of the windows, shouting at the top of their lungs. Their faces and chest were painted in red and gold. Today must be a home game for the Niners. Nathan watched the car go by, remembering the first home game he and Mom and Dad had gone to. Mom had loved football, and Dad had loved being around to see Mom watch a game played by her best-loved team. For most of the fall and part of winter, there had been a lot of talk about a certain quarterback by the name of Steve. He smiled at the memories and turned toward the bookstore.
"Hurry up!"
A shout, louder than a voice, louder than an explosion, slammed into his ears with the pressure of a thunderclap. Nathan reached out, grabbing a lamppost, blinking in shock. His ears felt like they were ringing, but the sound couldn't have come from outside of him. Nobody else seemed to have noticed anything except the guy staggering into a lamppost. He caught his breath, his heart thudding painfully. What was that? Something, the cloak maybe, wanted him to get moving. The cloak didn't have a mind of its own, so it must be some kind of perception. Nathan straightened and marched into the bookstore. He strode directly to the counter. 2 cups of coffee steamed in the middle of the dark wood counter. Amanda looked up in surprise. "Amanda, I'm sorry to bother you again, but this is important." He tried to sound as official as possible. He wished he had some kind of official-looking ID. Amanda's face grew instantly tense. "Sir, I'm sorry. I can't help you." Nathan held her gaze, listening intently, mostly confusion with a little fear, curiosity as well, and concern. "Do you have a minute? This is really important." She opened her mouth, but Nathan cut her off. "Yes, it's about Jake." "I told you that he quit. So did Ryan." "What do I say?" He listened again. Bold. No, he didn't want to scare her off, but the truth might intrigue her enough to get her to talk to him. "I don't want to scare you, but I'm worried about Jake. I found out something about him that I need to talk to you about." Now concern etched itself across her face. "What do you mean? What's wrong?" She came halfway around the counter, then stopped, suspicion in her eyes. "Wait a minute. Why do you need to talk to me about Jake?" Nathan stood firm, careful to keep his mounting frustration out of his posture and voice. "I think you know why." He let the silence stretch. "This is really important, and I'm running out of time." She stared at him. Fear, confusion, but he saw when curiosity and concern won. Tension left her face and limbs. "Okay, we can go to the office." Nathan nodded, relaxing slightly. "Thank you." He followed as she led the way. They wove among the tables and shelves toward the back of the store. She stopped at a door and unlocked it with a key on a stretchy wristband. She entered a long, maybe 8-foot-wide office with a desk at the far end and files, papers, and books strewn about on the metal shelves. Nathan dropped the doorstop as he followed her in. The door stayed open as Amanda turned. "I'm feeling like I maybe need to call the police about a stalker," she said. "So you need to tell me what's going on, or—" "Jake's in a lot of trouble," Nathan said. "He might be mixed up in some criminal activity." He didn't know where the words were coming from. He felt like he was stealing lines from a movie. Nathan watched her reaction, concern and other emotions, but surprise was not one of them. "Why do you think that? Besides, why does this matter to me? We broke up months ago." Nathan stared at her. What should he say? A moment later, he knew. "Better yet, why aren't you surprised at it?" "What? What are you talking about?" Amanda stood stiff, clutching the edge of the desk. "You're not surprised that Jake might be involved in something bad." Nathan stalled, seeking more insight. He watched her face. "You're not surprised at all." She swallowed, her throat working hard. "I don't... What?" He remembered the darkness, the bitterness, the feeling of betrayal. Betrayer's razor. He felt like a light went on, blazing insight and knowledge into him. He stood taller. "Amanda, why is Jake so angry at the world?" He took a breath. "And what do you know about the ancient knife he keeps in his apartment?" Chapter 29. Amanda's mouth fell open. Stunned, she dropped her gaze and stared at the floor for a moment. "It's okay," Nathan said.
I don't mean to scare you, but I needed to show you that this is serious. She spoke too quietly for him to hear. What's that? Nathan stepped closer, watching her body language. What's he going to do? Amanda glanced up, then away again. He's going to do something, isn't he? I think so. I believe so. He's always so angry, she sighed. I mean, not always. When he stopped complaining about people, he was sweet and kind. Nathan nodded. I understand. But he got so mad so often, and it's not like his life was all that hard. Amanda raised her hands in a questioning gesture. I mean, his parents got divorced when he was a kid, but that happens to almost everyone. And not everyone talks about how the world needs some justice. Tingles crawled across Nathan's neck. Justice? What do you mean? I don't know. He just said it sometimes. This was taking too long. That thunderclap voice on the sidewalk, he had to move fast. Look, I'm sorry, but I need to find him. Confusion continued to be her strongest emotion. It took very little for him to understand why. He recited her next question in his mind at the same moment that she asked it. Who are you, anyway? How do you know this stuff? I'm sorry, there's no time for that. Can you tell me where to find him? Like where he lives? Loyalty flared in her briefly. I know this is strange, believe me, but I'm running out of time. He tried to capture her gaze, show her he meant what he said, that he wasn't lying. He watched as she had an internal argument, the lines of her face relaxing just a little after a moment. Okay, I have no clue who you are, and this is seriously the strangest thing ever. It seemed like she felt the need to say those words to excuse herself for her cooperation. Nathan forced himself to wait patiently as she let out a noisy breath. Okay, he lives in Oakland. She reeled off an address. Nathan yanked his notebook out of his satchel and wrote fast. As he finished, he noticed the weight of her silence. He nodded at her. Thank you, Amanda. He turned to go and stopped. I'll let you know what happens, okay? I'd rather you didn't, she offered a wan smile. In fact, if neither of you ever came back in here, that would be fine. Nathan took off, a hollow laugh in his chest. Really building bridges here. On his way out, he waved goodbye at Vanessa's downturned, tattooed head. The ignition key still didn't work, but the motorcycle roared to life with only one kick. Before starting out, Nathan consulted his phone for directions to Jake's apartment. What am I going to do when I get there? Kick in the door? Beat the guy up? He'd figure that out later. For now, he had to get on the Oakland Bay Bridge. A wave of dizziness struck, darkness like thick cotton covering his eyes. Nathan let the engine idle as he put his hands on the gas tank and leaned forward. How could I forget? Please don't last long, he said aloud, the warm metal of the old motorcycle vibrating under his hands. The blindness felt thick and heavy enough that it was drowning out the sounds of the city around him. Nathan squeezed his eyes closed. Come on! Each second felt like a clock ticking down to something awful, some kind of terrible thing that was just waiting to pounce from a dark place. Hey, man, you okay? Nathan raised a hand, forcing his eyes to open. All he saw was fuzzy darkness. He aimed his response toward the voice. Yeah, fine. You're looking kinda out of it. Might want to get down off that bike. Nathan squeezed his eyes shut and breathed slowly. When he opened them again, the darkness had a slightly transparent quality. No, I'm good. Bruh. The voice got closer. Can't be drinking and riding that thing around. You'll kill someone. Drinking? Nathan forced himself to straighten. He smiled. He saw shapes now. I'm not drinking, just a little tired. A thick shape approached. At least one hand extended and gripped the motorcycle's handlebars. You don't smell like you've been drinking, but ain't no way I'm letting you drive this thing. Nathan's vision finally cleared. A man with vivid tattoos clustering his arms, gripping a cell phone in one hand, and wearing Oakland Raiders shorts and tank top, leaned toward Nathan. Hey, Nathan said, keeping his focus right above the Good Samaritan's eyes. Really, I'm good. I'm fine. He fought to not meet the man's gaze. The man leaned back a bit. You're not drinking? I promise I'm not. Nathan did his best to smile sincerely. Come on, man. I've got to go. Tired. Sun's really bright, too. The man cocked his head to one side, his dark eyebrows creased. I ain't smell it on you. Look, I appreciate what you're trying to do. Nathan adjusted his satchel strap. I have to get going. You sure you ain't been partying? Nathan's gaze dropped and he met the man's eyes. He looked away fast, willing the impressions to stay away.
I don't have time for this. No, yes, I'm sure. He held himself totally still. I really have to go. I'm Nathan. He held out a hand. Thank you. The man pursed his lips as if he were making a decision. Junior. He took Nathan's hand. Stay off the drink if you're going to drive, Nathan. I promise, Junior. Nathan pulled his hand free. As Junior stood there watching, Nathan fired up the motorcycle. He gunned the bike down Columbus Avenue. It occurred to him again that he should have grabbed a helmet, especially since he was about to get on the 80. Surprised that Junior guy didn't yell at me about that, too. But that guy had a lot of guts, stopping and insisting that Nathan not drive if he wasn't up to it. Not a lot of people would do that. Wind whistling in his ears, Nathan drove as fast as he dared, coming to the 80 quickly. Seeing the toll booths just ahead, Nathan yelled inwardly, "This was taking too long!" He pulled to a stop and dug for his wallet, nodding a greeting at the attendant. Hey, man, you should be wearing a helmet. I know, Nathan said. Crud. He only had 20s. He handed over a bill. You know it's the law, right? The man smiled genially as he counted out Nathan's change. Yes, thank you. He had to bite back a sharp retort. No reason to antagonize the guy and make this go even slower. If that was possible. Come on! You might want to consider a fast track if you're going to be crossing the bridge a lot, the man said, teeth flashing in a smile. Nathan stuffed the coins and bills in his hoodie pocket and tore out of the toll plaza. And wear a helmet! The attendant's voice carried remarkably well over the sound of the motorcycle's engines. I know! Nathan shot down the bridge. He pushed the bike past 60 miles per hour, matching his speed to the fastest of the cars. It also wouldn't help things much to be pulled over, which he might be anyway if a cop saw him without a helmet. Better and better. The 3 minutes on the bridge felt like an hour as he scanned for police officers. Luck favored him, and he made it off the bridge without seeing a police car. Come on, just a little longer. He hung a right on Grove Shafter, taking an early exit and pulling to the side of the road for a moment. After a quick consultation with his phone, he gunned the bike and took the next 2 right turns, then roared down a narrow road with cars parked on both sides. He watched the numbers on the buildings, counting down until he got to the address Amanda had given him. Nathan parked the bike between 2 Toyotas and leapt off, running into the building and heading for the stairs. He jogged down the hallway when he got to the 3rd floor. Number 305. This was it. The guy with the betrayer's razor was behind the store. The man filled with darkness and a hunger for destruction. Jacob, the cursed man, with some kind of evil object of power. Nathan took a deep breath. This is nuts. He knocked. Should I have a weapon of some kind? Stupid. What would he do with it? He'd never shot a gun in his life. The only weapon he knew how to use was a machete, and he'd only used those in South America, mostly to cut open coconuts. No answer. Nathan knocked again. Jake, are you in there? Still no answer. Was Jake hiding in the apartment? Holed up? A plan would have been good, Nathan thought. He knocked again. He would just talk to Jake, try to find out what he was planning, convince him to stop. Jake? Hey, are you in there? We need to talk. Still no response. Dreading all the laws he was about to break, Nathan tried the door. Locked. No surprise. Jake, are you there? This is really important. Nathan put his ear against the door. He heard nothing. No breathing, no footsteps, no TV. He stepped back and scanned the corridor. Empty. He went back to the door and knocked loudly. He pitched his voice deeper. This is the San Francisco Police Department. Open the door, please. He listened at the door again. Still no sound coming from behind it. An apartment 2 doors down opened, a young girl's head peering out. Nathan smiled as big as he could and put his finger to his lips. Playing a joke, he whispered. The girl responded with a careful smile, glanced around the hallway, and closed her door. He tried the knob again with 0 success. This was taking too long. He pushed his right shoulder into the door. It didn't budge. Crap! Nathan stepped across the hallway, put his hands against the wall opposite Jake's door, and launched himself at the door. He slammed his shoulder into the door, a flare of pain exploding in the shoulder and radiating along his arm and neck. The door made a slight cracking sound, but otherwise didn't move. He grabbed his shoulder, hissing, Not doing that again. But that didn't dampen the urgency pushing at him like a steady force on his back. He stepped back and sucked in and held a breath. He stepped up and slammed his foot into the door just below the knob. A louder cracking sound came. He rushed forward and pushed, maybe a little more movement.
Thank heaven for cheap doors. He repeated the movement 2 more times, his knee complaining with each hit. Still taking too long. Could people in the apartments on the other side of the cinder block walls not hear all the noise? That little girl had heard him talking. He had to get in. Already out of breath, Nathan imagined all of his strength going into his leg and kicked forward as hard as he could. The door exploded inward in a cascade of splinters. He darted into the apartment, wanting to get out of sight as fast as possible. He shoved the door closed behind him. It snagged on some of the jagged wood left behind on the door jamb. He shoved with his hip, and it closed all the way. Nathan turned. There was no way Jake was home and hadn't come running at his door being kicked in. I just kicked in a stranger's door. I'm officially a criminal, Nathan thought. He shoved the useless thought away and cast his eyes around the dim apartment. The living room/kitchen space was maybe the size of his living room at home. 2 open doorways led off the main room, one to a messy bedroom and the other to a tidier one. A single window, covered by an incredibly dusty set of blinds, provided light. Nathan hit the switches next to the front door. He walked around the living room. Where was Jake? Had Jake already left to carry out whatever awful plan he'd come up with? Nathan needed to figure out what Jake was up to. While he was at it, maybe he could find a betrayer's razor, whatever that was. Obviously, it was some kind of extremely old, edged object, given Amanda's reaction to his question about an ancient knife. The living room and kitchen's only division consisted of a break from pale brown carpet to pale yellow, pockmarked linoleum. A single love seat faced a large, flat-screen TV perched on a low-slung entertainment center in the living room. Multiple gaming consoles and movie and game cases littered the shelves and top of the entertainment center. Next to the love seat stood a narrow table that held several dirty plastic cups and 3 remotes. Clothes and receipts littered the floor. A crumpled newspaper opened to the sports section peeked out from under the love seat. Bottles and cans spread across the carpet in disarray. Nothing caught his attention beyond the stale smell and filthy appearance of the living room. He moved to the kitchen, immediately noticing a cupboard that stood somewhat ajar beneath the sink. That had to be the garbage. Nathan walked through the kitchen, down the short row of cabinets toward the fridge. He scanned the countertops, wrinkling his nose at the multitude of soiled plates and napkins, as well as empty food boxes and paper bags. Just under one pizza box's open lid, he spotted what looked like a copper needle. Picking it up with care, Nathan took a closer look. A piece of wire. He held it and finished with the kitchen. Why was there wire on the countertop? A glimmer of a thought sparked. Could that be it? Nathan walked fast to the messy bedroom, a quick search showing him it wouldn't tell him anything beyond the fact that Jake hated cleaning up. Clothes and blankets littered the closetless space. He moved back to the kitchen, holding the skinny copper wire. There was something here. There had to be. He just needed to open his eyes. He looked around again, listening for insight. Garbage on the countertops, dishes in the sink, a dirty, dank smell. Jake obviously didn't care about having guests. Had Amanda ever visited? Wait! If the countertops held so much garbage, indicating that Jake didn't clean up after himself, why was the garbage so full? The glimmering idea exploded. Nathan tore the cupboard open, recoiling for a moment at the bursting garbage can. No doubts, no questions. He yanked the garbage can out of the cupboard, flinging it to the kitchen floor. The can felt way too heavy as he let it go. The garbage can hit with a thud, tipping over. Food refuse scattered across the floor. Bits of metal and plastic followed. Nathan kicked the trash away. He bent to get a closer look at what the food wrappers had been hiding. Short lengths of wire, some pieces of wood, and zip ties, metal straps, wrappers and cartons with chemical breakdowns printed on them. Suddenly terrified, Nathan stood up too quickly. Blood rushed to his head. He shook away the dizziness and stared. He tried to tell himself that he was jumping to conclusions, that he had no way of knowing for sure. But the certainty that had carried him this far wouldn't let go, holding him in a vice grip. Jake had built a bomb. Chapter 30. Try not to kick in any more doors, Special Agent Bozell. I'll do my best. Ernesto let the glass door of the police station swing closed behind him and checked his watch. Hours lost. He glanced back at the 4 San Francisco PD officers standing in the station's version of a foyer.
These police officers were inept. First, they drag him down to the station and put him in holding. Then they take hours to make the phone calls they should have made immediately. Finally, one of Hagen's comrades had gotten hold of the chief of police to explain away the presence of a special agent Bozell. Bozell, Ernesto snorted as he started up his car and pulled the GPS locator out of the glove box. Bozell had been the name of the first man he'd killed. Ernesto thought back briefly to that strange town in Eastern Europe. Enough. One final play. Eckhoff had been close to the subject yesterday. That couldn't be a coincidence. Somehow, Eckhoff was aware of the subject. Ernesto's best bet now was to track down the subject and wait for Eckhoff to show himself. In the meantime, a quick call to Carla to have her keep her electronic eyes and ears open would help him cover all of his bets. Ernesto activated the locator and waited for the satellite signal to connect. First, it found him, indicating his position with a blue dot. A red dot appeared across town. The subject. He would kill two birds with one stone. Observe the subject and make certain he succeeded in whatever he was doing, and also let Eckhoff come to him. He dialed Carla's number as he pulled out of the parking lot. Enough was enough. Many people would die today. Eckhoff would finally be one of them. Chapter 31. Nathan tore his gaze from the detritus of bomb materials and looked frantically around the apartment. What next? Obviously, he had to call the police, but after that, should he try to find Jake? First things first. Nathan pulled out his phone. He dialed 911. His thumb hovering over the green button, he tried to rehearse what he would say to the operator. Or was it a dispatcher? Stupid. He forced his thoughts back on track. There's a guy with a bomb. They would ask where, who, how he knew. Because the cloak of Joseph told me! Saying the words aloud reminded him of how ridiculous the situation was. This was out of a movie, totally and completely absurd. But it was real. He couldn't deny it, no matter how much he might have wanted to. He looked at his phone. The 3 black numbers stared back at him. He had no idea what he would say. He didn't even have any idea where Jake had gone with the bomb. But the police would have to investigate, right? If he gave them Jake's address, they would have to check it out, wouldn't they? Maybe they could find clues about where Jake had gone. Nathan put away his phone. He couldn't call on his own phone. They would ask his name, and whether they stopped Jake or not, they would be able to track his cell phone down. He quickly searched the apartment. No phone, which made sense. Why would Jake have a home phone? Nathan looked around again, hoping for a clue as to where Jake had gone. He checked the bedrooms again, then the bathroom. In each room, he studied the walls and floors and any surfaces, trying to trust his instincts. Nothing came to him, and he was wasting time. He felt an overwhelming urge to get back outside, climb on the motorcycle, and track Jake down. But he absolutely had to call the police. He left the apartment and ran down to the street, taking stock of his surroundings. Office buildings, some of which had been converted to apartments, lined both sides of the street. No payphones. He leaned on the motorcycle, preparing for the blindness and vertigo to hit like they always did. Come on, hurry up! He hadn't looked in anyone's eyes, but he had felt perceptions coming to him in Jake's apartment, which meant the blindness would follow. Nothing happened. He waited a full minute. If it hits while I'm driving, that would be terrible. He counted to 30, but still nothing. Are you coming or not? The usual temporary blindness didn't answer. Okay, just don't show up while I'm on the road. He jumped back on the motorcycle and headed back toward the Grove Shafter, searching for a bar or grocery store. One street away from the freeway, he found a bar halfway down a block. He pulled the bike over and ran in. The payphone hung on a wall tucked at the very back, near the bathrooms. Nathan noticed the bartender watching him as he ran to the phone, but ignored him. He dug into the pocket of his hoodie, suddenly grateful for the hassle of the toll booth and the fact that he now had change. He lifted the handset, poised to drop a coin in. Except you didn't need money to dial 911 on a payphone. He dialed and stuffed the coins back in his pocket. 911, where's your emergency? He gave Jake's address. In Oakland. And what is the emergency? He hesitated. This was serious business. He was about to accuse... Get on with it! A man named Jake in that apartment built a bomb. He's going to use it today. Sir, are you calling in a bomb threat? His breath caught in his throat, feeling a weight lowering on him.
Yes, but I don't know where it is. I just know he built it in his apartment. Sir, I'm going to need your name. Sorry, I can't tell you, but please just check it out. He hung up fast, before he could dig himself into a hole. Nathan left the bar and ran back to the motorcycle. He fired it up and caught himself just before he gunned it out into the street, toward the Grove Shafter Freeway. Where to next? He had to figure out. He shut the engine off, remembering what he had just seen in the bar. A chill of fear shot down his spine. Nathan raced back into the poorly lit bar and leaned on the counter. The large screen TV just above the taps showed the beginnings of a football game. The college kids in the car. The single newspaper in Jake's apartment opened to the sports section, the impression he'd had days ago.
Can I get you something?
Nathan gaped at the bartender, horror filling every fiber of his body. No, Jake couldn't be planning.
Hey, buddy, you okay?
Nathan blinked, forcing himself back into the moment. Yeah, fine. He indicated the TV. Hey, is this live?
Yep, first home game of the season for the Niners.
Absolute certainty burned fiercely in Nathan's soul. He spun from the counter, tossing a thanks over his shoulder and bursting back into the bright early autumn day. He had to get to Candlestick. He had to tell the police. He yanked his phone from his satchel. 2 missed calls, both from Kelsey. A text from her, too. He opened the message. A picture of her sticking her tongue out greeted him, with her arrival details under it. She'd gotten a connection out of Houston and would be arriving in SFO in 2 hours. Crap! He'd completely forgotten. He checked the time. 2 hours. Candlestick was maybe 20 minutes away if traffic wasn't horrible. If he was fast, he could stop Jake and then meet her. Save the world, get the girl. The movies made this look a lot more fun. He dialed 911, but immediately hit the cancel button. No, he couldn't be tied to this. If he got police attention, or any attention at all, he wouldn't be able to answer their questions about how he got involved without coming off as a lunatic. He briefly considered running back into the bar, but he knew he was nearly out of time. He had to move. He would call as soon as he got to the stadium. Nathan leapt back onto the bike and tore up the street. He blew through a stop sign, praying no cops patrolled the area. The need to be at the football stadium felt like a huge hand pushing hard on his back. He careened around a slow-moving Buick and shot onto the freeway, easily passing every car. Horns honked, but Nathan ignored them. No time to screw around. He made it through the toll booth without incident and had gone halfway across the Oakland Bay Bridge before he heard the siren. He spared a glance at his side mirror. Lights flashed. A highway patrol car approached, right behind him. In the mirror, Nathan saw the officer pointing in his direction. Frustration boiled in his veins. Not now! He gritted his teeth and pulled over, wondering which broken law the guy would ticket him for. This was the last thing he needed. What if he told the cop that he had to get to Candlestick Park to stop a bomber? Nathan almost laughed at what he imagined the cop would do. He'd probably be arrested for thinking he was in a movie. 10 minutes later, Nathan pocketed a citation with far too many checkboxes marked. No helmet, in violation of the speed limit. No insurance, no registration. He waited for the highway patrolman to drive off first. Then Nathan pulled back into traffic and fought back the urge to gun the throttle. He'd already lost too much time. It would be the height of stupidity to get pulled over again. He battled the need to drive faster for the remainder of the ride to the football stadium. The game had to be well along by now. Where would Jake be? Where would he have put the bomb? Finally, Candlestick Park came into view. He gunned the bike down Gilman, keeping his eyes peeled for There! Small clusters of men and women gathered on the sidewalk across Gilman from the stadium. Scalpers. Nathan drove toward one of the clusters. How much for one ticket? The group of 4 men shouted only slightly varying numbers. Are you kidding me? $100 for a scalped ticket? Nathan made his voice drip with incredulousness. Take it or leave it, kid, said the tallest of the scalpers, a man with a mostly gray flat top and a matching goatee, wearing a bright blue windbreaker over a pink beach shirt. Nathan opened his wallet. I've got $60, he scanned the scalpers. Who wants it? A medium-sized man, a little shorter than Nathan, shouldered around the first scalper. Done. Upper level. Nathan handed over the cash and pocketed the ticket.
Thanks. Technically, another law broken. Luckily, the cops didn't really care about the scalpers as long as they stayed off private property. Nathan pulled back into the road and followed it around to the parking lot entrance. After handing over his credit card to shell out the $25 needed to park in the stadium lot, he gunned the bike into the lot. He wasted no time searching for a parking spot. He zipped through the aisles between the cars toward the stadium entrance. Nathan parked the bike across from the entrance right next to a red sedan, not caring about the parking ticket he would probably get. The roar of the spectators had a physical weight, filling the entire space around the stadium with the sound of a hurricane. The sound and pressure accompanied the smells of concrete, people, and deep fryers. He lit out for the stadium entrance, clutching his satchel tightly against his hip so it wouldn't bounce. As he approached the ticket takers, he slowed and held his ticket out. "Welcome to Candlestick," the woman said. "Thanks." Nathan looked past her. "Is there a payphone in there?" "Sure, they're usually next to the water fountains." He got his stub back. "Thanks." He walked fast across the large entrance area toward the concourse that circled most of the stadium. He checked his ticket and headed for Section 31, which took him through the food and entertainment area under the bleachers. Sports bars, food vendors, and countless displays of sports memorabilia interspersed with thick concrete pillars and the echoes of shouting and cheers. As Nathan jogged through an area with large signs proclaiming it the Jinko Solar Gate, he kept his eyes peeled. How could he find one murderous guy in this place? Despite the crowds filling the seats above, plenty of people strolled along the concourse and through the multiple different plazas. Jake had dark hair, didn't he? And with the cloak, surely Nathan could recognize his body language and intent. But what if the bomb had been hidden somewhere and Jake had already left? No. Nathan felt a certainty that Jake was still around. Was Jake planning on killing himself at the same time that he set the bomb off? Nathan crossed into Bud Light Plaza and picked up his pace. Not long after, he spotted a payphone. He wasted no time, and within a few seconds the dispatcher came on the line.
911, where is the emergency?
"Hi, I called earlier about a guy in Oakland who had made a bomb. I think I know where it is." Nathan kept up a continual survey of the people strolling through the plaza.
Sir, I need you to stay on the line, please.
Silence, and then a few clicks. "Hey, what? There's no time."
Okay, sir, I'm going to need your name.
"What? That has nothing to do with this. The bomb's—"
Sir, I need you to identify yourself so we know who we can follow up with,
the man said, his voice firm. Unreal. "Fine. My name's Steve Young, and the bomb's at Candlestick Park."
Sir, I need a real name.
"That's my name. And can we focus on the important thing here?" He wanted to smash the phone through the concrete wall. What was wrong with this person?
Are you saying that there's a bomb at Candlestick Park?
Yes, the bomb I called about earlier. The guy, Jake, took it to Candlestick Park. The first home game of the Niners and all.
Sir, Steve, can you tell me how you know this?
The dispatcher must have been pressing buttons while he talked to Nathan, judging by the noises Nathan heard over the phone. "I saw it, okay?" They had to respond no matter what, right?
Okay, Steve, please stay on the line while...
Nathan slammed the handset back into its cradle. He hurried away from the phone, quickly breaking into a fast jog. He circled the stadium on the concourse, finally giving up on going to the section printed on his ticket. He ran to the nearest portal on his left, crossing through the huge shadow cast by the massive stadium and breaking out into the bright sunlight that blazed on the bleachers. The roar of the crowd felt elemental, like a storm cloud that had come to ground, thunder pounding through it. On the field, it looked like the Niners' defense was out. Nathan scanned the crowd. Other than the people in his immediate surroundings, it was impossible to make out faces. He saw numerous cardboard fences being waved next to large white Ds. Stomping feet added to the din of thousands of screaming fans. He turned and headed up the stairs, trying to think clearly despite the noise. Jake had a bomb and obviously wanted to do something awful in the stadium. As Nathan considered, the certainty of Jake's mission came to him. He was going to try to kill as many people as possible. So if that were Jake's purpose, did it make sense to bring the bomb into the bleachers? Nathan tried hard to listen for any inkling of perception, but felt nothing. He continued up the stairs, scanning to the left and right, directing his search under the bleacher seats and behind the legs of the fans. He saw countless bags and portable bleacher chairs like those his dad stored in the garage.
Nathan watched faces too, noting more than a few bored people. A roar suddenly exploded from the crowd. Nathan turned and peered down at the field, trying to make out what had happened. He looked at the huge screen at the nearest end of the stadium, watching the replay as a defensive tackle stripped the ball from a runner and a lineman wearing red and gold fell on the ball. The game announcer's voice reverberated through the stadium, speaking almost unintelligibly over the voice of the fans. Nathan climbed the bleachers. Before long, he stood at the top of the stairs, somewhat out of breath and growing desperate. How would he ever find Jake? He had to think, concentrate. Something would come to him. He looked around again, studying the bleachers and the sea of faces. Where would be the best place up here to put a bomb, which had to be in a backpack or some other bag that would disguise the device? Nathan tried to put himself in Jake's shoes. What would he be thinking? Did he mostly want destruction? Was he after a high body count? Nathan cringed inwardly at his last question. I'm hunting a domestic terrorist, he thought. This guy actually wants to kill people. The question returned. Was Jake planning on dying in the blast of his bomb? Nathan thought about what he had felt from Jake in the bookstore. Was that only yesterday? And forced himself to remember the darkness. The panic he had felt returned somewhat, but Nathan forced himself to look past it, to try to analyze the feelings he had gotten from Jake. The betrayal had been a big part of it. A seething, roiling need to hurt and destroy. Anger and frustration, too. Had there been a desire for self-destruction? Nathan thought hard, forcing himself to relive those awful moments. No, Jake hadn't been interested in self-destruction. He wanted to get back at a world he felt had betrayed him, but he wanted to see the reaction his revenge, his statement, would cause. So Jake would have to set the bomb somewhere that nobody would notice it and leave the area, probably even leave the stadium. Nathan descended a few steps, watching the crowd, looking at their feet. Every bag he saw sat behind somebody's legs, but there wasn't much space there, so the bag stuck out into the space that people walked. If Jake left a bag at his bleacher seat and then departed, would the bag be noticed? Would somebody call Jake back, telling him he had forgotten his bag? And couldn't Jake's seat be traced back to him? Jake didn't want to get caught. Nathan felt sure of that. No, it made no sense to try to leave a bomb hidden in an easily noticed bag, hidden poorly under one of the bleacher benches. The bomb wouldn't be out here. Jake wouldn't be either. Nathan started back down the stairs, cursing himself for not thinking it through before he wasted so much time. He imagined a bomb going off up here, envisioning the blast shooting straight up. No, Jake wanted to cause as much destruction as he could. Nathan gripped the rail as he jogged down the stairs. He called to mind the layout of the concourse, trying to imagine where... A pillar! Maybe a pillar that was tucked somewhat to the side. Nathan glanced at the huge screen on this end of the stadium, just under a minute to halftime. Cold fear settled into Nathan's gut like a spider with millions of cold legs extending chills all over his body. The food court with all the vendors. Plenty of pillars near that, and in a little more than a minute, thousands of people would flood into the area. He checked the jumbotron. The game clock ticked down to 20 seconds. Oh no! Nathan hurtled down the stairs. He was going to be too late! Chapter 32. Nathan took stairs 2 or 3 at a time, using the rail to keep himself from falling on the narrow steps. Despite the rail, his right foot slipped off a step and he nearly did the splits trying to get himself under control. At the bottom of the stairs, Nathan held the rail with his left hand and used it as an anchor as he launched himself at the portal. After the incredibly bright sun cooking the bleachers and crowd, Nathan had to stare and blink a few times as his eyes adjusted to the shadowed concourse. Plenty of people had decided to get a jump on halftime and get their food ahead of the crowd. A couple hundred of these people meandered through the huge spans of concourse where the vendors worked. He'd been too slow figuring it out. As more people filed through portals and from other sections of concourse, Nathan stood for a moment at the top of the ramp to the portal, trying to get a better view from high ground. Too many people wandering made it impossible to see anything. A loud whistle pierced the air. Nathan knew without looking that the half had ended. He sprinted down to the concourse, aiming for the food court. The concourse filled up in what seemed like a matter of 2 seconds. He shouldered between people, drawing numerous glares and shouts as he ran. It would be a pillar, but not an easily seen one, probably near the middle of the food court. Nathan held tightly to his satchel and dodged between two lines that snaked from a hot dog stand, slipping through a gap in one of the lines. He traded his focus between the space just ahead of him as he ran and the pillars that lined each side of the concourse. Maybe 20 yards ahead, he noticed a thick column that extended up from between two large vendors. Nathan glanced around, gauging its position in the food court. Right in the middle, and the base was hidden between the beer and the merchandise stands. That had to be it. He tore through the food court, heart slamming his chest. Tension hummed through him, making him feel like he would snap if someone hit him hard enough. The bomb could go off any second. Would it throw him back? Should he shout a warning of some kind? Would the column collapse, bringing part of the stadium above down with it? Thousands of tons of stone and metal. He forced himself to stay focused. If he shouted and Jake was still around, Jake might panic, setting the bomb off right away. Besides, would people react? And if they did, there would be a panic. Thousands of people already packed the food court. The press of bodies felt like it would suddenly congeal into a solid mass of humanity. And the noise pounded off the concrete surrounding him. Nathan had to get there, had to stop it. He spun away from a cluster of people talking loudly directly in his path. "Get out of the way!" The shout echoed in his head. He slid through a narrow gap in a line at the beer stand and finally spotted the base of the pillar. Nathan darted around a man carrying 3 large cups of beer. His breath caught in his chest as if his hammering heart had suddenly closed his airway. This is it! Jake had to be just out of sight on the other side of the pillar. And what if he is? Nathan stopped, momentarily stupefied. He hadn't thought that far ahead. Screw it. If he's there, I keep him there until he stops the bomb or the cops show up. Nathan flung himself around the pillar. Hey! The single word exploded from his chest in a blast of adrenaline. His heart stopped. The strength fled his body. No! No! Jake wasn't there, and neither was the bomb. Nathan shot out from behind the pillar. He searched the food court, desperately, twisting between people. Any moment, any second, a blast. Light, then probably darkness. Endless darkness. Not yet. It hadn't happened yet. It's not going to happen either, Nathan told himself. He'd been wrong about that pillar, but he felt absolute certainty about his theory. He just had to find the right... He pulled up for a fraction of a second, then broke into a sprint. The pillar extending up from behind the burger joint. Nobody would notice someone slipping back there. Nobody would happen upon a bomb. That had to be it. Nathan forced his legs to move faster. Out of the way! Move! His shouts went mostly unheeded, knowing they could trace the call, but without time to find another solution, he dialed 911 on his phone. He held the phone tightly without raising it to his ear. The dispatcher would hear just fine. He activated the call. Nathan dodged around a line heading into a bathroom and aimed directly at the pillar. No time to think. The shadows grew deeper in this part of the concourse, casting a bluish-gray pallor over the concrete. Nathan smelled the burgers cooking in a strange moment of awareness. He jumped behind the vendor shop. A voice came from his phone. He ignored it. The dispatcher would hear and send the cops. Jake! A dark-haired form jerked and flung itself around, revealing an open backpack. In that moment, Nathan saw wires, cylinders, and a red, blinking light. What? Jake, shock in every muscle of his body, began to straighten. Nathan threw himself forward, tackling Jake against the back of the burger joint. They hit with a thud. Jake dropped something and shouted. Nathan shoved him hard. You have to stop! What are you doing? Jake scrabbled desperately at Nathan, but Nathan outweighed the shorter man. Adrenaline lent Nathan strength, and he slammed Jake's back against the burger shop's wall. Nathan's phone fell out of his hand. Stopping you! Nathan realized Jake was reaching with one hand, slumping toward the ground. What had he dropped? Dispatcher! Candlestick Park! Behind Bobby's Burgers! The bomb! Nathan prayed that his call had gone through, that there was a dispatcher on the other end of his call. He wished his phone had landed with its screen up. Would help come? Who are you? Get off me! Jake shouted. He struggled to free his arms. Pain exploded in Nathan's midsection as Jake's knee connected. Nathan dropped bonelessly, agony flaring all over his body. He saw what Jake had dropped. A cell phone. Jake launched himself at the phone he had dropped. Through a haze of pain, Nathan saw Jake frantically press the cancel button. Nathan put his hands on the concrete, trying to push himself to his feet. The cool concrete somehow helped him gather himself. He tried to force the pain away. "Jake, you can't do it, please. I don't know how you found me or who the hell you are, but you get to die today too." Jake glared at Nathan. Something caught Jake's eye. Nathan followed Jake's gaze. Nathan's phone. "Dispatcher!" Nathan called out. "He's getting away!" He pushed himself to his knees. Jake grabbed Nathan's phone. "False alarm," Jake said in a calm voice. "Just a mistake." He ended the call. "Who the hell are you, anyway?" Nathan swallowed, concentrating on willing the pain away. "Nobody, but you can't do this. Somebody has to!" Jake's voice rang in the little space behind the burger shop. Nathan struggled to stand, still hunching over from pain, a raw ache in his midsection. "Keep him talking." Nathan glanced at the backpack, the bomb inside. The light no longer blinked. "What do you mean? Somebody has to what?" "Justice! Somebody needs to make people see, make them understand," Jake said. He faced Nathan. "Too many times they get away with it." "I don't understand." Nathan finally straightened but felt sick to his stomach. Had the dispatcher heard? Were police on their way? Who's getting away with what? Who needs to see what? Jake gave an ugly smile. He snorted and put his cell phone in an inner pocket of the long, duster-like coat he wore. "Of course you don't understand. You're obviously one of them." "I want to understand." Nathan stepped forward, a hand extending toward Jake. "Please, help me understand." He tried to look into Jake's eyes to gain a deeper insight, maybe find something he could say or do to convince Jake to stop. But Jake stood in deep shadow, and all Nathan saw of his eyes were dark, bottomless circles. "Betrayers! You're one of them!" Jake threw his hands up and looked up momentarily. "Everyone here is a betrayer!" "Betrayer? What do you mean?" Nathan took another small step forward. "Don't move! I don't want to die, but I will if I have to." Jake shoved his hand in the pocket with the cell phone. "All I have to do is press 2 buttons." "No!" Nathan stepped back, angling slightly toward the bomb. He scanned the area. Why couldn't the cloak give him super strength so he could just throw the bomb into the sun? "Please, don't. Just keep your distance, whoever you are." Jake's head tilted to the side. "I remember you. You had that fit in the bookstore." "I remember you too." "You followed me. You think you can stop me." Jake took another step backward, glancing at the ground behind him. He stepped over a cable. "You can't. Justice prevails." "Jake, please." Where were the cops? How was killing a bunch of people justice? "These people kill and hurt all the time. They overlook and reward the unworthy every day." Jake swore. His voice cracked. "They rape and destroy everything and everyone." "What did they do to you? How long had it been? How much had the dispatcher heard, if anything?" "Do to me? Why do you care?" Jake stepped over another thick cable, backing up. He lifted Nathan's phone so he could look at it while keeping Nathan in view. The voices of thousands of football fans resounded off the concrete all around, a cacophony of shouts and conversations, and none of them had any clue what was going on not 20 feet away. "Jake, I want to help you. What happened to you?" "Nothing." Jake lowered Nathan's phone. Although Nathan still couldn't see his eyes, he knew Jake was staring at him. "And that's the point. Nothing happened. But it will now." "No, please, Jake." "What do I say?" Nathan took a small step forward. "But you don't want to do this. I know you don't." "Oh, but I do. And this is just the start." Jake tossed Nathan's phone at Nathan's feet. "You might want to run."
Freeze!
A new voice, deep and powerful, cut through the shadows from behind Nathan. Jake spun and disappeared around the wall of the burger shop. Nathan lurched after him.
I said freeze!
The voice felt like it came from just over his shoulder. "He's getting away," Nathan said, stiffening, feeling his voice pitch high as fear caught his throat. "You have to stop that guy."
On the ground!
Another voice broke in, swearing.
Dennis, we got a bomb here!
Nathan dropped to his knees. "You have to stop that guy. Please go after him too." Nathan grabbed his phone and slid it into his satchel, letting his body hide the movement.
Don't you move!
This was the first voice again. Nathan looked over his shoulder. 2 uniformed police officers crouched in front of the bomb and the bag. The red light he'd seen earlier was still dark. "That guy who took off." Both cops looked at him. He has a phone in the left inner pocket of his jacket. He's got it rigged to blow the bomb. You have to get him."
"Matt," this was the first voice, who must be Dennis. "Go after him. Dark hair, long jacket, maybe 5'9". "You got it."
Matt stood and tore off in the direction that Jake had run.
"Dispatch," Dennis spoke into his radio. "We got a bona fide bomb here." He described the location, holstering his gun. "Get bomb squad out here. We gotta evacuate this stadium, but we can't be sure there's enough time. Go!"
Nathan looked around. That voice didn't sound like it came from. It was the same as before, the one that told him to hurry. It came from inside of him. Should he seriously take off? Nathan watched the cop as he described the bomb to the dispatcher. It was just the one officer, for now, and he was distracted by the immediate, awful threat.
"Looks like a homemade pipe bomb. A few pipes that are strapped together with..." The officer shone a flashlight on the bomb. "Red, blue, green, and white wires woven all over. Looks like a remote detonator, too."
The officer held his flashlight in one hand and his shoulder radio in the other, and now knelt on one knee. "Now!" Nathan flung himself into a lurching leap, gaining his feet and tearing around the same corner that Jake and the other police officer had run. A shout followed him, along with guilt at leaving the scene, but Nathan kept going. "I can't answer the questions they'll ask." He repeated this to himself as he ducked through a line of people waiting for ice cream and made a beeline for the bathroom across the concourse. A line snaked out still. He stepped to the back of the line just as 4 more, then another 4 police officers poured into the concourse through a gate maybe 20 yards away. Nathan took his satchel off and yanked off his hoodie and the cloak. He rolled the cloak and stuffed it in the satchel, then turned the hoodie inside out. He put the satchel across his chest again and draped the hoodie over it. That better work. Another group of officers hurried across the concourse. Why weren't they running? People had started noticing the activity behind Bobby's Burgers and now moved in that direction, curious. Nathan left the line. He looked all around the area, hoping to see that other officer, Matt, coming back with Jake in tow. "Please stop the bomb. Please stop the bomb." 2 more police officers appeared from behind Nathan. He stiffened for a moment, but they passed him and made for the burger shop. They disappeared into the shadows. Nathan felt like he would flinch at any loud sound. It could go off any second. He joined the crowd moving towards Bobby's Burgers. They only made it a little past the front as 2 officers appeared from behind the burger shop. They extended their hands.
"Folks, please stay back,"
said the thicker of the 2 officers. "What's going on?" A woman about 5 feet from Nathan had asked the question.
"Yeah, what's up?"
This from a man just in front of Nathan.
"We have the situation under control, but we need you to stay back," the officer said.
"What situation? What's happening?" Another woman spoke, fear in her voice.
"Please don't worry. It's under control," the second officer said.
Nathan stood on his toes, trying to get a look behind the shop. All he could make out were shapes moving and some faint conversation. Every second the bomb didn't go off gave Nathan a little more hope. He closed his eyes, settling back down. Please, please help them stop it.
"Don't worry. What's going on back there? Is it a bomb threat?"
The man speaking had a salt and pepper goatee. The crowd behind Nathan had grown substantially. Sirens could now be heard in the background.
"We can't comment, but we have it under control, sir,"
said the thicker police officer, who now stood with his thumb stuck in his belt. The leaner officer kept his hands extended out to the side, watching everything around him carefully. Scenes from movies and TV shows flashed through Nathan's memory. Was it always the red wire? Wouldn't a bomber think of that too? The ache in his jaw from clenching his teeth began to match the ache still in his midsection. Nathan craned to get a better look, his eye caught by an increased amount of movement in the shadows. Radio chatter could be heard over the radios on the officers' shoulders. Most of the chatter was unintelligible, but Nathan was able to distinguish 2 main voices that sounded like they were having a conversation. Was that first officer, Dennis, working with the bomb, or was somebody else? He glanced over the crowd. If Matt had caught up with Jake, would he bring Jake back here, or would he hold Jake outside? And all these people just standing here, craning to see what was happening, the game that had just started again, seemingly forgotten. If the bomb went off, they'd be the first to go. After the police officers, of course. Nathan forced himself to stop thinking about that, pleading inwardly that the bomb would be defused. After all this time, they must have caught Jake, or he would have activated the bomb by now, right? How long had it been? 2 minutes? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? A flurry of movement at the gate behind and to his right made Nathan turn, the rest of the crowd turning at the same time.
A wheeled thing rolled through the gate. It had a long arm and a bunch of complicated-looking machinery, and carried a rounded, heavy box of some kind. "Folks, we need you to make some room," the thicker policeman said, his words nearly echoed by an officer on the other side of Bobby's Burgers. "We had a bomb threat, but it's under control. We just need to move the suspicious package out of here." This from the other officer. "There's nothing to worry about. There's no more danger." This last was said in a louder voice as shouts from the crowd filled the concourse and people began to run from the robot. "Folks, there is no danger!" Police officers spread the crowd away from the path of the robot. "This is just protocol, no danger at all. Please just make some space." A man in a heavy-looking suit with a tall, stiff collar and a thick helmet strode through the gate, not far from the robot, obviously controlling the robot with the console in his hand. The police officers, lining up on either side of the robot and Bomb Squad fellow's path, continued shouting to keep the crowd under control. Nathan watched the robot roll behind the burger shop, followed by the man in the armor. He felt some tension leave his body. They'd defused it, or they had Jake in custody. Or both. Standing behind a man totally decked out in Niners colors, a few minutes passed as the now calm crowd was directed to move back, making more space for the robot. By the time the police officers stopped moving them away, the robot reappeared, the armored man following. Nathan assumed the backpack with the bomb was now in the rounded box held by the robot. As the robot disappeared out through the gate, the police officers emerged from behind Bobby's Burgers. Nathan recognized Dennis. 2 other officers shook his hand while he mopped his brow with his sleeve. Dennis had done it. "Okay, folks, show's over," the lady police officer nearest to Nathan called. "The Niners are still winning, so nothing to worry about." A wave of laughter from the crowd around Nathan followed this. Nathan felt himself go weak as all the tension left his body. He wanted to thank Dennis, shake his hand, hug him, but the policeman might recognize him. "Thank you," Nathan thought, wandering away with the dispersing crowd. Within moments, the police officers had melted away too, although Nathan saw a few of them take up posts near gates. Were they watching for him? Had they still not caught Jake? Nathan hunched a little, trying to change his body shape and size, and walked to the gate the bomb robot had gone through. He saw a large truck with Bomb Squad stenciled on the side and the SFPD logo pull away. Several police cars remained parked, lights flashing, and a few uniformed police officers congregated around one of the cars. Nathan didn't see Dennis or Matt. If they'd caught Jake, he should be on the way to the station by now. Nathan took a deep breath. His mouth felt dry as paper, his throat tight. Thank heavens! It was over. His arms and legs felt heavy with exhaustion. His heart finally began to slow. "I need something to drink." With the game back in full swing and the excitement over, the food court had emptied significantly. He only had to wait in line for a few minutes before getting a fountain drink. Curiosity beat out caution, and he strolled over to the police officer standing next to the nearest gate. She was almost as tall as him, with her dark brown hair drawn in a tight bun. She almost looked like Kelsey, but with a smaller nose. "So what was that all about?" "Sir, it was a bomb threat or something?" "Just a suspicious package," she replied, not meeting his gaze, but scanning the concourse. "Oh." Nathan slurped some soda. He tried to think of a conversational way to ask if they'd caught anyone, but came up empty. "So, no big deal, huh?" "It's under control, sir." Her roving gaze focused on him for a brief moment, then she went back to studying the concourse. "Cool." He turned and stopped. "That robot thing was kind of awesome." "Yep," she said. Feeling totally dismissed, Nathan headed back into the concourse. They must have caught Jake, otherwise the bomb would have gone off. Nathan pulled out his ticket. Maybe he would stay and watch the game, for old time's sake. Something tickled the back of his mind. He was forgetting... Kelsey! Chapter 33. Nathan shoved the ticket back into his pocket and dug through his satchel for his phone. He broke into a quick walk, heading down the concourse back to the gate he'd come through. Maybe he still had time to meet her if he was fast enough. Her plane was going to land at 12:45, if he remembered correctly. He hadn't seen any clocks in the stadium. He realized he had no clue about what time it was. Nathan tossed his soda into a trash can and broke into a jog as he passed through the last plaza on the way to his gate. He glanced at the dark screen of his phone that showed the time. 1 p.m. Crap! Maybe her flight had been delayed.
She would call him if she arrived and didn't see him, so he could call her as soon as he got to the bike. The bike. He couldn't carry her and her bags on the motorcycle. He needed a car. He would have to take a taxi, but then he'd have to leave the bike here at the stadium. No, that was stupid. He would ride the bike to the airport, park it in short-term parking, then take a taxi with Kelsey. He could go back for the bike later. He swiped his finger across the phone to unlock it. Sudden dread washed over him, and he stopped still. Instead of the menu, he saw Kelsey's last text, the picture of her sticking out her tongue, her arrival details. Jake had seen that. He'd been looking at Nathan's phone easily long enough to see the text. But Jake had been caught, right? He was in custody. Nathan broke into a jog, then a run. His satchel, fat with the rolled-up cloak, thumped against his hip. He broke into the full daylight of the early afternoon, the roar of the crowd almost propelling him across the span of concrete behind the entrance to the stadium. He tore through the entrance, hung a tight left, and angled toward where he'd parked the bike. As he ran, he stuffed his phone back into the satchel and lifted the satchel off his chest, pulling the hoodie free from where it hung over the strap. Nathan got to the motorcycle and yanked the cloak out of his satchel, hurrying to fasten it. He pulled the hoodie over the top of the cloak, then settled his satchel back across his shoulders. He straddled the motorcycle, noticing the brightly colored ticket adhered to the small, rounded windscreen. He tugged the ticket free and shoved it in the hoodie's pocket and shoved the key in the motorcycle's ignition. He pulled the phone back out of his satchel and checked the time again, 1:05. Kelsey hadn't called yet, so she might not have landed. He would text her. As he called up the keypad, his phone rang. Kelsey's number. Relief flooded through him. He accepted the call. "Hey, Kels, I'm running late, but I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Silence. Then, "Hi there, Nathan." It was Jake's voice. Chapter 34. "Long time no see," Jake said. His gloating smile came clearly through the phone. "What? Jake?" Nathan's entire body went completely cold, every organ feeling like it had shut down and fallen through him to his feet. He couldn't move. "Where's Kel?" He cut himself off. Maybe Jake didn't know her name or had somehow just found her phone. "Kelsey's with me in my car." There followed a moment where all Nathan heard was breathing. "We're going to have a picnic," Jake laughed. "Why don't you join us?" "What are you talking about?" Nathan felt like his brain had become a piece of useless stone. A single word repeated itself in his stunned mind. "No." "Nate, wake up. I have your girlfriend." "She's not my girlfriend," Nathan said, instantly regretting it. He willed his brain to fire up. "Let her go." "Why would I do that? You ruined everything." Jake's voice grew louder, but sullen. "You ruined my life's work, so I'll ruin your life too." "Jake, you can just leave. Just let her go and disappear. Nobody will find you, and you can live your life," Nathan said. Sweat oozed down his neck and back. He tried to block the image of Kelsey sitting in some dark car with Jake, the cursed man. This can't be happening. But it was happening. Nathan stared at the car parked near the motorcycle. It was happening, and Kelsey was in danger. Maybe I'm cursed too. This cloak... No. He had stopped a terrible thing from happening. He could do this. "Nate," Jake adopted a lilting tone. "No, I can't. You ruined everything, and now you have to pay for that. So come have a picnic with us." "What are you talking about?" Nathan wondered if his phone could dial the police while he was talking to Jake. He glanced at the screen. No clue. "Kelsey and I are going to the park. You're coming too," Jake snickered. "But don't bring any other guests, like the police or anything. That would be really bad for Kelsey." Silence with a whisper of sound, like something cloth rubbing over something else. "Jake, please just let her go. It's still not too late to stop all of this." Nathan got off the bike, suddenly unable to keep still. "No." Despair welled up in Nathan. He mopped a hand across his face. Why hadn't that cop caught Jake? "Please, she has absolutely nothing to do with this. This is ridiculous." "Ridiculous?" Jake's voice grew shrill. "What's ridiculous is some idiot coming along and stopping me from bringing a little more justice to the world. My work isn't ridiculous." A whisper of sound came, then a shriek came over the phone. "Kelsey!" Tears sprang to Nathan's eyes. She must be terrified, totally confused. She had to be wondering what Nathan had gotten himself into. She had every right to hate him. Stupid, don't make him mad.
Okay, sorry. Nathan got back on the bike, feeling stretched, near to breaking. What do you want me to do?
So now you're ready to cooperate.
Yes. Nathan swallowed past the tightness in his throat. What do I have to do?
Just go to the park. Join us for a little party.
Jake laughed again, his voice calm. Okay, which park? Nathan yanked his notebook from his satchel, along with his pen.
The good one. San Bruno Mountain State Park.
What? Where is that?
You'll figure it out. Meet us at the picnic area by 2:30.
Nathan checked the time. 10 after 1. Wait, I don't know where that is.
Well, you have just over an hour to figure it out and get there.
Okay, I'll be there. Nathan offered a prayer of thanks that his phone had a data package and a GPS. He could call the police and meet them out there.
Nate, I shouldn't have to tell you this since you've seen the movies, but no cops!
Could Jake read his mind? Okay, I promise.
Yeah, right. I think you might be lying to me, Nate. You should know that from the picnic area I can see any car approaching, so I'll know if cops come with you.
Okay, I understand. Nathan finished writing the name of the park and put his notebook and pen back in his satchel.
I mean it, Nate.
Another whisper of sound followed by another cry.
I'd be happy to put this knife to good use if I need to.
Frustration burned through despair. This should have been over. This murderous psycho should already be in jail. But now he had Kelsey. Welcome back, Kels. Frustration melted into the fury that suddenly burnt deep in Nathan's core. This guy had Kelsey. I have to finish this. Fine, I'll see you there.
2:30, Nate. Don't be late.
Wait a minute. Nathan wanted to kick himself. I want to talk to her.
No.
I have no way of knowing that you have her for sure, or that you haven't killed... Nathan choked on the word. That you haven't killed her. He scrubbed at his eyes with his empty hand.
Fine.
Nathan? Kelsey's voice, dripping with fear, came over the phone. Kelsey! Nathan reminded himself to breathe. This was happening. He had to finish this. I'm so sorry. I can't believe this is happening. What's going on? He's got some kind of knife. The betrayer's razor. The fear and pain in Kelsey's voice made Nathan want to reach through the phone and strangle Jake. Kelsey, I won't let him hurt you. I promise. Nathan, what is all the... Sounds of cloth on cloth, an impact, a yell, then total silence. She's fine, although that might bruise, Jake said. Fury burned down to white, hot rage. Nathan's vision blurred. Don't touch her.
Too late. See you at 2:30.
Yes, you will. Nathan went for the ignition key.
Oh, and Nathan, for every minute that you're late, she'll lose a finger.
Jake snickered again, then was gone. Chapter 35. Nathan made sure his satchel was secure around his torso and started the bike. He rolled the throttle back, letting the roar of the motorcycle swallow up the shout that tore through him, shredding his throat. He punched San Bruno Mountain State Park into his maps. South out of the stadium, then across the 101 toward Little Hollywood. The back tire screeched as he tore away from the stadium entrance. He followed the parking lot around to the southwest side of the stadium, keeping a close eye out for cars and police. Do I call the cops? If they go tearing in there, he'll kill her. But could he convince the cops to follow along quietly at a distance, then come in and take Jake down while Nathan distracted him? It had to be nearly 1:20. Nowhere near enough time. He had to get there and figure out how to stop Jake. Nathan had no doubts about Jake's intentions. Jake obviously planned to ambush him or get the jump on him somehow. I need a plan. He had to move fast. Maybe he could call the police after arriving at the park. Of course, he might have an opportunity to talk to a cop if he got pulled over again. That would be the worst. Nathan brought the bike to a screaming halt. It shuddered and stalled. Jim's Sporting Goods and Services. The store sat right next to the stadium. A sporting goods store would sell helmets. Buying a helmet would probably take less time than being stopped by a cop, especially if the cop saw that Nathan had been stopped earlier that same day, and he had no time to waste. Nathan fired the bike up and shot toward the store. He was off the motorcycle before the engine had completely shut down. He dropped the kickstand and jogged into the store, stopping at the entrance and immediately scanning for helmets. Can I help you find something? Nathan spun to the right. A long counter, maybe 10 feet in from the front wall of the building, stretched almost the entire width of that side of the store. A guy with bleached blonde hair and spikes, shoulders bulging from a tight t-shirt with the store's name on it, looked at Nathan expectantly. Yeah, I'm looking for helmets." Nathan glanced at the shelves, racks, and wall displays. Football, soccer, tennis, golf, and even surfing gear were all on display. "Yeah, sure." The blonde bodybuilder emerged from behind the counter. "This way." Nathan followed, noticing that the back of the store seemed to focus on wilderness activities. Fishing poles, rifles, paintball guns, airsoft guns, and more dripped from shelves and display cases. "Here you go," the bodybuilder said. He pointed with the knuckle of one of his pinkies. Nathan stared at the pumps, tubes, and brightly colored helmets, then realized his mistake. "Oh, no, I mean motorcycle helmets." "Gotcha," the guy sniffed. "Thing is, we don't do much of that, but we've got a few down over by the guns and knives." He pointed with his pinky knuckle again. "Cool." Nathan took off, not waiting for the clerk to show him the way. The helmets weren't typical motorcycle helmets that went down over the entire head and had visors. These were more like half-shell helmets. Nathan scoured the signage on the display, seeing Street Legal written under the brand name. He tried some on. They were all too small. He dug through the helmets faster, only glancing at the tag with the size. He grabbed the biggest helmet on the display and tugged it on. Still tight, but he could fasten it easily. He felt ridiculous wearing it. The metallic red seemed like it glowed far too bright. Big deal. He removed the helmet and turned back toward the front of the store, passing display cases of knives and other bladed items. He stopped. Jake obviously had a plan. Nathan needed a plan. A better one than whatever Jake had in mind. He thought back on his encounters with Jake and listened for inspiration. Come on, come on. Nathan took a moment to study the cases, then looked around the store again. A picture came to him, somewhat indistinct, but that didn't matter. 10 minutes later, Nathan emerged from a changing room and tugged his hoodie down. As he passed the counter, he tossed multiple tags and boxes into the trash and lifted a hand toward the clerk. "Thanks, dude." Thank heaven for credit cards. The bodybuilder's bleached eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "Huh? Oh, no problem." Nathan pulled the helmet on and started up the motorcycle. He checked the time and directions on his phone again. 50 minutes to go. He settled his now bulky satchel so it hung in front of him on the body of the bike. He pulled the gloves he had bought onto his hands. He gunned the throttle and drove away from the store. As he drove toward the 101, Nathan brought the memory of Kelsey's frightened voice back into his mind. Jake's snicker, the sound of some kind of impact, Kelsey's cry. He ran through the sounds again and again, fueling his fury until it burned fear and doubt away, then became molten determination. He spared a glance at the mountain that his map told him was San Bruno Mountain. "I'm coming, Kelsey, and I'm coming for you, Jake." Chapter 36. Midday traffic didn't provide the nightmare that Nathan had worried about, and before long, he turned off of Bayshore onto Guadalupe Canyon Parkway. He pulled into the expansive parking lot of an industrial park and checked the time. 15 minutes to go. He checked his satchel and reviewed his plan. Number 1, he had to get Kelsey and make sure she was okay. But he had to do so without springing Jake's trap, whatever it was. So he had to behave unexpectedly. Either that, or he had to predict Jake's moves well enough that he was ready to counter them. Trust the cloak, he told himself. Number 2, Nathan had to stop Jake, subdue him. Not for the first time, Nathan wished he had been able to find a heavy item in the sporting goods store that he could have hidden on his body. He'd looked at the barbells and disc weights, but they were all too bulky. I have to take him by surprise. He might see me coming, but he won't know I'm ready for him. Nathan felt the shape of his preparations in his satchel. No, Jake wouldn't see this coming. Number 3, the police needed to catch Jake this time, which meant restraining the murderous jerk. But Nathan also had to stay clear of the police, and he would need Kelsey to do the same. He had no doubts that the police would not appreciate some fantastical story about a magic ancient cloak. Last, the knife. It's cursed. Could curse anyone. He checked his map and motored out of the parking lot, taking the long, curving parkway up the sloping hill. His map showed the picnic area as an open space with a large swath of woods between it and the road. Picnic tables littered the east end of the area. Jake had said that they would be having a picnic. Nathan felt certain that Jake would have Kelsey at a picnic table, in plain view, so Nathan couldn't sneak up on him. but Jake also had to have found a good vantage point from which to watch any approaching vehicles. Which meant that if Nathan wanted to find Kelsey before Jake found him, Nathan had to be on foot. Praying the map was current, Nathan turned off the motorcycle as he approached the final turn before the picnic area. After this curve, the swath of trees began, according to the map. If he could get into those trees without Jake seeing him, he might be able to stay out of sight long enough to find Kelsey. Nathan parked the bike, setting the kickstand, and checked the time. 10 minutes. He hung the helmet over the handlebars and started out. He left the road, crossing into the early fall scrub and brush of the mountain on the south side of the parkway. He glanced back as a car drove by, headed in the direction of the picnic area. The road had been cut into the mountain, so Nathan immediately found himself climbing a gentle slope. About 40 feet into his hike, Nathan found the trail. Rough and jagged and consisting of 2 tire tracks, the trail followed the curve of the parkway, toward the picnic area. He would still have to cross the road to get to the trees and then the picnic area. But, given that the trail was a ways up the slope of the mountain, and plenty of scrub and brush and trees provided cover, he felt like he had a good chance of getting to the point where he could cross without being seen. Nathan broke into a jog. At first, the cool of the early autumn day felt good, but that soon passed, and sweat dripped from his brow before he had gone 200 yards. Peering over the scrub brush, Nathan saw the trail had strayed from the curvature of the road. He now stood nearly 100 feet from the asphalt. He looked ahead and saw that the trail angled back toward the road after another 100 feet or so. Despite the solid cover, Nathan hunched forward as he started out again, following the trail. He checked the time. 7 minutes to go. "I'm coming, Kelsey." He forced himself to stop thinking about how scared she must be, what Jake might be doing to her. He pushed his own resurgent fear into the core of molten rage he'd felt earlier. He remembered the impact, had it been a smack, that had come over the phone. She had better be okay. He forced himself to run faster, wanting to get past the curve of the road that Jake would be expecting him to come in on. Finally, he passed the guardrail that bordered the parkway next to a dried-up old irrigation canal. He heard a car coming up the hill and poured on the speed, wanting to cross the road before the car got much closer, hoping it would keep Jake's attention, wherever Jake was. Nathan darted across the road, hunching low and diving into the shadows cast by the trees. He held himself totally still, breathing through his mouth to keep himself quiet. Peering through the dim world beneath the tree's thinning, colorful canopy, he caught sight of the access road that stretched from the parkway to the picnic area. The heavy, sweet smell of slumbering underbrush and rotting leaves combined with a sharp smell that Nathan couldn't identify. He let his eyes adjust, then started out. He hoped Jake was expecting him to come in on that road. Keeping himself low, Nathan pushed on, angling himself in as direct a line as he could toward the picnic tables. He had to fight the urge to check his phone for the time. Heart hammering heavily, Nathan slowed as the light ahead of him clarified. The woods ended maybe 20 feet away. As he'd run, he had kept his eyes peeled for where Jake might be, where Kelsey might be if she wasn't at the picnic tables. Oozing around the thick trunk of a tree, Nathan stopped, his heart skipping. A vague shape sat upright at one of 3 picnic tables just beyond a cluster of trees, which were located perhaps 10 feet of open space from the edge of the woods. Kelsey? The colorful leaves of the small cluster of trees obscured his view, but he felt sure it was her. Nathan suppressed the urge to race to Kelsey, instead digging his right hand into his satchel while studying the area carefully. He saw nothing, but Jake had to be out there. He pulled his phone near the top of his satchel, still crouching low. 2:29. He had to move. He dropped the phone back into his bag. He spent a few precious seconds scouring the woods around him, the other picnic tables. No sign of Jake. He had to be hiding. "I'm gonna have to spring the trap," Nathan thought. He just had to be prepared for when Jake ambushed him. His neck tightened at the thought of Jake springing up behind him. Time to go. Nathan gathered himself and shot out from his cover, breaking into the full light of the afternoon in seconds. He made it to the cluster of trees a moment later, pushed a branch out of his way, and gasped, "Kelsey!" She jerked, her eyes meeting his. Fear, confusion, pain, and anger, fury at being made helpless. He immediately saw why. Duct tape bound her wrists tightly, her light brown jacket sleeves bunched up toward her elbows. More duct tape secured her hands to the tabletop. It had been inserted between table slats and around the metal supports.
Duct tape wrapped around the ankles of her dark jeans also, binding her ankles to another metal support. More duct tape covered her mouth. It had been wrapped roughly around her head several times. Nathan reached into his satchel and shoved the pocket knife he had picked up at the sporting goods store under her hands. Her eyes widened and she jerked again. Sounds came from behind the duct tape. "Run," Nathan said. Movement caught his eye a split second before Jake slammed into his right side. "Damn it!" Jake bore Nathan to the ground. Nathan twisted to avoid the bench of a nearby table, but his shoulder caught painfully a moment before they hit the ground. Pain blossomed from his shoulder blade. "Jake, you can still stop!" Nathan shoved at Jake, separating them, but cried out in pain as fire erupted along his arm. Blood dripped from where the knife had slashed a shallow cut through his hoodie sleeve. "You're dead," Jake said, scrambling backward and pushing himself to his feet. Nathan stood. "Please stop!" He lunged at Jake, seeing what Jake meant to do, but moving too slow. Jake darted behind Kelsey and grabbed her hair. He yanked her head back. "Don't come any closer!" Jake held a short but powerful-looking blade at Kelsey's throat. "Or do, and you can see her bleed right now." A thin smile stretched his colorless lips. Nathan pulled up short. He shook his head, fear for Kelsey sour on his tongue and drying his mouth. "Please, no, don't." "Okay." Jake's voice sounded playful. "What?" Nathan forced himself to meet Jake's eyes. A wall of churning hatred and fury pushed him away. "What the?" He tried again, seeking a connection. The wall spat him back, leaving him feeling blank. "I won't touch her. Won't do a thing to her." Jake kicked at something under the bench. A thick roll of duct tape skittered into view. "But only if you use some of this on yourself." Understanding dawned. So stupid. Nathan stared at Jake, then met Kelsey's terrified gaze. "I'm so sorry. This is not—" He let out a breath. "Kels, I'm sorry." "Shut up and use the tape," Jake said. "Do your legs first." "Why? What are you going to do?" "I will cut her very attractive and soft neck if you don't do it now!" Jake's face mottled red and purple for a moment. Nathan put his hands out, wincing at the pain from the cut on his arm. "Okay, all right." This had not gone how he'd hoped. He'd thought Jake had wanted him dead, but it was much worse than that. Nathan held Kelsey's eyes with his. He blinked once, then looked down at her arms and back at her eyes. Could she get to it? Not yet. But if he kept Jake's attention on him for a moment, she had a chance. She hid it well, but he easily saw that she was straining at the duct tape binding her wrists, rubbing it on the rough surface of the picnic table. "Now!" Jake pressed the flat of the knife against Kelsey's skin. "Okay! Stop, please!" Nathan grabbed the duct tape. "Do your legs first." The familiar sound of the duct tape rolling out and tearing felt odd, out of joint with the insanity of the situation. Nathan bent over as if he were going to touch his toes and strapped his lower calves together with the tape. Blood dripped slowly from his arm. He ignored it and looked up at Jake, who wore a big, happy smile. "More," said Jake. 2 more times." Nathan complied and straightened, still holding the tape. "Okay, you've got me. Please let her go." He knew Jake had no intention of doing so, but he needed to keep Jake's attention on him. "Not yet. Do your wrists." "Myself?" Nathan pulled a length of tape free. "I can't do that." He shifted his knees and torso. "It's not like I'm going anywhere." His satchel slid down to his front. "Just do it!" "But I can't tie my own hands up." Nathan held the tape up, pointedly not looking at Kelsey. "Try it." "Fine." Nathan wrapped the length of tape around his left wrist, leaving the roll dangling from maybe an 8-inch length. "This is ridiculous, and you know the police are going to find you, right?" "You're an idiot," Jake laughed. "Just like the other stupid sheep. Why would the cops come after me? All they found was a brand new backpack with a bomb in it. There's no way they connect it to—" "Dude!" Nathan lifted his left wrist, laying the length of tape across his right wrist. He bumped the roll, causing the tape to twist and tangle. "I went to your apartment. That's how I found you." "You what?" The knuckles on Jake's right hand, the one holding the blade to Kelsey's neck, whitened. Fury infused his every muscle. "You broke into my home?" "Sure, and that's how I found you at the stadium." "That's impossible." "Dude," Nathan said, forcing derision into his voice. "Come on, Kelsey. Remember how I found you at the stadium? How do you think I knew to go there?" Jake's eyes narrowed. "You're making that up. I left 0 trace." "Are you kidding?"
Was the knife making Jake so blindly confident in his own abilities? Nathan snorted and held up his hands. See, can't do this myself. He tore the mangled mess of tape off the roll. Try again, Jake said. Sure. It took all of his focus to sound casual. He tore a piece of tape from the roll and strapped it around the slash on his arm. But you're so wrong, it's almost funny.
What are you talking about?
Jake's grip on Kelsey's hair relaxed the slightest bit. I found a bit of wire on your counter, bomb parts in your trash, the newspaper under your couch. It wasn't hard to figure out what you were doing and where to find you. While he spoke, Nathan wrapped more tape around his left wrist and acted like he was trying to strap his right wrist, too. He mangled the tape again and tore it free. Please don't lose it. You want me to see you hurt her and be helpless. That much I can tell without the cloak. Jake's brow furrowed.
But why were you even looking for me?
Finally, the question he'd been waiting for. I was sent to stop you. Nathan held his arms up again. I can't do this.
Sent to stop me? Jake asked. What? By who?
Nathan watched the tension move from Jake's hands to his face. He had to get Jake away from her, had to get Jake to attack him again. Whom? Nathan said. He wrapped a length of duct tape around the base of the glove he still wore on his left hand. Surprise and confusion registered on Jake's face, followed by understanding and anger.
You really are a moron, aren't you?
His face took on a darker hue.
Tell me who sent you.
I really don't know, but I know you have a really old knife and that you think everyone in the world has betrayed you. Nathan dropped his hands so they hung in front of his satchel. I know that knife is somehow pushing you to do these things, and I know I have something pushing me to stop you. Now curiosity and anger fought on Jake's face.
What? What have you got?
Nathan forced a smile. He had to get Jake to forget his plan, bring him closer. I'm wearing it. He tangled his right wrist in the duct tape, loosely binding his wrists together. But no tape actually contacted his skin. It was all on the gloves. Nathan began to wiggle his sweaty fingers, trying to work the gloves off. Jake studied Nathan.
Where?
Under my hoodie.
What is it?
The cloak of Joseph of Egypt. Nathan glanced at Kelsey. She stared at him, her dark green eyes seeming to glow in the afternoon light. She blinked slowly, deliberately. He fought the urge to look at her hands.
Show me.
I can't. Nathan lifted his hands to show Jake his bound wrists. But you were right. I tied myself up. Victory glowed in Jake's dark eyes, an ugly malevolence lurking behind it. Jake stepped away from Kelsey and approached Nathan. He stood in front of Nathan, staring at him with a small smile.
You really are an idiot, aren't you?
Nathan sneered. I guess, but you're the idiot that this idiot found and stopped. Fury exploded across Jake's face and he slashed at Nathan's left arm. Nathan stumbled backward, clutching for his satchel. Unable to move his bound legs, he fell, his satchel bumping away from his bound grasp. Jake followed him down, grabbing Nathan's hoodie and cutting at it. Nathan squirmed, shoving at Jake and trying to push him off with his bound hands. A long line of fire erupted on his left arm where Jake's knife got him.
Who's the idiot that's going to kill you?
Jake's snarling mouth was inches from Nathan's nose. Nathan twisted away, adrenaline lending him strength. He got his knees up and shoved Jake away. Nathan yanked his satchel, trying to get the strap over his head. One sweaty hand came free from the glove. Jake stumbled back at him, his face nearly purple with rage. Nathan recoiled, kicking out and connecting with one of Jake's knees. Jake howled, stumbling backward. The back of the same knee caught on a bench, and Jake sprawled backward, his arms flinging out to both sides. A thud punctuated Jake's fall, and Jake slumped over the bench. Chapter 37. Nathan pulled his other hand free from its glove, dropping the tape-covered thing to the ground. He rolled to his knees and scooted over to Kelsey. Are you okay? She lifted her now freed hands, the pocket knife gripped in her left fist. Nodding, she yanked at the tape on her mouth. Yes. Her voice was still muffled by the gag. They stared at each other. Relief washed over Nathan, mixing with the tight regret in his throat. I put her in danger like this, he thought. I was careless. He pulled himself up higher, gripping the picnic table. Could I borrow that? She had just finished cutting at the tape around her head and unraveled it. She grimaced, smacking her lips. Why, certainly. She handed him the knife. And maybe you could tell me what on earth is going on here?
Nathan bent his knees to bring his feet closer. He cut at the tape, the new, sharp blade of the knife having no trouble freeing him within seconds. Yeah. He met her eyes, looked away. I'm not sure where to even start. He stood and walked toward Kelsey, pains in his side and agony in his legs and back flaring to life. A sharper pain lit up on his left arm. He ignored all of these and set his satchel on the table, then bent to cut at the tape binding her legs. Well, you could start with this cloak thing, or maybe the truth about why you left Cairo. Nathan straightened and moved to the other side of the table. He dropped a crumpled ball of duct tape onto the tabletop. Shame and regret made him wish he could hide, let all of this fade, somehow wipe the memory of his lies and the last few hours from Kelsey's mind. He forced himself to meet her eyes. A few tears drifted down her cheeks, but she held herself tightly under control, tension in her muscles. He wanted to pull her to him and swear this would never happen again. Nathan knew he couldn't do that. He stopped. How much should he tell her? Won't she just be in more danger if I tell her about the cloak? Her eyes widened at the same moment that a tingle shot down his neck. Then, a painful, deep slash across the back of his calf. Nathan's leg buckled. Nathan! Kelsey pushed to her feet as Nathan tried to spin around. A scream of rage. Nathan, halfway turned, felt an immense impact on his back, a sharp point dig into his spine. A scream from Kelsey. Jake stood, blood dripping from behind his right ear, a terrible smile carved into his face. Nathan flung himself at Jake, or tried to. His wounded leg gave out, and he caught Jake around the waist as he fell. Both stumbled, but Jake kept them upright. Another blow on Nathan's back, another sharp pain. He'll figure it out fast. Nathan drove as hard as he could, bearing Jake backward a few steps. Kelsey, in my bag! Another blow to his spine, and Nathan nearly collapsed. He gripped Jake's waist. Nathan threw himself to the left, dragging Jake down with him. On his back, Jake's face inches from his, Nathan struggled to grab Jake's right hand, the one that held the blade. He tried to bring a knee up, his strength mostly gone, absorbed by the previous struggle. You're both dead! Jake shoved a knee into Nathan's crotch, but recoiled with a scream of pain. The moment of victory gave Nathan a spark of energy. How do you like my cop? The memory of the paralyzing agony from Jake's kick under the stadium flashed through his mind, followed by satisfaction. He rolled to one side and pushed himself onto his hands and knees. I know your moves, he thought. Jake, standing now, launched a kick at Nathan's head. Nathan saw it coming and tried to dodge. Too slow. The kick glanced off his ear, igniting a spasm of hot pain. Nathan fell back, kicking out toward Jake off. Jake slashed out with his blade and scored a cut on Nathan's unwounded calf. He flung himself on Nathan, crushing the air from Nathan's chest. Nathan gasped, bucking to get Jake off, but Jake had gone berserk, fury lending him strength. Jake flailed, wiry strength in every movement, digging toward Nathan's neck with the blade. Kelsey! Nathan shouted, punching at Jake's ribs and shoving the blade away. Jake ignored the blows and raised the blade. He gripped it with both hands and with a shriek plunged it into Nathan's chest. Nathan twisted, grabbing for Jake's hands, but missed. The blade sunk up to its handle. His chest exploded in agony so vivid that Nathan felt himself nearly black out. All of his strength dissolved. He heard a blood-curdling shout and several soft thuds. A shriek, and the pressure on his chest slipped off to his right. Get off him! Kelsey's voice, followed by more soft thuds that grew louder with each one. Jake's voice raised in pained fury. Nathan bucked again, twisting to get out from under Jake. He blinked, trying to clear his head. The pain in his chest spread. A hand scrabbled at him, but more thuds followed. Now they sounded more like soft explosions. Kelsey! Nathan kicked at Jake, fighting off the smaller man's grabbing hands. All the while, Jake shouted in pain. Nathan swung a fist, connecting with Jake's temple, and finally got free as Jake cried out. Nathan knelt in the short, brown grass and finally cleared his vision. Each breath felt like steel wool scratching at the inside of his chest. Jake lay on the turf, curled in a ball, his hands over his face. Kelsey stood maybe 5 feet from him, the airsoft gun Nathan had bought and stuffed into his satchel, gripped in her hands. Every time Jake moved, she fired, hitting Jake in the neck. Bright red splotches covered what little Nathan could see of Jake's neck and face. Do not move, you psycho, Kelsey said. I swear I will shoot you in the eye again. Jake whimpered and spread his fingers. Stay away from me!
Kelsey fired 3 times. Jake jerked as a pellet smacked his cheek and 2 others slapped off his hand. Also, don't talk! Nathan stared at her face, what he'd always thought of as soft, now hardened and furious. He found the roll of duct tape not far from where he stood and picked it up. He approached Jake warily. Nathan! He tossed a glance her way. How are you? He stabbed you in... Shock softened her features. Just a minute. He found Jake's blade and kicked it toward the picnic tables. Nathan pulled some tape free and swiftly grabbed Jake's hands, binding his wrists tightly. Jake squirmed. Let go of me! Kelsey shot him 3 times again. Jake yelped and tried to curl away from the impact. I said don't talk, Kelsey said. Nope, not getting away this time. Nathan strapped Jake's ankles together. Each movement brought renewed aching and throbbing in his chest and arms, but he pushed past it. Nathan, you need to sit down. Kelsey approached, the airsoft gun in one hand. He stabbed you in the... She focused on his chest, eyes narrowing. Why aren't you bleeding? I am, but not badly. I'll kill you both! You think you stopped me, but I'll get you! Jake's shrill voice seemed like it would carry all the way to the city. Give me that, Kelsey said. Nathan handed her the tape. She shoved Jake onto his back, then, crouching at his head, slapped a length of tape on his mouth. Shut up. She stood and stared at Nathan. Seriously, how are you not dead? She walked over to him. He got you in the chest. Then she stood back, appraising him. Wait, you either lifted a lot of weights in 3 days, or... Nathan lifted his hoodie and the cloak, revealing the football practice pads he wore around his chest. I took the shoulder parts off. He smiled. Where'd you get that? Kelsey punched the pads. Hey, it still hurts. He pulled his hoodie off, wincing and sucking wind at the pains that accompanied the movement. I got them the same place I got that gun. Kelsey pulled the airsoft gun from a back pocket. This? Good move. Faster than trying to buy a real one. Yeah. Nathan felt the tension and fear ebb, replaced by profound relief and gratitude. His limbs felt heavy. Besides, what took you so long to use that thing? Kelsey pulled a clip out of the base of the gun. Whatever. You didn't even load it. She showed him the nearly empty clip and raised her eyebrows, a hint of a smile crossing her face. Beetle lover. Shut up. Chapter 38. So this is the cloak? Kelsey fingered the smooth brown cloth. She saw the button and moved closer to get a better look. Nathan opened his mouth to answer, but sucked the words back. What do I tell her? Yeah. She fixed him with a dry look, clearly unimpressed by his answer. Well, let's get it off. You said you're bleeding. Nathan unfastened the cloak and laid it carefully on the picnic table near his satchel. Kelsey stepped toward the cloak. Nathan followed the direction of her gaze. Is this really... Yes. Nathan leaned on the table, exhaustion slamming into every part of his body. She brushed the silken cloth with her fingertips, her voice a whisper. The cloak of Joseph? Impossible. Fact. She met his gaze for a moment, then returned to her examination of the cloak. Wait, shouldn't there be holes, like where he stabbed you? Nathan stared at the still pristine and undamaged cloak. Holy! The silence stretched. Kelsey brushed Nathan's shoulder. Later. Take off the pads, too. Nathan winced at all the movement, aches popping up all over. The slashes on his arms and calves burned. He felt blood oozing down both of his legs. He grabbed his right arm and squeezed the gash tight. The pressure seemed to relieve some of the pain. Kelsey suddenly stood close, pushing at his hand. He released his forearm and let her move his hand away. She gasped. Oh my gosh, why didn't you say anything? Haven't really had time. He pointed with his elbow at the duct tape. Let's just use that for now. Wrong. Kelsey prodded the flesh around the gash, her touch light. This isn't all that deep, but you need to be bandaged. Maybe stitched up, too. Nathan considered keeping quiet, but decided against it. I'd rather not get stitches. He held up his left arm. Yeah, this one, too. Kelsey examined the second cut. He really got you. Yep, I just hope the blade wasn't dirty. Kelsey looked him in the eyes for a moment, then dropped her gaze to search the ground. Where is it? Nathan pointed. There. She lifted it from the grass. Hey, be careful. Nathan pulled at the pads until they felt loose and removed them from his torso. There's more to that thing than meets the eye.
Kelsey darted a glance at him and quickly set the knife on the table. Wiping her hands on her pants, she bent close to inspect it. It's got some interesting symbols. Definitely Hebrew. Yeah. She fixed him with a longer look. That sounds interesting. She left the table and moved back to Nathan, her eyes sweeping across his chest. You've got some cuts here, but nothing too deep. Nathan poked at one. Yeah, but they still hurt. Baby. Will you look at the ones on my calves? I can't see them. He got you there, too? Yes, he was very talented. She walked behind him. Her warm hand lightly brushed the bare skin on his back at the center of the ache there. This isn't bad. Good. A rustle of cloth as she bent. Hey, are you okay? Did he hurt you? Kelsey lifted one of his pant legs, hissing as it stuck to the cut. No, he hit me once in the car. Her voice faded as she finally worked the pant leg up. Blinding fury filled Nathan again at the thought of Jake hitting Kelsey. But bright pain on his calf cut it off. He hissed as he gasped, Hey, you don't have to check it like that. Sorry, this is the worst one by far. That's where he caught me by surprise. I think you need stitches. It's still bleeding pretty badly. Will you check the other leg? She rolled his raised pant leg tightly so it wouldn't brush his leg on the way down. I'm really sorry about this, Kelsey. He tried to imagine how she had to be feeling, the terror at being abducted. I had no idea that he would do this. Fingers lightly touched his other calf, making him flinch. It's weird to say this, I know, but it's okay. And this one isn't nearly as bad as the other. She came back around. What I'd kind of like to know is what on earth is going on. How do you go from a tomb in Cairo to having to rescue me from this psycho? She indicated the glaring Jake lying trussed on the grass. In something like 4 days. Nathan moved to the picnic table Kelsey had been strapped to and sat, pulling his, now air-conditioned, hoodie closer. It's a long, really bizarre story. She sat next to him and leaned her head on a hand, looking pointedly at him. Then you should start talking. Nathan put his hoodie back on, deliberately stalling. I can't tell her. She won't believe me. But after what had just happened, she actually might, he thought. But I'd be putting her in danger if I told her about the cloak. He'd promised to keep the cloak, use it. He held no illusions. He was going to find others like Jake. The danger was real. He reluctantly met her eyes. I don't know, Kels. It's more than just long and bizarre. It's kind of impossible, too. Obviously not, Kelsey said. She gestured to Jake, who was rocking back and forth. She got up and wrapped more tape around his ankles and dragged him a foot or two, then strapped his ankles to a picnic table. Some guy comes up to me in the airport, somehow knowing my name and saying you sent him. As soon as he's close, he pulls out a very strange, very old knife, jabs it at my side, and forces me to get in his disgusting car and drive us up here. Her voice cracked slightly as she talked about the knife, but she cleared her throat and continued. She rejoined him at the table. You show up and you guys talk about the cloak of Joseph of Egypt, whose tomb we were supposedly working in down in Egypt town with Dr. James. Her green eyes caught his. He looked down at the table. So, no, this obviously just happened, and it is not impossible. Silence stretched, filling the space between them. Nathan shook his head. Maybe we can talk about this later? We need to call the police. He fished through Jake's pockets, ignoring the man's muffled shouts. He came up with a phone, definitely not the same one that Jake was going to use to set off the bomb. Kelsey didn't look away. You have to tell me what this is all about. I was just kidnapped, remember? I didn't want you to get involved. I had no idea. It doesn't matter what you wanted, Nathan. The iron in her voice made him feel ashamed, guilty. I'm involved now, whether we like it or not. Okay, Nathan swallowed. You're right. We'll talk about all of this. But we have to call the cops and get out of here. He stood and stuffed the cloak in his satchel, gathering his pocket knife and the airsoft gun. What to do about the betrayer's razor? Get out of here? Are you kidding? Kelsey stood and took him by his shoulder. We can't leave here. It's called leaving the scene of a crime, and you need an ambulance. I know, but they're going to want to know how I got involved, and I can't tell them. He grabbed the razor. Why was it even called that? And moved to put it in his satchel. What are you doing? That's practically a murder weapon. Kelsey clutched his hand. I know, but it's more than that. It's called the betrayer's razor. She stepped back, dropping his hand. What? What did you say? Her green eyes opened wide, and she looked from his face to the knife and back. It's the betrayer's razor, he said. What? The shock on Kelsey's face didn't fade. The betrayer's razor? As in Delilah's? As in it cut Samson's hair? Kelsey sat hard on a bench. What? Tingles shot down his spine. How did you... He trailed off, connecting the dots between what she had said. She had to be right. I never thought of that. How could this psycho have the actual razor? She stopped, looking at Nathan's satchel, then at his face. And, you have the actual cloak of Joseph. Nathan nodded. A thought came to him. And you gave it to me. He smiled a little. Kelsey's brow furrowed. What are you talking about? It was in the pile I pulled out of the tomb when it collapsed. You put it on me. She blinked, her mouth dropping open in surprise. I thought I just grabbed the nearest one. And it happened to be Joseph's cloak. He felt the error of his words as they left his mouth. Well, actually, I don't think it was an accident. Neither said anything as Kelsey took this in. After nearly a minute, while Nathan considered whether he should take the blade, she stood. But what does the cloak have to do with all of this? Everything, Nathan said. He transferred the blade to his left hand and set his hand on the cloak in his satchel. He turned his attention inward, seeking guidance. I need to take this, maybe find a way to destroy it. Do tell, Kelsey said, and don't think you can keep your secret from me to protect me, as if I were Lois Lane or Mary Jane or something. Nathan dug through his satchel for something to wrap the blade in. Maybe a piece of paper? I have no idea what you're talking about. Nathan. He met her gaze. Her eyes blazed. I don't understand what's going on, but I'll tell you right now that this isn't some kind of superhero movie. I make my own choices.
Get down!
Chapter 39. Nathan froze. What the? But he knew that feeling. Kelsey! He launched himself at her, his deeply injured leg buckling. The blade fell from his hand as he stumbled into her. A furious hornet buzzed past his ear. A loud popping sound burst from the trees Nathan had emerged from not long ago. Someone's shooting at us! Nathan grabbed Kelsey. Behind the table! Nathan, what? Go! He pushed her and stayed low, putting the picnic table between them and the direction of the popping sounds. Gunshots. He tried lifting the table to flip it. No good. It was bolted to the concrete pad it sat on. Is that gunshots? Kelsey's wide eyes darted left and right, panic in her voice. It's that guy, the big one. He knew it. Somehow he'd gotten away from the cops. Yeah, some other guy's been after me. A bullet cracked off the metal of the bench next to Nathan. Some other guy? Not now! Nathan scanned the area. Cover. They needed cover. Another picnic table stood less than 15 feet away, with a barbecue stand between the two tables. Beyond that table was almost entirely open space. To the other table! Nathan dragged Kelsey for the first few feet, but she beat him to the far side of the second table, moving fast and low. A line of fire erupted on Nathan's right side, across his ribcage. He heard the gunshot at the same time. He threw himself left, rolling the last few feet to the table. Pain caught his breath up short. Nathan! Kelsey dragged him to his knees. Are you hit? It's not bad. He hissed at the pain accompanying each breath. I can't fight him. We have to get away. The trash can. Nathan stared at her. He shot a searching glance toward the tree line. A dark shape was slowly emerging. He was less than 30 yards away. Light glinted off of steel as the gun pointed in their direction. What are you? Kelsey grabbed his arm. Shut up. When I say, run. What? Nathan finally noticed the trash can a few feet away from the picnic table. A shot fired, clanging loudly off the picnic table. Nathan flinched and ducked. Kelsey dove toward the trash can. She tackled it like a linebacker would, knocking the metal lid off. Run! Nathan forced himself to his feet and wobbled toward Kelsey. Beyond all reason, she circled back toward him, holding the metal trash can lid with its broken chain like a shield. She placed herself between Nathan and the gunman. Go, Nathan, to the trees! She pointed at the curving tree line, maybe 40 feet away. He ran, tossing a glance behind him. Kelsey paced him, the trash can lid covering her torso and, by extension, him. Another gunshot. Kelsey stumbled at the same moment a loud clang echoed across the clearing. Kelsey! It's okay, it worked! They ran.
Nathan glanced back again. The big gunman ran after them, but suddenly stopped. The man's feet spread, and he brought the gun up. Go! Kelsey shouted. Nathan reached for her and yanked hard, juking left, then right. Another gunshot. This one missed completely. The trees were 15 feet away. They ran, weaving and ducking. Kelsey kept her makeshift shield up. Then they were in the shadows of the trees. Keep going! Kelsey pushed Nathan between two big oak trees. His legs felt like oozing sticks of lifeless meat. He forced them to keep moving. He pulled Jake's phone from his satchel, dialing quickly. What are you doing? Kelsey pushed at him again, urging him on. Another gunshot, but this one didn't even come close. Calling the cops. We need help. Nathan nearly wept when the dispatcher's voice came on. What is your location? San Bruno Mountain State Park. There's a guy with a gun shooting, and the guy who tried bombing candlesticks here too. What? Kelsey grabbed Nathan, but kept going. A bomb? Nathan tossed her a grimace and shook his head. Please hurry. He's shooting at me. His shoulder, the same one he'd slammed into a picnic bench earlier, bumped off an oak tree. Sir, I need your name if you can give it to me. This is Steve Young again. Just send the cops fast! Nathan hung up and scrubbed the phone on his hoodie, then tossed it, stumbling over a root. Another gunshot. Wood splinters spat from a trunk onto Nathan's neck. We have to hide until the cops show up. Nathan forced himself to run faster, or he'll eventually catch us. Kelsey nodded, sucking wind. She eyed the trash can lid and the woods around her. Yeah, keep running. Nathan kept his mouth shut and jogged on. He spared a glance from the path ahead to watch her. She darted toward a nearby sapling. She wedged the metal lid vertically between two branches, then caught back up to Nathan. Maybe that'll fool him for a second or two. She pushed Nathan on. A gunshot, a clang. They spun just in time to see the lid clatter to the ground. Another gunshot filled the woods the moment after Kelsey gasped. Nathan threw himself at her, dragging her down and behind a thick oak trunk. Kels, no! Curse this guy, just give up! It's okay, she hissed when his hand touched her left shoulder. Not bad, I think it just grazed me. She glared at Nathan. Why are we getting shot at? He grimaced and shook his head, scanning their surroundings. The guy couldn't be too far away if he was still accurate enough to hit Kelsey with all these trees around. Then he saw it. Come on, there's a hollow behind that trunk there. Nathan pointed. Okay. How was she not paralyzed by panic? The fear in her eyes made Nathan want to level the forest with rage. This had to stop. Go. Nathan pulled her, then found she was pulling him. Together they stumbled, low and fast, toward the fallen trunk. 2 gunshots sounded. Both bullets buried themselves in the tree right next to Nathan's head. Nathan pushed Kelsey hard. She fell, rolling into the cover of the hollow. Nathan! He threw himself backward, yanking on a tree trunk to help him turn suddenly. Splinters exploded from the tree, blinding him momentarily. Pain flared in his injured shoulder again. He stumbled away. Come on, follow me, he sent his thoughts to the thick man. Leave her alone. Kelsey shouted after him. He ignored the guilt her voice made burn through him. If he had to die, at least he could keep her safe. He circled 2 large tree trunks. He felt a drip slide down his right hand and off his middle finger. As he ran, dodging tree trunks and brush, he lifted his bloodied hand. Follow me! Nathan grabbed an oak sapling, checking to make sure his hand left a clear red mark behind. He ran on, willing his exhausted legs to keep moving. He circled 2 trunks, then darted left. He slapped his hand against another tree trunk, then another. Nathan dropped and scrabbled toward a dead tree. He found a heavy branch on the ground and hugged the turf, squirming behind a thick trunk. He curled into a ball and waited, praying he could find the energy he needed. He heard the gunman before he saw him. Twigs and leaves crackled under the gunman's heavy steps. Nathan pushed himself tighter against the tree, wishing he could transform into a bush for just a moment. A thick form emerged from between 2 trees. It paused, examining a tree trunk. That's right. I'm injured, losing blood. Nathan willed the jitters skittering across his muscles to go away. The gunman came closer, maybe 15 feet away now. He stopped again, then made for the last tree trunk that Nathan had slapped his injured hand across. Nathan tensed, willing all of his energy to go into his legs. Come on, come on! The gunman's thick shape stopped at the tree trunk. Nathan sprung from behind the tree. His slashed open leg betrayed him, and he stumbled. The gunman turned at the sound and raised his weapon. Nathan! Kelsey's shout made the gunman jerk toward the noise. Nathan flung himself forward and swung his branch as hard as he could. The branch slammed into the man's head with a dull thud. The gunman snarled and lurched toward Nathan, aiming his gun again. Nathan's branch connected again, hard. The man blinked and went down. His weapon fell from suddenly limp fingers. Nathan kicked the gun into some scrub brush and found himself suddenly on his backside. His vision swam and went dim. "Nathan, what were you thinking?" He shook his head, forcing himself to focus on her voice, then her shape. "I don't know." Kelsey knelt in the weeds and disintegrating leaves and hugged him tightly. "That was stupid. Smart, but stupid, so don't do it again." "I won't." Sirens forced the fog away from behind his eyes. "We have to go." "We can't leave the scene of a crime." Nathan met her amazing eyes. "Kels, there's no way to explain how I got involved in this." She leveled a serious glare at him. "Yeah, well, maybe not to the police, but you'd better explain it to me." She pulled him to his feet. "And you'd better make it good, because I think it's a felony to leave the scene of a crime you're involved in." Chapter 40. They made their way through the woods, curving away from the access road where they could hear sirens coming from. "I can't tell her," Nathan thought. "That guy with the gun will come after her too. Maybe others." "You're thinking that you can't tell me what's going on." She tugged on his left arm, which she held tightly across her shoulders. She was holding him up more than he cared to admit. "But you're wrong, so start talking." "Kels, I don't think that's a good idea." Every movement seemed to wake up a new pain. "I don't want you to be involved. It's dangerous." Even as he said the words, he knew what it meant. He couldn't have a secret life and have her try to be with him, live with him, while he did whatever the cloak made him do. She had to leave him alone. "Obviously it's dangerous." She allowed a few moments of silence to reign as they came near to the edge of the woods. "But I'm already involved, and I'm choosing this, not you." She helped him over an extensive root system. "So talk." Nathan stole a glance at her profile. She caught his look. His heart skipped a couple of beats. "What?" "You're amazing, and you're right. As always." Another minute of silence as they approached the tree line near the highway. "So, a bomb? Seriously?" "Seriously." "And you stopped that?" "Yeah. That's why he was so mad at me. That's why he found you." Nathan swallowed back the tightness that threatened his throat again. "But how did you find out about what he was doing?" Nathan hesitated. "I'll tell you after we're out of here, I promise. But right now we need to move fast." They broke into a jog, each step sending jarring pain up his legs from the cuts on his calves. After no more than 20 yards, he felt cool drips sliding down his calf from the deeper wound. "Kels, wait." He slowed to a walk. "Hurts." "Oh." She moved to walk right next to him, pulling his left arm across her shoulders. She wrapped her right arm across his upper back. "I forgot." "It's okay." He winced as they walked as fast as he felt he could. Soon they broke through the trees and crossed the highway. The ascent to the 2-track trail was the worst part of the journey. By the time they had reached the trail, Nathan's legs felt quivery again. They limped along until they came to a particularly tall stand of brush. "Rest. I can't." He flopped to the ground, gasping for breath. Blood flowed freely down his leg. Kelsey sat next to him, concern in her eyes. "Are you okay?" He met her eyes. "I don't think so." He pulled at his pant leg. "It's not good." She bent to examine it, immediately seeing the blood. "We need to get pressure on that thing." She looked around. "We need a tourniquet." She looked at him. Nathan shook his head. "I got nothing." "Well, if I were a real Amazon, I'd tear a piece of my shirt off and tie it up," Kelsey said. He snorted a laugh. "Good idea." She slugged his shoulder softly. "Shut up. We'll use your sleeve." She plucked at it. "No, that's actually not long enough." More sirens sounded from down the road. Within seconds, 3 police cruisers screamed into sight. Tires screeched as they took the turn off the highway into the trees. Nathan and Kelsey ducked until the last car disappeared into the woods. A last bit of tension drained from Nathan, sapping what little strength he had left. He flopped onto his back. "They'll get him. Maybe that nut with the gun too. It's finally over." Kelsey leaned over him. her face in shadow from the sun that blazed overhead. "Rough couple of days?" He laughed. It felt good, as if it were loosening something that had been clutching his chest for most of the day. "A bit," he managed, forcing himself to stop laughing before it became something hysterical. His vision blurred. "A bit rough, yeah." He closed his eyes and lifted his hands to his face to hide the tears. He pressed them against his eyes. A violent tremble shook his body. He fought for control, but the tension, worry for Kelsey, the fight, the chase, that last moment before the big gunman went down, his breath caught in his throat. "Hey!" Her voice felt close. He felt her warm hand on his shoulder, his hands. Then she was pulling him to her, putting his head in her lap and wrapping her arms around him. "Hey! It's over now. It's okay." Her touch, her voice felt like soothing water, balm to a chapped soul. He hid his face against one of her legs, clutching at her, shakes taking over his body. The tension bled out of him, his tears wetting her leg. Her grip didn't slacken, her caress on his head never stopped. Finally he felt that the torrent had reached its end. He cleared his throat, lifting his head. "Sorry." He scrubbed his face with his sleeve. "Sorry, I'm an idiot." "No," Kelsey trapped him with her gaze. "You're not an idiot. I can't imagine what you've been through." He took a deep breath, feeling cleansed, surprisingly refreshed. "I'll tell you all about it." "Good. But first, let's do something about your leg." She reached for his satchel. "Your knife's in here?" "Yeah." He leaned back onto the slope, blinking at the bright sun. A tearing sound got his attention. He turned to Kelsey. She gave him a wry smile as she tore the bottom hem off her green t-shirt, leaving a ragged edge. "Maybe I am an Amazon." Chapter 41. Keening stabbed through his ears like ice picks to his brain. Ernesto shoved himself through soupy fog and found himself face down in dirt. He slammed his fists against the ground and flung himself to his feet. He immediately regretted his hasty move, as his head throbbed where that kid had hit him. "I had them. I hit him. I know I did." Ernesto scanned the forest floor. Sirens. The keening currently making his brain want to bleed out of every orifice in his head was sirens, getting closer. He gave up on his gun. The subject's plan had been stopped, and the subject was about to be picked up by the police, but the cloak was getting away. Fury seethed through every pore. Ernesto wasted only a moment making his decision. He broke into a sprint, ignoring the pain behind his eyes. He knew where the subject was. He could deal with him within seconds and disappear before the police arrived. Then he would track down the cloak. He would be more careful, make better plans. Eckhoff would not see him coming, neither would that girl, whoever she was. But for now, Ernesto had to pick up some of the disastrous pieces and report to Hagen. He broke from the trees and stood next to the subject seconds later. Sirens grew louder as multiple patrol cars approached. The subject's angry, dark eyes stared sullenly at Ernesto from behind lank, greasy black hair. A glint from near the picnic table caught Ernesto's eye. The blade. There was a small victory. Hagen would be pleased by that, at least. Ernesto retrieved the blade and returned to the subject, crouching over him. The subject moaned and fought his duct-tape bonds. Ernesto placed his hands to either side of the subject's head, gripping it tightly. He felt the muscles in his arms flex powerfully as he gathered himself for the twist that would clean up this part of the mess. He glared into the subject's eyes. "You failed, idiot!" Chapter 42. By the time Kelsey finished tying the strip of green cloth tightly around his calf, Nathan felt like some energy had returned. As they made their way along the trail toward his father's motorcycle, Nathan told her about Jabari and Masika. Kelsey laughed during the entire story. "That's priceless. I would have given anything to see their faces when some strange Westerner broke into their house wearing Joseph's cloak." She burst into laughter again. "Yeah, laugh at the international fugitive." Nathan limped along, clinging tightly to Kelsey's arm. "Nah, you're good." Kelsey gripped his wrist and helped him down a steep section of the trail. "I'd have heard about a manhunt for you." Nathan thought that over. "Good point. And they would have questioned you guys if they found out who I was. True. Relief washed through him like a long drink of lemonade. Nobody in Egypt was after him. They came to the last slope that led to the highway and Nathan's motorcycle. Kelsey held out her hand. Keys? What? I don't trust you not to kill us in your state. I'll drive. You know how. Do not go there, Eckhoff. Do not go there, Eckhoff. Kelsey's, oh my gosh, stomach. Do not go there, Eckhoff. Do not go there, Eckhoff, Kelsey said. I know how to drive a motorcycle, and the fact that you're surprised makes you a thick-headed chauvinist. All righty then. Nathan dug out the keys and gave them to her. And you're a militant feminist. Darn straight. She grabbed the helmet still hanging from the handlebars and straddled the motorcycle, strapping the helmet under her chin. You coming? She raised her eyebrows at him, quirking a small smile. Nathan shook himself, not sure where he'd gone. Yeah. He climbed behind her after she fired the bike up. He grabbed the sides of the metal frame behind the seat. Kelsey guided the motorcycle to the road. She glanced over her shoulder at him. Hold on to me so I know you're okay. Okay. He wrapped his arms around her waist, very aware of her warmth and the soft firmness of her waist. 30 minutes later, they pulled into the parking lot of an urgent care clinic. What are we doing? Nathan looked around. Don't we need to go to the airport to get your bags? Kelsey looked blank, then she smiled. I had totally forgotten. She followed him off the bike. We'll need a bigger vehicle. Yeah. In any case, you need stitches. Kelsey took him by the arm and led him through the door into the lobby. Each limping step drove lances of pain up Nathan's leg. He watched, fascinated, as Kelsey told a simple story about hiking in the mountains and how her clumsy friend had slipped and fallen, cutting his calf and arms open, and how she had gotten scratches when she'd gone after him. Before long, Nathan found himself lying on his stomach on an exam bed with anesthetic working its way through his leg. What was it that cut you again? The physician's assistant swabbed the area around the slash. Her voice sounded skeptical. Not sure, really. Maybe a broken bottle? Nathan felt like if he lay there for much longer, he would fall asleep. Something like that, Kelsey said. Nice work, huh? I suppose, the PA said. Have you had a tetanus booster recently? Yeah, before we went to Egypt. Nathan shifted, trying to find a position that let him breathe easier. He turned his head, trying to get a look at the PA. At the moment, her long red hair obscured her name tag. She looked up from his leg and he peered closer. Suzanne. Klutz much? She smiled at him. It happens. Nathan moved his head back and tried to ignore the tugging sensation of a needle and heavy thread sliding through his skin. You okay? Kelsey leaned closer, her hand on his shoulder. Sure, Nathan said. Are we sure I can't get some laughing gas? She laughed. So did Suzanne, the physician's assistant. No, I need you coherent. Kelsey's hand slid across the top of his back, sending waves of comfort into Nathan. You're mean. Nathan wondered how long this was going to take. What do I do now? He thought. Is John going to show up? This is true, Kelsey said. All done, Suzanne said. 8 sutures, not bad. Yeah, good work, Kelsey said. But next time, let's shoot for 10. I'll do my best, Nathan said. Kelsey's got to go back to Berkeley, he thought. I have to convince her to get away. Let me just wrap this up and you'll be good to go, Suzanne said. She stood and came around to look Nathan in the face. Are you going to need some painkillers? He pushed a grim smile at her. Definitely. Kelsey flicked his ear. Baby. Darn straight, Nathan said. Limping again, they left the clinic an hour later, the wounds on his arms deemed shallow enough to heal without stitches. As they arrived at the bike, Nathan stopped and took Kelsey's wrist. Hey, let's go eat. I'll tell a story and then we'll grab a taxi to get your bags. Kelsey smiled. Good plan. Standing there, in the bright sun of the afternoon, her deep green eyes threatened to absorb him. Nathan swallowed hard, pushing the anger at her abduction away. Kels, I'm really sorry about all of this. It could have been so much worse. If she'd been badly hurt, or, he cut the thought short, I'd be completely alone. I already told you it's okay. She stepped closer. I know, but I still feel horrible. I can't believe this happened. He tore his gaze from her eyes and stared at the asphalt of the parking lot. But I can't bring her into this. I have to stay alone. I'll tell her the story, but she has to go. It's not safe. She slid her right hand into his left, using her other to lift his chin. I know, and I'm still not sure if I'll be able to sleep for a while. But it's okay. This wasn't your fault. She stood so close, her nose inches from his. Nathan's heart stuttered. He fought to control his breathing. Her left hand dropped, taking his empty hand. I know, but I feel responsible anyway. He would tell her the story, but convince her that she couldn't be involved with him. It was the right thing to do. That's because you are a really good person. Kelsey's dark green eyes held him captive. He smiled and raised his eyebrows. That's true, I am. She squeezed his hands and mockingly growled at him. But you're amazing. He fought the urge that built in him to take her in his arms and hold on to her forever. He couldn't do that to her. This wasn't her fight, wasn't her burden. It was his to carry, his alone. I know. Her smile, slightly crooked, gently mocked him. The moment stretched. Nathan felt suddenly jittery. The sound of a bus came, a flash of white. Nathan followed the movement, glancing to his left. A bus pulled up to a bus stop. In the moment before it stopped in front of the bench, Nathan saw him. John stood, smiling broadly. Although he had to be 30 yards away, Nathan felt certain he saw John nod. Then the bus blocked his view. Who was that? Kelsey drew his attention back. Do you know that guy? Tingles covered Nathan head to toe. You saw him? The white-haired man? Sure. He was smiling at us. The bus pulled away. John had disappeared. Nathan stared at Kelsey, falling into her eyes. He felt strength, faith, love, and loyalty, but above all, amazing kindness and intelligence. You saw him, Nathan said. You already said that. Kelsey studied him. What? She smiled, a question in her expression. A sense of certainty and calm enveloped Nathan, stronger than even the first time talking with John on the bench. He raised his hands to Kelsey's face, cupping her cheeks. He drew her close, her deep green eyes filling his world. Their lips touched, at first hesitantly. They pulled each other close. A wave of sensation washed over Nathan. Warmth, incredible softness. He breathed in the scent of trees and grass and wind that came off of her, tasting the freshest sweetness imaginable. The moment stretched as he traced the back of her jawline, sliding his hands to her neck. Her arms circled him, drawing him tight. Total stillness in his soul. Not alone. I don't have to be alone. Acknowledgements. This book is inspired by an ancient Jewish legend about the Lamed Vovniks. These are 36 righteous people upon whom the salvation of the world depends. The legend originates with the story in the Old Testament, in the book of Genesis, chapter 18, where Abraham negotiates for the city of Sodom to be saved if there are righteous men found there. In that story, the Lord agrees to not destroy the city if 10 righteous people can be found there. The legend of 36 righteous people comes from that scriptural account. My author friend Darren Fraley conceived of a world that explores the idea of those extraordinary, noble people living in today's world. They are unique spirits who feel the pain of those suffering around them and can't help but reach out to succor. These chosen people start finding ancient relics that endow them with enhanced abilities. They are guided by John, a being of wisdom as ancient as creation. Darren wrote 36 to start off the series. The book follows a man who gains the power of dream observation. Another excellent author, Greg Luke, wrote The Healer, which is a beautiful story about one of the 36 who gains extraordinary powers as he tries to find himself in a confusing world. The Seer is my contribution to this world, and Darren Fraley deserves thanks for the inspiration. My old critique group in Orem, Utah got a look at an early draft. To Randy and Rebecca Taylor, Mark Holt, and Suzanne Gale, thank you for your input. To my true alpha readers, Diana Hinsey, James Blackburn, Ben Weinheimer, and my older boys, thank you too. Special appreciation goes out to workshop groups at multiple writing conferences as well. And to my ultimate reader as well as early editor, my wife, Anne-Marie, thank you for your indefatigable support. To see more of the exciting books in the 36 series, check out www.lamed-vov.com. About the author. If you'd like to match my face to this voice, just Google me. Here's my professional biography. Jared Garrett is the author of the #1 best-selling sci-fi thriller Beat and a bunch of other lies in book form. He is a family man raising 7 kids with his best friend and wife of 2 decades. He's been telling lies in story form since he was 13 and found himself weeping over Bridge to Terabithia. He and his family have been on great adventures and are now back in Utah, where his wife is a full-time law student and Jared is a full-time stay-at-home dad and professional, designing training and learning for global corporations, also full-time. He writes in the margins of the day. Jared had an odd childhood in a nomadic Scientology cult, which he escaped from at 17. He's worked as a firefighter, a barbecue restaurant manager, a bellman, and as a rubber vulcanizing engineer, among many others. His stories have been nominated for and won several awards, including first place in the Vera Hinckley Mayhew contest in Utah and honorable mention in the Writers of the Future contest. His favorite authors are Stephen King, Terry Pratchett, Robert Ludlum, Catherine Patterson, Douglas Adams, Patricia McKillop, Brandon Sanderson, Dan Wells, and many more. If you ask him where his story ideas come from, be prepared for a lengthy discussion about inspiration dust, hauling a towel wherever you go, and dogs. Lots and lots of dogs. No, seriously, dogs. You can find Jared on Twitter, Facebook, Goodreads, and just the website jaredgarrett.com. For more stories by Jared, simply search for him on Amazon and Google. Beyond the Cabin is his autobiographical novel about growing up in a Scientology cult, and is also available on Audible. Beat and Push are books 1 and 2 in a short, exciting, twisty sci-fi thriller series. And Laconia and Usurper are books 1 and 2 of a pulse-pounding 3-book series set in a fantastical Mesoamerican world of assassins, betrayal, and romance. This has been The Seer, a story of the 36, written by Jared Nathan Garrett, and narrated also by Jared Nathan Garrett.